dropping in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
you know. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah,
It's your destiny. Slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, 'cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my
Was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. All I never know is coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. When I'm taking it home, I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And all that I know is coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone, stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
It's the final day for the Six Masters playoffs. Only 2 matches remain. The lower bracket final and then, of course, the grand final. Welcome, everybody. My name is Xenox. Joining me, at least for the first half of the show today, will be Raven, as we will be, of course, covering the lower bracket final.
We will, and boy, is that going to be a great matchup. Given the way that the Knights played last night against Sinister, it's really going to be spicy to find out who makes it into that grand final against Wildcard.
Knights so far have really just been following their own script so far here in the playoffs. Of course, the socials down below to keep up to date with all the brackets and how everything is transpiring so far throughout the Six Masters playoffs. But Raven, the Knights, we didn't think they were even going to make the playoffs, and yet now there is an opportunity for them to make the grand final.
Definitely becoming a bit of a Cinderella story. As you said, we didn't think that they might make playoffs, but they scraped through in 4th place, and they've actually put together a really great performance against Sinister last night. That's got them here, and they really do have a shot to make it through to the end.
Yeah, of course, if you missed all of the action yesterday between Akami, Wildcard, and Sinister Pittsburgh Knights, we've got a special highlight package that we're going to play for you now.
It's time for day 2 of the Six Masters Finals. Now, yesterday, Dev, we saw 2 cracking matchups, really action-packed moments, and some probably unexpected results there as well.
There's so much on the line here.
Okami taking on Wildcard in the upper bracket. This one should be an absolute banger.
Ethan's still below with a C4. He's going to whip that up. He can find 2 kills. That's Cutie and Joker gone.
That's a nice aggression, though. Gio will vault into the window in response. Can't find that pick. He's left in a 3-on-1. Hits the flick. Mangoes, though, could get him with the super shorty. Pre-fires the angle and finds the kill.
Wildcard does refrag both of them out.
Ethan's going to get aggressive now. How many can he find? That's 1 on Rafters. He's triple for the round. They're both there.
Wildcard is just winning this utility game right now.
He can dunk him. He doesn't quite know where it is, but the pings are out. He knows exactly where it is, and he rounds the corner. And Wildcard will win the series 2-0.
And they head straight on through to the grand finals, while Akami have to dwindle in the lower brackets.
On the other side, it's the elimination final. Sinister taking on the Knights. No more second chances. If you lose this match, you will end up in 4th place.
And here they all come out, and all of a sudden,
Vinny could be taken out if he's not careful, but he gets that player in con. Surely they can get him. Vinny, though,
beautifully done.
he's on a quad. It's falling apart here for Sinister. Josh popping off. Dino forced to stick the plant. Derpe can run around the corner, hits the 360 knife, and Team Sinister will close out Clubhouse. How many can he find? He actually manages to find 2 headshots. Vinny just misses that trade as Milo gets 1, but then Vinny finds 3.
This is looking great for the Knights at this stage. This season hits a beautiful shot onto Juicy.
Hayward, don't let it slip. Don't let it slip. No, he sticks it. Can't get any closer than that. Oh, whoa, it was like 0.0.
Literal milliseconds.
There's one to his hard right. He doesn't see the player and the Knights. They will win the series in a 2-1 fashion. What a performance. They will be taking on Okami.
I'm just so excited for that lower final. It's been made incredibly interesting by the way the Knights played tonight.
I'll have to agree with past Raven. The lower bracket final certainly is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Knights, as I've said, Raven have this sort of fairy tale season about them here into the playoffs. Unfortunately, though, for the likes of Sinister, their season kind of came down in flames.
It really did. They went into the playoffs as the 2nd seed. They'd had such a good season, but they never got anything really happening in the playoffs here. They did get that first map against the Knights in that series last night, but then it just fell by the wayside, and that's how we've ended up here.
Yeah, look, it's disappointing for Sinister. They had a really good regular season. That's something that they are going to have to probably just sort of, I guess, remember at the end of the day, right? Okay, we had a good regular season. Playoffs didn't go our way. Unfortunately, they missed out on top 3. We've got the schedule ready for you as well today, of course. We've got the upper bracket, lower bracket, down into the lower bracket. First up will, of course, be Pittsburgh Knights and Akami. Then the upper bracket technically will be the final, the wild card, facing the winner of this matchup between Pittsburgh and Akami. Right now, I really, Raven, cannot tell you who's going to be playing wild card when we consider the way that Pittsburgh played yesterday. Akami, probably slightly favored coming into this series, though.
I agree with you there. Akami will be slightly favored, but you know what? They have also struggled a little bit. They didn't do super great against Wildcard. And on the other hand, Pittsburgh played Wildcard in that first round. They took Wildcard to overtime on a map. So we know that Pittsburgh can actually go toe-to-toe with Wildcard. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do the same with Okami.
And it's the first time that we are going to be seeing Akami and Pittsburgh playing here in the playoffs. We're going to have a look at the lineup for the Pittsburgh Knights. The team just will not give up no matter what, coached by Picnic. They have, as I said, a free shot at this. This entire playoffs has been a free shot attempt, and so far they've made it work. They've made it stick. It's a top 3 finish at minimum for them.
Yeah, and it's theirs for the taking. I think a lot of the pressure going into this matchup is going to be on Okami, and this Pittsburgh Knights roster has risen to the occasion time and time again. That's how they've made it here. And one thing Guz and I were saying on broadcast last night is there's no massive standout player for the Knights. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's that they are stepping up as a team and they're putting together team efforts. And that's really what's bringing them through this far in the playoffs.
Yeah, they play like a team, and the team that plays well typically does well, right? And for the Knights, I think they have benefited the most from the 2-3 week break between the regular season and now the playoffs. So they've come back recharged, ready to go. New game plan. They are definitely a different looking Knights to what we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, they're a bit flip-flop in the regular season, but they had some good wins. They managed to obviously get into that position to make 4th place in the end. But it feels like they have stepped it up here. They'd struggled a little bit against Wildcard only on the second map. That first map, like I said, was actually an overtime. And then with Sinistar, that was just a real good flex of their longevity and actually getting through a full best-of-3 series. So they really do have the caliber to be able to make it to this grand final.
Do they have the caliber, though, to go even one step further and potentially knock off a wildcard? Because really, I think we'll probably repeat it a few times today. Pittsburgh and Akami, either one can win this series. Either one can go and take on Wildcard. But can either one then go and beat Wildcard? Right now, you know, I'm just sort of taking us all the way back to the beginning of the playoffs. Many thought Sinister would be that team that could potentially challenge Wildcard. They're not even here anymore.
Yeah, that's a great point. And look, who knows? Wildcard, sometimes they can be a little bit wishy-washy. They blamed a slow start against the Knights when they had that overtime map. And I know that they tweeted out last night that they want to be ready to go right from the first round. They're definitely going to be a tough opponent for either of these guys, whoever makes it through to the grand final.
Of course, the other team, Akami, we'll have a look at their roster coming into this lower bracket final. They are typically led literally by Ippy and his entry frags, but as a whole, they have improved as a team coming into this, and now favorites for second place. You know, at the very beginning of this Six Masters season, they would have taken that with no doubt.
Yeah, for a long time, Ippy really was the standout player on Okami. People saw him for his high frag count, his explosive entries, and even his roaming. But throughout Six Masters, we've seen a lot of this team step up. In particular, I'd like to highlight Cutie. I think he's had a fantastic Six Masters season, really getting some big impact kills, clutches, and just some high frag count maps of his own. And that's really helped balance out Okami to have bigger performances. And that's how they've managed to make it to this spot in the playoffs.
I think Joker as well, one to really highlight the way that he's been performing so far in the playoffs as well. And it's just now very much a well-rounded team. You can rely on Ippy for entry frags, but you can't rely on him to do everything. At various points, at probably the more earlier variations of the season, it seemed like he was sort of relied upon more than he should have been as just a single player. Now, definitely, they are a solidified unit of a team. They're going to be hard to beat for the Pittsburgh Knights.
They are. They've really hit some good form at the moment. They put up a great performance against Wildcard last night. There was a close loss there of 5-7. So they can go up against Wildcard as well. And they're going to be ready for the Knights. I'm sure they would have been staying up late pracking and counter-vodding on the Knights because obviously they just played last night. And yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough task for the Knights to be able to get through here.
As we continue to move forward here, map vetoes, map predictions. One of the maps you actually brought off air just prior that was a bit of a wild card last night was like the use of Theme Park. Typically, Akami has been a team known to ban out Theme Park when they, in the regular season, 4 times. Do you suspect they're going to want to take out some of these wacky maps that maybe weren't played too much throughout the regular season, try and keep it a bit more close to home? The cafes, the clubhouses, for instance.
Yeah, it's funny. As we talked about that, I started thinking about it more, and I think it's still going to play head games tonight because, like you said, Okami do usually ban Theme Park. In fact, they didn't play it at all during the regular season. But that's also the case with Border, which is another strong map of the Knights. You've only got one ban before the picks, so they have to decide Theme Park or Border. Either way, the Knights are comfortable on both of those maps. It creates a really difficult scenario for Okami in this map veto.
And of course, the other thing that you got to remember as well is going to be that third map, the decider map, since it is a best of 3 rather than a best of 2 like we had in the regular season. I'm expecting Consulate to be banned out by Pittsburgh. That could maybe change, but if a Consulate Theme Park ban comes out, then it kind of says they maybe will stick to the script that was the regular season, and it's going to be Consulate, that's 1, but Border banned out by Akami.
Yeah, I guess they just decided that's the biggest evil of them compared Border and Theme Park. Maybe they have been working on Theme Park and just waiting for the right time to bring it out. And of course, no better time than to get yourself into the grand final. So maybe that is what it is. We'll see whether the Knights do end up choosing Theme Park. Maybe Okami themselves will choose it.
Yeah, I mean, or we could just go Cafe Clubhouse. These two teams, I think, actually for both those maps are their most played maps through the regular season. So you're right. Maybe we do see something wacky, and we do, in fact, get both maps quite left of field. Theme Park picked by Pittsburgh Knights, and then Villa from Okami. So neither team wanting to go for comfort maps, more so picking something that might just throw the other team off potentially.
Yeah, and wow, I really hope Okami watched the VOD from yesterday because it's the only available footage of the Knights playing it. Not much around, so that is going to create a very difficult first map there for Okami, I'd have to say. And Villa as well. I don't think the Knights are even terrible at that. I'm just going to quickly double check. They played it once and they lost it, but it was close. It was to Wildcard, and that was a 5-7, which is the result we saw from Okami against Wildcard last night. So, I mean, based purely on that, maybe going into map 2, they're a little closer in terms of the competitiveness on Villa.
Well, put it this way, Raven, though, right? Both teams haven't won on either Villa or Theme Park in the regular season of Six Masters, which means, like, you're picking maps you haven't actually gotten a win on, at least in recent times in Six Masters. But the same can be said then, I guess, for your opponent. So this very much feels like we're both going to neutral territory.
It does. I think this really opens up this series. This veto feels like it just created a really level playing field, and it's going to come down to really who steps up. You could almost see this go a 2-0, but if we see the distance, that's when the Cafe is going to come in, Xenox.
Yeah, the Cafe does come out into the end. That's the most played map for both teams. Clubhouse did get banned out by Pittsburgh. And look, the ban from like I would have been expecting Clubhouse +1 kind of neutral map, and then Cafe is the decider. So kind of almost got there in the end, a little bit more towards the neutral, which, as you said, really does open up this series now because both sides haven't really got a whole lot of proficiency on either of their map picks. So when we say like, oh, you know, this is Pittsburgh's map pick, like for their sake, hopefully they got something up their sleeve, and the same can then be said for Okami going over to Villa.
Absolutely. And I'm just looking back at the last time these guys played in the regular season. It was back at the start of June, so almost exactly a month ago. It was a 6-8 loss for the Knights on Clubhouse, and then they also lost 4-7 on Cafe. So Okami have had a strong victory against the Knights on Cafe. Maybe if we get to map 3, that's where they're feeling that strength is going to be. But regardless, this veto has got me very excited, Xenox, because I feel like it's really just made it two teams that are going to be just battling it out, and it's made it so much harder to predict as well.
No, it really has. And like, I like that you brought up the last 2 times that these teams played each other, both on Cafe and Clubhouse. I didn't actually even look at that statistic the whole time. I'm sitting there saying it might be Cafe and Clubhouse. It's just like literally these 2 teams play those maps the most. And if you had have gone to Cafe and Clubhouse, both teams would have been very, very familiar with those maps. And now we've got the opposite effect here. And as you said, opens up this series. In terms of my predictions now for this series, I got no idea. Out the window, really. I would have favored Okami coming into this, but now with the maps that we're going to, if Knights can get off to a really, really good start, I almost might just back whoever wins Theme Park.
Yeah, look, I'd almost be in that camp as well, because there's a lot of things that are also at play, because mindset is a big deal, of course. And when talking about mindset, I feel like going into this matchup, it's more Okami that's going to be feeling that pressure. They have high expectations of themselves to be able to make it to the grand final, as well as fans expecting them to potentially make it through here. And Centis, their coach, in their interview last night, he was very confident about the fact that they would 2-0 whoever they play today to make it to the grand final. I think that's just going to build up their pressure going into this.
Well, let's hear what you guys at home think this series is going to play out with the poll vote, of course. And, well, you're split, we're split, we're all bloody split. No one's got a clue what's going to happen here. 3-47, and very indicative of how we think the series is going to go. That would have been done before the map veto as well, Raven. So I think even that just even further solidifies how 50-50 this series really is going to be.
Yeah, it beautifully portrays exactly how this series is. You know, they're both very even teams, I think, coming into this. Okami maybe with the slight edge, given their positioning out of the regular season and just their reputation. But, oh man, that veto has changed things completely. I know we keep saying it, but it's going to make it really tough. Theme Park is going to be a very spicy match, because If the Knights come out and stomp Okami, that's really going to put the mindset onus further into Okami's camp coming into map 2.
Well, we are about to start what is surely going to be a cracking lower bracket final between the Pittsburgh Knights and Okami. Theme Park may not be the deciding match for this matchup since it's our first one, but it's certainly going to be an important map.
Really is. And the Knights did play it last night. Of course, it was map 2, and they beat Sinister on this quite strongly there at 7-3. So they really have got a good case for why this should be their pick, on top of the fact that Okami have not played this map at all in the regular season of Six Masters. We have no idea what Okami might have on this. It could be something that they're uncomfortable on. Maybe they've been saving it up their sleeve though, and the Knights have fallen into a trap.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can also look at it and say maybe the Okami Knights are both at the exact same similarities in terms of both of these maps, especially Theme Park, for instance, right? When neither team has actually won on either of these two maps, Theme Park and Villa, it really goes to show that, you know, they've either got these secret strats or they're both just kind of winging it.
Yep, that's a good point too. Something that's telling me that the Knights have really prepared for this. This Dokkaebi ban is something that Okami has leaned on a lot throughout the end of the Six Masters regular season, but also in playoffs. We've seen Jack Daddy in particular play a lot of the Dokkaebi. So they've banned that out. It's not something that Okami will be able to crutch on with the attacks on Theme Park, which can already be a bit tricky. So that's a great target ban there from the Knights. And then we're going to see some pretty good bans on the defense side as well, with the Pulse coming out. It's also something that the Knights use a lot of to get their info and really helpful on Theme Park. So this has definitely made this map even more interesting now, the way that those bans have played out.
Oh, as we head to Theme Park, we kind of just breathe a little bit and get ready for what's going to be potentially a long series, because really I've got sort of 3 maps on my mind here, right? I think this is going to go the distance. We probably head to Cafe as the decider, but by saying that, do you sort of go back to what I said before? Whoever wins this map in particular has a much stronger chance, of course, of getting 2, right? But the chance of them winning the entire series, it's a strange one, because really it's not like we look at this and say this is Pittsburgh's pick, like it's their map, like they must win this map. Like it's 50-50. Whoever wins this then goes into Villa, another 50-50.
Yeah, I don't think there's any standout strength between either of these teams' map picks. The only way that I would say this maybe leans in favor of the Knights is because the fact that Okami just haven't played it yet. And that could be that they don't like it. I know they did ban it quite a bit during the regular season, but you don't know, because coming into playoffs, there was a break. Okami might have said, you know what, let's prac Theme Park. Let's be ready for it to be a pocket pick, and we'll surprise some people. And that could throw the Knights off. And the mindset game coming out of map 1 is going to be big, because if the Knights lose this, they've lost their map pick. Maybe that puts a lot of pressure back onto them. But the converse can be said for Okami as well.
No, I agree. I think you're basically sort of just insinuating really for Knights. It is your map pick at the end of the day. You elected to go here, right? So you put sort of the pressure on them to maybe win this map.
For sure. And it can be a little bit tilting, you know, if they've got this strategy and they're like, you know what, Okami's not played this before. We back ourselves on this. We're going to take the first map and give ourselves the best chance. And then if Okami just come out and dumpster them, that can really play a lot of big mind games.
For sure. And then that's what I'm saying, though. Then you go over to Villa. If you're down 1-0, you've lost your map pick, you've tried to take it to neutral territory, it didn't work, and then you're going over to Okami's Villa pick, that's going to be demoralizing. I very much think we are going to have a 3-map series here. But if Okami can take Theme Park, the likelihood that they 2-0 this becomes exponentially increased.
I agree with that. And a great entry for the Knights, starting strong. Hayward takes out Cutie. And Mangoes has been tagged quite heavily as well in that first minute. Starting with some good confidence on the Knights on Theme Park attack, which can be tricky at the best of times. This is really good progress, getting this vertical control already. The site being thrown, Armory, you do want to get that vertical pressure, particularly in office. Try and open up some of those holes. Mangoes is playing in a position that you would generally be trying to clear out from above. Okami have not quite abandoned it though. Jack Daddy will answer to make it a 4 versus 4.
Up close and personal for Jack Dad. Finds a second one onto Strider. That's going to be the diffuser down as well. Expecting a refrag push. Throws out the pre-placed C4, but it's just Dino through the wall. Jack Dad holds in the showers. And unfortunately doesn't make it much further out of there. That means that Hayward can go and claim the diffuser back up. Still a minute and 10 seconds remaining. So plenty of time. 3v3. Next Caro's placed, but not going to be detonated anymore.
It's the hard breacher off the board as well. So even if they do get this vertical pressure and clear the mute jammer on that yellow stairs wall, they're not going to get it open. So that's pretty important here. Hayward's been down by another player they haven't kept track of. Knights are going to have to be careful. He's finished off, in fact. So Kami have stepped it up here, and the Knights are on the back foot.
Kami doing well of just keeping pressure up on that second floor, finding a few frags on the Knights after they opened it up with the opening frag to Hayward. Mangoes is low though, but so is Dino running down these yellow stairs. Making a last-ditch effort here. Josh will drone out. They both will for the last 20 seconds here. It's certainly going to be a sort of spray and pray hope towards the end, but as Josh goes down immediately, that should just about do it. No time, no chance for Dino, and it's going to be an opening round win for Akami on the defense side.
And really sitting in strong there, and some really good positioning on site. That crossfire meant that that entry into site was never really going to be that successful in the end. I really say a bad judgment call maybe from Strider or some misdroning upstairs there with Jack Daddy. Losing that Habana was very detrimental for a lot of reasons. One is the man deficit, but also not being able to open any of those reinforced walls. It really cost them, and they just need to be a little bit more thorough and a little bit more careful.
It's also the credit to Akami for not playing like an entire turtle strat sitting on that first floor. They had a few roamers up top, were able to find a couple of refrags. Even though Knights got the opening frag, Akami did well to sort of position and be aggressive, not allowing Knights to get all that vertical control free. And in the end, they were able to actually find some frags themselves. So by putting that pressure on, you're able to then put yourself in a position where you can get those kills, make it difficult for Knights. They turned a tough situation into a winning situation based off their own play.
Absolutely. So the Knights are going to have to be ready to take it up to Okami and adapt here, because that was a really good display from Okami in the end on this defense. The Knights are going to have just a tough time in general in the first half here because they are an attack. In ANZ, we have seen that generally be the struggle half that teams will have on Theme Park. Defense has been more of the lean on, and the Knights are going to have to probably stay in touch with 2 or 3 rounds here. I'd say that would be a bit of a dub for them if they manage to get a couple. And then we'll see what they can pull out for their defenses.
2-4 is probably the par course, you'd say, here on Theme Park for an attack.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yep. 3-3 would be quite the victory there, I'd say, for the Knights in the first half on attack. See how they go with this entry. Hayward had a great start last time, getting the 2 opening picks there, but it never really went anywhere else from that stage on. Let's see if they can get something else happening outside of that entry phase. That's going to be important for them to be able to close out rounds.
Oh, this is going to come back to us for a bit due to a rehost, but going back to the question I posed to you, though, 3-3 would be great on the attack, but 2-4 is probably, as I said, par for the course for the attacking side here for Knights, I think, especially considering Akami already showing that they are pretty much ready to play here on Theme Park. They're not going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing, clearly, which is great. I reckon they have been working on this just a little bit in the background and waiting for it to come out, whether they chose it or another team. Clearly, by them letting it through in the veto, they were much more comfortable on this than Border. So already that maybe is a warning signal for the Knights. But they played quite well on it last night against Sinister, who is a team that's played Theme Park previously. So I have faith that the Knights can step it up, and this might be a real tight contest on this map, especially now how Okami has started out of the gates.
Yeah, last night on Theme Park, Pittsburgh Knights only allowed 3-round wins to Sinister. All of that was actually on Sinister's defense, so they got nothing on attack, really sort of highlighting what you said before. Attacking is going to be difficult. So if somehow Knights can find 2 attacking round wins, then get the job done on their own defense, really shut out Akami, then they can make that comeback. So this first few rounds aren't really going to necessarily dictate how this map in particular is going to go, let alone the series.
Yeah, I think it's really just about what the round difference is at the end of that first half. So going back to what we were saying before, if the Knights do manage to get a couple, stay in touch, I think we've got a pretty good game on our hands going into that second half. And we'll put a lot of pressure onto Akami to perform in their attacks, because that's what we failed to see Sinister do last night. They just couldn't get any of those attacks closed out. Some of them were okay for Sinister, but the Knights were just always there to close it out, and they didn't let any slip through.
And that was, of course, off the back of a loss as well on Clubhouse. Knights would have been feeling a bit of the pressure, so it clearly felt comfortable on Theme Park. And you kind of coined it a bit earlier before, but this could end up being a slip up for Akami. Fortunately, they've started well, and like you said, maybe have been practicing it in the background, ready to go and surprise potentially a team. Like the trap, like you said earlier, potentially trapping Knights into picking this.
Yep, and look, that could develop exactly like that. And as we were saying coming into the show, this first map is really going to be important for a lot of different reasons, but a big one is just all about the mentality. The Knights have proven that they actually are a great mindset team. A perfect example of that is, like you said, they lost map 1 last night on Clubhouse. That was a nail biter, but they really came out of the gates on map 2, and then they just smacked on map 3. So that proved that they have that mindset and they're not fatigued by some of the tiltedness or the stresses of the game. Akami, on the other hand, can be a little bit 50-50 with that. We know that Ippy in interviews before has said that their mindset has affected them in map 2s in particular. So that's where it's really important for them to make sure they do well on this first map.
Yeah, it's always stressful, especially more so in an elimination game like this, right? When we look back at yesterday, Akami and Wildcard, the difference for Akami when they're down 1-0 is that they know they're not going to be dumped out of the tournament. They're just going to go down to the lower bracket. Not only that, but it's not much of a shame in losing the Wildcard, for instance. But if you go 1-0 down early to Pittsburgh Knights, and then knowing that if you lose one more map, you're going to be dumped out of 6 Masters, that can be quite stressful conditions to play under for Akami. The other thing I want to sort of just put to you here while we've got a little bit of time, this was something I was thinking of earlier, but looking just slightly forward, in the hypothetical world here in terms of who wins this series, which do you think is better? Running the gauntlet, having the momentum that Pittsburgh have got, or the fact that Akami have already had a square up with Wildcard, they'll get a second go? Would you rather have already had one crack at them or take all this winning momentum into the final?
Probably momentum, to be honest, because you can always prepare for a team as much as you want, but if you don't show up in time in a match, or you don't show up at all in a match, then it doesn't matter how much prep you've done, it just falls by the wayside. But if you can come into it just feeling momentum, I feel like you're more likely to be playing your game, playing into your strengths, communicating more efficiently. I think there's a lot more positives from that than being able to just get that insight. So yeah, I think momentum is a really big deal that's going to be going into that grand final.
In saying that, of course, Knights did play Wildcard in the opening semi-final. They did get 7-0'd in on Clubhouse. I probably didn't gain too much from that, but it was a lot closer on Cafe 8-7. So, but been a while since then now, especially for Knights and everything they've been able to achieve, taking out Sinister, now coming here against Akami. But they're going to be up for a task, as we've seen. Only one round in so far onto Theme Park. For those who maybe have just joined us, it's 1-0 to Akami so far. It's hard to gauge too much, though, for one round. But the way they played it, denying some of that verticality that Pittsburgh were clearly wanting to get, especially for Armory, I thought they did a really good job of that, even after losing the opening frag to Hayward.
Yeah, and a lot of fluidity with their movement. I wasn't 100% sure whether Ippy was just not droned over at the top of Dragon Stairs, or maybe he slipped up when there was all the business going on in Office Bathroom when Jack Daddy was picking off the Hibana. But either way, I liked the fluidity from Okami on that. And I think that's just going to give a signal to the Knights that they need to be careful with their droning and the way that they're progressing through the map, because Okami are trying to take the fight to them as many touch points as possible. And the Knights will be punished for that. And that was a big deal, losing that Hibana early to Strider. It meant that a lot of their attack just fell apart.
Exactly. As we head back into game, we head to Bunk and Daycare as well for our second round. And just that little rehost, though, gives potentially Knights a bit of time to sort of just rejig things. It's only been one round. I don't know how much you'd probably want to change, Raven. But when you lose the first round, it's not really a bad thing to just have a bit of time to just maybe speak about things.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment, they might have been a little bit unsure of what exactly went wrong. So that did give them a chance to talk it over. Maybe it was a missed droning, so they can talk through how that happened, or maybe they didn't have a flank drone, which is what allowed Ippy to get up and through Dragon Stairs. They can break that down with all that extra time. So I think that really would have benefited the Knights and been quite helpful for them coming into round 2.
This for Akami though, great start. Always want to win your opening round and always want to do well on defense, especially here on the theme park. They'll be aiming to continue this. And if 2-4 for Knights is sort of a par mark, Akami would probably be looking to try and shut out Knights entirely on their attack. I mean, this could be like a 5-1 would be massive for Akami.
5-1 would definitely be massive and also devastating on the other hand for the Knights, because it does put a lot of pressure into their defenses. And pressure is a really good talking point, because even though you can lean into your defense half, if you're down 5-1 going into the second half, that's a bit of scoreboard pressure. You look at that and you think, oh no, there's only 2 rounds that they need to get, which is pretty common on an attack half in Theme Park. They could take the map, you start to doubt yourself a little bit. And likewise on the other hand, if the Knights manage to get at least 3 rounds here, Akami are going to start thinking to themselves, oh, now they're on defense and we're even.
Yep. And we saw what happened to Sinister as well when they got 3 rounds on defense and then got nothing on the attack, right? So if Knights can get 2 or 3 rounds on attack, it bodes well for their chances when they switch over to defense, can then look to shut out Akami themselves, especially since it is Knights' map pick. We head further deeper into this second round now, over towards Daycare and Punk. Diana will start to push in through Cash, and well, this is looking okay so far for Knights. They did find the opening frag in the first round. In fact, they had a pretty similar start. Decent, started to push in, but it was Akami's willingness to sort of push up to the fight, find some refrags and be aggressive that ended up turning that round for them.
It was, but half the round has gone by now, Xenox. They've struggled to gain a massive foothold here. They're in the map. They've drone forward. Not even sure if they noticed the bullet holes. Didn't really get a signal from the drone that they did. And all that pre-fire is going to give it away at least. And a beautiful peek there from Dino. Nullifies Cutie's bullet holes. That is another good entry there from the Knights.
But again, immediate refrags and almost that similar nature to the first round. In fact, Cutie's been the opening death for both rounds now. And for both rounds, Knights have found that opening frag, but have not been able to capitalize. Quickly, Akami even it up, but now they have the advantage themselves. Ippystyle's low from here on out, only 48 seconds. And as we said, they didn't really make that much headway anyway towards the bomb site. And Ippystyle will get Juicy outside the window. And Strider and Josh. And very similar so far to that first round. 2 versus 3, and not a lot of time. Knights with their back up against the wall.
Definitely doable though, because 2 of them are low HP. They seem aware of at least 2 positions here as well. Not sure what Strider's doing pulling out of that engagement. Thought he could have taken that one a bit better. He knows where both are now. He's pushing through towards the bunks. He's going to be walking into quite the crossfire though. He's going to have to try and get Plant down. And he's actually going to put his back right into the other player. As Akami taking round number 2.
Certainly clean from Akami right now. They haven't really put a foot wrong too often, and yet still they actually haven't found a single opening frag. So, I mean, it's hard to really gauge how this is shaping up right now, because Knights are finding these opening frags. They're not really doing a whole lot with it. And as you said earlier, taking their time, really clearing out, getting closer to the bomb sites as well. So it does feel like right now Knights have got a bit more to do. Akami are just happy to sit back and kind of enjoy the Knights just slipping up a bit right now on attack.
It feels like it's on the edge too, that the Knights really could grab a couple of rounds here. They just need to stabilize themselves in that mid round. They got through with that entry. Their droning looked good at the start of the round. They got the opening pick, but then it kind of fell apart. We saw a player rotate over to the cafe balcony and had no idea that Ippystyle was at the window. And that player was then by themselves as well. So that refrag was just not possible. So plays like that will really come against you in Theme Park and when you're attacking in general. It's just, that's the kind of tightening that the Knights are going to need to be able to take these rounds against Akami.
Great start from Ippy. 3 frags after 2 rounds. Not too much of a surprise. The star player for Akami. Typically, though, from Ippy, it's usually found more on the attack for Akami, where he's busting in and finding those opening frags. And it could be the difference maker here in Theme Park, where you only probably need a couple of rounds on attack. And if you just have a few where the entry frag is able to find 1 or 2, a quick double kill, and give you that massive advantage, that could be the spark, the burn Akami's chances. 2-0 start. Can they make it 3 and just put a bit of scoreboard pressure onto Knights?
See whether they can. Again, these drone placements are great, allowing them to get some pretty clean entries here at the start. No surprises coming out in that first phase at least. There's somebody playing around in Throne though, which they're going to be careful of. It's not commonly droned if you're clearing across this direction. That could catch them off guard. On top of that, the bomb site here might catch them off guard. Not really commonly played is this first floor bomb site in Drug Lab. Whether the Knights can figure something out for this attack, there's a lot of pressure vertically as well that they may have to deal with.
Last time that Akami had to deal with vertical pressure, though, they dealt with it pretty nicely. One thing I'm just sort of keeping my eye out for here is who gets the opening frag again. Is it becoming a trend in favor of Knights that they do continue to keep finding these opening frags here on Theme Park? But yet they need to actually make it worthwhile this time around. Capitalize just that little bit more. Hayward spots 1, just rotating through Throne Room. Doesn't actually land any damage on. Has the drone, so he's getting cleared ahead. Ping comes out, 1.5 minutes. Knights making a bit of headway towards Lab.
Quite the linear push too. They haven't bothered to do any vertical clear or try and obtain any vertical control, which is where Akami are playing. Opening up some great line of sights here into Juggler, so it looks like it's going to be this horizontal clear across. See if they can obtain control that way, but it's going to be tough. They're going to get flanked upon. There are a lot of angles in through arcades. They can't just stack up around here. They will have to be careful.
Minute remaining for round 3. Certainly be the quietest of the rounds so far here on Theme Park. Army very much sitting at the back of sight, waiting for Knights to push in. It's been their most turtle playstyle so far here on Theme Park thus far. Mango's getting lit up by Juicy, just needs to peek around into the showers and he can finish him off, find that opening frag, but Mango's will just hold here in the toilet. Well, the frag grenade should do the job. Nothing much he's going to be able to do to really counter that. Well done from Juicy to get the opening frag again for Knights. Hayward has been injured. That'll be a risky revive to go for, so the quick 4-4.
Pistol and Yellow Stairs there. Got a nice little pick. And the frags are coming out for Akami again in this late stage. Knights are falling apart as they try to get to site. There's 2 of them remaining here. Oh, that's a nice pick on site, though. That's going to give them a chance. Diffuser not in their hands, though, so they're going to have to get these kills. 1 to find, and not going to be Akami again. The round, Xenox.
And Cutie just dropping down, helping out Jack Dad at the end. And as you said, again, another round going the way of Akami. 3-zip. Going into the 4th round. And they've just got all of the answers right now, especially towards the end of these rounds. Knights starting well in terms of kills, but then it's Akami that are just overwhelming them on the bomb site especially.
Again, they feel like they're close enough. These attacks are going all right. This one was the slowest of all. You said that before. They really failed to have an impact outside of that final 30 seconds. But it still came down to a 2v2. It was a really close round, and it just feels like it's still on the edge of the Knights accessing some rounds. But they need to be able to get on top of it, because we're now halfway through this half. They haven't made an impact on that scoreboard.
And then you're going to be running out of chances and running out of time to make that impact, right? Like we're already halfway through this first half. And, well, for the most part, right, if we said that Knights need to go about 2-4, that's looking a bit shaky right now. So then it comes to that sort of 5-1 territory. That's going to be an amazing half for Akami. Of course, still a few more rounds to go. Who's to say Knights don't just turn it around here? Maybe try and even it up 3-3. That would be the best case scenario, obviously. But still, 2-4 on the board potentially for Knights, and that's really going to be their target now.
We're definitely going to have to step it up here, other Knights. See how they go. This entry, they've been consistent enough with the entry. Again, it's really that mid-round onwards that they haven't been able to get anything happening. Last time we saw them attack this, which was way back in round 1 before that rehost. Dyna did get some entry picks, but they misdroned Jack Daddy in the bathroom or just didn't wait patiently enough for a drone, as well as the fact that Ibisal got a flank on. So they will have to watch out for that this time, as it looks like the positioning is quite similar here from Okami.
Throne Armory was probably one of the more well-played rounds by Okami, in fact, so Knights will have their work cut out for them. Last time around, Strider wasn't even able to get the X-Kairos to detonate. And just being up close and personal was Jack Dad. Strider this time around, I don't actually know if he even got those X-Kairos off. May have been stopped prior.
Another simple mistake from the Knights. I'm not sure how Strider felt so comfortable to be there and how they missed Jack Daddy's position. Really, really unfortunate for them. These are the things that are costing them these rounds. It's going to make it even tougher because they have lost their hard breacher on the side that's probably one of the more important to have your hard breacher alive for. And they've got half the round to try and deal with that. And Okami are going to be able to sit comfortably on site with these reinforced walls. And that's going to make it really tough for the Knights to gain an entry in to even think about planting.
There was at least 4 around the bomb sites from what I saw. Maybe 1 still roaming around upstairs potentially. And so far, this has gone very similar fashion. In fact, probably even worse for Knights to round 1. Because this time around, they didn't even at least get the opening frag. Okami, like round 1, have been able to shut up shop now and make this very impenetrable on this Throne Armory. 40 seconds remaining. Knights falling by the wayside here so far in Theme Park. Their map pick. Of course, attacking is going to be difficult, Raven. We've said that. But so far, Okami haven't really put a foot wrong.
Yeah, Okami really have stepped it up, and that is dangerous for the Knights. Looks like this round is really not going to be going in their favor. Ibisal has something to say about that. Dino is now in danger. And 5 versus 1. Looks like it's going to be all Okami.
15 seconds remaining.
He's looking for the quad. He's looking for 4. He's got like 8 kills right now. Does he make it 9? No, it's Joker who gets it. It's still a flawless round nonetheless for Okami. Their best round so far.
Yep, it's not looking too good for the Knights here. 2 rounds is what we said they need for the potential par, though, or the pass. That's still possible, but Okami just look like they're getting better and better as this map plays on right now. So if there's a time for the Knights to step it up and salvage this map, it's right now, because if they don't manage to get an attack round, they already have to force overtime in that instance. And that's putting a lot of pressure back onto them on their own map pick.
And truthfully, you feel like when Okami switch over to the attack, they very well should at least get 2 or so rounds themselves. All it'll probably take is just 1 round every now and then that Ibisal finds that opening frag, maybe 2, opens things up for Okami. It's what we tend to see from them. And they can kind of just really sort of strangle the defense. So Knights definitely need to find something here. They can't get 6-0'd on their attack, just regardless of how difficult it is, Raven. Especially when this is your map pick. You've got to be doing at least a 2-4, 1-5 at minimum. 6-0 would be disastrous.
That's never going to feel good, and it's going to make them start losing a bit of confidence in themselves, I'd say, regardless, because this is their map pick, and I'm pretty confident that coming into it, they would have felt that they had Okami's number, because Okami hadn't played it. They've been banned quite frequently in the regular season. And right now, Okami are just stepping up. They are taking that surprise. Maybe they have revealed the trap card, Xenox.
Well, maybe they've activated the trap card, like you said. But still, you know, you mentioned they haven't really played it. Neither team has won this map in the regular season. They both played it, but no one's won it in the games that they've played it. And the same goes for Villa as well. That's why I brought it up, is that You haven't actually won on these maps, and yet you're picking these maps. It really is neutral territory. And right now, though, Akami looked like the team that's been putting in the work, was ready for it, was expecting Knights may feel comfortable on it. And it's really shown them up so far on the defensive side for Akami. Long way to go, though. Funny things have happened already alone in just the playoffs, so you can't really count out Knights just yet. All it takes is just that one round to just get them going.
100% agree with you there. Strange things have happened before, so I wouldn't be too surprised with a pretty epic comeback here. It's definitely possible, but right now, Akami are presenting the right form to be able to take the map. So it's on the Knights to be able to turn that around. Again, this Bunk Daycare push has been a little slow. Almost half the round gone. No big engagements happening, no HP taken off their opponents, and got to point out, they're clearing the roam still right now. They're trying to push these players back to side or frag them out, and they're actually losing the opening pick. Again, that's Cutie with a nice angle from the top of Yellow Stairs. Dino off the board.
And after losing the opening pick themselves for the first 3 rounds, now the last 2 rounds have gone the way of Akami. Strider evens up the numbers, though, 4-4. Finding his second frag of the map so far here into the 5th round. Up on top of Dragon Stairs. Knights, at the very least, are not playing at a disadvantage this round like they have the last 2 rounds or so. But only a minute remaining, not even 55 seconds by the time I even finish that sentence. They're not too far away from the site, but a lot of ground to sort of make up in such little time.
That it is. And they're going to start pushing through. Pre-fire's coming into initiation, but not hitting the mark. Very much aware there is a player there. In fact, there are 2, but there is a very accessible rotate onto site. And look who it is, Ippy Style, yet again, gets a nice peek out. Adds to his frag count.
25 seconds. Can he find a 10th one here? Yes, he can, of course. Double kill for Ippy Style. Everything's going the way of Akami right now, but he does get injured and then finished off through that soft wall. Nicely done from Strider and Hayward. There's the last 2 remaining now for Knights. Can they find a round win? Only 10 seconds to do so, but Joker and Mango's full health. They've got the bomb site covered from here, you think, as well. It's not going to be an easy ask for Hayward. Strider also just going to go put that diffuser onto the floor. Will it be successful? It won't be successful. Stopped at the last second by Mangoes. They ran out of time, even with the refrag, because he stops the defuse. Round win goes to Akami.
So close to the Knights. Actually thought maybe Hayward was going to be able to cover that in time, but that Goon Mine he had to pull out, it just pushed him back in his clear of that defender by half a second, and that was enough to be able to get that stop. 5 rounds now for Akami, 5 in a row. Final round of the half. The Knights desperately need this one to be able to give them that chance to really forge a good comeback.
It's really difficult to sit here and say, well, even if it's 6-0, they can then on their own defense shut out Akami, because it's easier said than done. Even if it's been shown here on the theme park, yeah, it's okay, defender sided, but you still probably expect to get 1 or 2 rounds to go your way. Like, for instance, Raven, that last round in particular was a coin flip. It could have gone either way. We could have seen, you know, if Mangoes just dies that little bit earlier, or if Strider gets that plant down, if Strider gets that plant down prior to being taken out, then it's a 1v1 in a retake scenario. Like, Knights have had now, I think, I'd say about 2 rounds that were 50-50. Everything else has been shutouts to Akami, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Absolutely, and it's like we've said quite a bit, 2 rounds was really the par. So that may have been the 2 rounds that were theirs, and they've slipped away. They did not secure them. Something that was happening to Sinister a bit as well, is they had some good starts, but they weren't able to lock out rounds. We'll come back to bite you. So let's see what the Knights can do here. Lab Storage, they struggled a bit. They didn't get much of a presence upstairs, which I think really came back to bite them. Ippy Style really played havoc around the Yellow Stairs in particular. So it's something they might decide to do this time. But right now, the entry is all coming down here on the east side. Might be looking at another linear push straight across the site.
Well, this is the sort of round now where Knights can just throw balls at the wall and see what sticks, right? Because this is their final attacking round. They're already down 0-5. They've got to get something to go here. Maybe play just that little bit more chaotic, sporadic, try and do something a bit different, push, be aggressive, maybe go for an early breach onto the site. rather than sit back for 2 minutes and coming in at the last seconds, all funneling through a doorway, making it easy for Akami, try something different. Jacked out on the Vigil, upstairs roaming around will be the difference maker here. If he finds an opening frag, oh, the shot taking out the utility gets the pre-fire, which now gives away his position. He actually would have got that kill. That would have been a dead giveaway.
That was real close there, and Hayward got tagged pretty heavy in that engagement too, so he's going to have to be a bit wary moving forward. Something you were talking about the fact that they can try and play this a little bit more aggressive. I'm kind of surprised they're not already, because that really is how the Knights have played before. They played this somewhat bully style attack, really confident, aggressive entries, but they usually carry that through much better in rounds. I wonder whether that's some nerves creeping up or them just letting Okami get in their heads. But it hasn't felt like a lot of their attacks have really been played on their terms, or they're playing their style of play.
He was going to try and open up this wall again. Although Joker finds the opening frag onto Dino, makes life very, very difficult now for the Knights. It's been a difficult attack on Theme Park. Now pushing in Hayward. This is a bit quicker than what we've seen, especially the last time we were on Lab. Nice push up from Hayward. I think at this point it's like, stuff it, let's just push in, see if we can find some frags to get that plant down. This is a lot better. The aggressive play we expected to come out has finally taken place. Hayward peeks it, falls back, and then tries it again. Mango's going to be refragged. It's a 1 versus 4, and finally, Knights, the aggressive style, will be successful in their final attacking round.
And there it is. They just saw that opening and they sent it. And that's what they needed to be doing this whole time when they were getting those early advantages. Just backing themselves and playing their game. They were letting Okami just control the pace and control a lot of those rounds. And that's how we've seen a scoreline here at 5-1. But most importantly, with that, they've given themselves that extra gap in the door now to facilitate a comeback. They're on defense. 4 rounds and we're all tied.
A lot of it comes down to these first few rounds, though. If Akami can find an early attacking round win, get that match point already in their back pocket with then multitude of rounds remaining, it just puts that pressure into the back of the mind of Knights. But they can take that attacking win. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They're not having to deal with a 6-0 scenario. They can at least drop 1. But for the most part, you want to be, as you said, getting the first 4 rounds or so, making it 5-5 and putting the pressure then onto Akami. By that point, then you're only 2 more defensive rounds away yourself. So things can very much flip here, which is why I think we've both been very hesitant to call this a bit of a shutout. It's a bit of a strange one. It's 5-1, but we're very much leaving this door widely open for Knights to make a comeback here.
Yeah, it's hard to count it out without seeing how their defenses go. And that's essentially what happened last night with Sinister. That the first half, Sinister's defense half, it was a bit 50-50. It was obviously closer than this. But then the Knights just railed them on their defenses. And that could be what happens here for Okami. So yeah, definitely hesitant to call it just yet. But Okami are in a great spot to be able to close this out. It's only 1 round that they need to at least force overtime. But 2 rounds and they've got the map.
Intrigued to see how Akami is going to play this, though, from their own attacking. We saw a lot of slow-paced gameplay from Knights when maybe we were expecting them to pick up the pace a bit, especially when they were getting those opening frags. Akami, the Monty on Mangoes, can push forward, can get good ground position, try and clear out the second floor. Question is, though, then, do they go for that 20-second meta, or do they push in just that little bit earlier, especially if they're finding opening frags? Like, Knights in that last attacking round pushed in onto the bomb site with 50 seconds to go, a lot quicker than their usual attacking rounds.
Exactly, and Mango's being on this Montaigne, I'm a bit interested to see exactly how they're using it. I mean, I think the main purpose is to help them clear this top floor, because he can kind of just push through with his shield, face check it a bit. It means they don't have to worry as much about drones. And that's worked out pretty well. I mean, they've wasted just over a minute, or used just over a minute to do so. And those defenders can't really contest that. So as you saw, Juicy's just going to drop back. And that does mean Okami have this vertical control. They only have 1 hard breacher though. So they're going to have to really decide which wall or which direction they want to push from. And they're going to have to stick with that.
And then they can get information as well. Juicy's been forced well and truly back now from this top floor. So, as you said, able to now get this vertical control, something that Knights struggled to achieve, especially then having a lot of time remaining. Still, minute and 10 seconds right now. Knights haven't panicked. They haven't really changed too much up. It's only really been Juicy on the move. It's only been Juicy that's been pressured. The X-Kairos are going to be successfully detonated, which was a bit tricky for Knights to achieve. So this is already a bit of a plus for Akami, but they've only got 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but that was a big impact though, because I think they were looking to maybe even use 3 of those X-Kairos to be able to let the Montaigne through, which is no longer the case. He has to go through a doorway now. That could really change the way that the Akami attack was playing out. They've got about 30 seconds here, and Ipistyle has found that opening pick. That's going to put them in a better position. It's all up to the Knights now in these anchor spots to be able to deny this entry and deny this plant from Akami.
But when you've got Ipistyle, you can always find an entryway in. Hayward at least makes it even. 4-4, but Jack Dad's going to hunt down Hayward, get that refrag. Took a little bit of time, but he got there in the end. 12 seconds remaining. Mangoes has got to make his way over to the bomb site now. Josh just holding. Back into the blue room. Mangoes just forced back. This is still 4 versus 2. 3 now to 2 as well, because Josh got Jack Dad. Can they get the diffuser down? Mangoes finally getting a bit of space and time to get the plant down. Josh, last one left. No, he's gone as well. And Akami, 1 attacking round is all it took to get their first attacking round win.
And a bit of a misplay from Josh, I think. Maybe he could have tried to work that a bit better as the timer was hitting 0. Gives him that extra time to move around and try and find the non-planting player, which was obviously not going to be the Montaigne. But either way, like you said, Akami have already put their first attack on the board. So now it's 5 rounds consecutively that the Knights have to get to force overtime. They have to be perfect from this point on, and that is 100% not what we've seen from the Knights so far. It has not been a perfect map by far from them.
No, I mean, I think you're being a bit kind there. It's been a bit of a disaster map considering it's been their map pick and already giving up an attacking round. If Knights could have been able to defend, I'd say the first 3 rounds really, get it back to 5-4, it just would have been an open field, anyone's game at that point. But now this match point is going to be hanging over your head. And in essence, Raven, it's a bit as it's almost as if it had been a 6-0 anyway in the first half, and Knights have only just now defended the first round. Like, that's essentially the storyline we can go with here. I would say this is even worse though, because Akami has already gotten an attacking round win and have shown the proficiency in doing that already. They only need 1 more, and with so many rounds sort of in their back pocket, I don't see now a way back for Knights. And how quickly the storyline can change. You know, it's 5-1. We're sitting there saying how Knights can easily come back in this game. And now at this point, I'm actually ready to count them out.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, because that Throne Armory defense wasn't great. Akami did a great job pulling it apart and getting in off the back of some big picks from Ipistyle. I mean, look at him, 14-1-3. He's having a day right now. And it's something that the Knights just have not been able to manage. I don't see them being able to manage it for 5 rounds in a row. It's really going to take maybe 2 or 3 consecutively if I was to be convinced. But yeah, I'm really leaning in the camp of this is probably going to be Okami's map. We might be seeing whether the Knights can bring it back on Villa.
Of course, Villa for Akami hasn't been easy going this season. Again, we sort of touched on the fact that it's a bit of a neutral map. Akami played it twice, lost it twice in the regular season, so they haven't actually found a win on Villa either. But so far, shaping up that their first time here on Theme Park this season of 6 Masters is going to be a win. Knights would have to pull a rabbit out of the hat and make a massive comeback. That's not going to be the way to do it. Ipistyle finds Josh. You know, immediately Hayward was right there though to get the remonstration refrag.
Yeah, this is potentially a mess here. Oh, Dino finally gets that down in the bathroom, but the Monty right up in the face. Downs him with the shield, and oh, it's all up to Juicy now. Xenox has fallen apart. It's a 1 versus 3, potentially 4 with Joker downed. And it looks like Plant is potentially going to come out in the cocaine room, but no, not just yet. Let's see what Juicy can muster up.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, I don't think Juicy's going to be able to muster up anything at all. Joker's going to get the diffuser down. Doesn't even get time to do so. 7-1. It's a stomp. It is really dirty in the end from Akami, and that's a dirty hole as well in the wall. 7-1 on Theme Park, and their first win on Theme Park this season of Six Masters.
Yep, pulled that one out of the back pocket, that's for sure. Was Pittsburgh Knights' pick, and it has not worked out at all. As you said, it was in fact quite the failure. 7-1 is a terrible scoreline to look at. And it's one thing to say, all right, boys, it didn't work out. Let's go to the next map. But it was their pick. They would have been pretty confident going in. And it also got absolutely thrown in their face at a 7-1. That's a little bit demoralizing.
I think that's majorly demoralizing when it's your own map pick. And considering, you know, the way that Pittsburgh kind of, you know, dumped Sinister out yesterday, they would have been riding the high, the momentum coming into this series. It's your map pick first up, you know. Man, yeah, 7-1. I've got to say, though, Raven, how different do you think this series might have been had Knights actually defended first and had a bit of time to defend? Do you think it changes really the result? I think all it does is probably just change the scoreline.
Yeah, I think it would have changed the scoreline, but the Okami proved that they actually were half decent at Theme Park, that's for sure. So I think it would have changed the scoreline a bit, but ultimately I think the result that would have happened still happened in that Okami got this map, and now they're going to be taking that 1-0 advantage coming into map 2.
Yeah, it certainly will. Map 2 is going to be on the other side of the break. It's Villa. Akami currently up 1-0.
Attackers drop the bomb. 5 seconds to go. Seconds left. Attacker spawn diffuser has been dropped. To go. 5 seconds to go. Attacker dropped diffuser. Bomb look. Bomb diffuser has been.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Well, Akam ended up just ripping straight through the Pittsburgh Knights on Theme Park 7-1 in the end. Raven, it was a one-sided show as we've ever seen it.
It really was. The Knights just never really were able to secure rounds. They started some of their attacks all right, but then they flopped away. And Akami really flexed in those attacks. They just got 2 in a row to close out the map, and it was all done.
In the end, we kind of digested a little bit and said, well, maybe if the Knights had started on defense, it could have been a different scoreline. But we both believe the result would have been the same. Akami just played so well on Theme Park. They were in control, both defense and offense. Now, as we head to Villa, it is also going to be Akami's map pick as well. And you keep saying that you want Knights to wake up.
I do. I want the Knights to wake up because I felt like there were just some really big mistakes that they were making on those attacks in particular. So if they can wake up, Villa's not that bad for them. They can take it to Akami, and then maybe we will get to see the third map.
One of the things that might wake them up is the fast speeds of the NMVM SSDs, the official sponsor of Six Masters. They are generously gifting 4 finalist teams their high range performance NVMe SSDs. Big thank you to the team at Samsung Australia for doing so. Don't forget, you guys at home can receive $148 cash back when purchasing select Samsung SSDs from participating resellers. For more information, you can use the !SSD Twitch command in chat. So there you go for you guys at home. But look, Raven, they got to wake up. They got to turn things around going into Villa. The map pick for Akami. Knights certainly aren't going to be favourites. So backs up against the wall here. Otherwise, they are going to be our third place finishers for Six Masters.
Yeah, and that's just going to be so disappointing for them if that's how it works out. Given how well they played against Sinister last night, for it to just crash and burn in such terrible fashion right now, I think that would be, bitterly disappointed. So I really feel like they are going to step it up on Villa here. They've shown time again that they can come back from some of these really poor maps and fight back in a strong success. So hopefully that is what we see.
Yeah, look, I'd like to see us go to 3 maps. I did say at the very beginning of the series during the pre-show, I was expecting us to go to all 3 maps in this matchup between Akami and Pittsburgh Knights. I don't think that's going to change my my prediction too much. I still think Knights can definitely win Villa. They can do that. Will they, on the other hand? I don't know. After that performance on Theme Park, I'm kind of wanting to change my prediction. I don't want to go back on it though, Raven, but they're making it hard. I need to see them wake up a bit, like you said, and show us something at the very beginning here on Villa. Like, they're going to come out firing, I think.
Absolutely, they do. They've got to show Okami some strength of their own, because otherwise Okami are going to run away with their sheer confidence, because they just absolutely manhandled them on map 1. Okami are going to be beaming going into map 2, given that is their map pick as well. It's up to the Knights to destabilize that.
Of course, we've been saying all along how close this series is going to be, and well, unfortunately, map 1 wasn't that close. You guys at home also had the same thought as us with the poll vote, 53% to 47%. Right now, the only thing that is correct with that poll vote is the fact that it's got Okami winning it, because right now they are winning this series. But obviously, looking at the percentages there, Raven, everyone at home thought it, and we thought it. This was going to be a lot closer. 7-1 on Theme Park maybe just changes the mind. I wouldn't mind seeing an updated poll vote. That'd be awesome to get everyone's thoughts now after that 7-1 on Theme Park.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be slightly more in favor of Okami, that's for sure. But look, I still believe that the Knights can bring this back. They've played well on Villa in the past. It's never been a particularly fruitful map for them, but they can play well on it. And Okami, it's not like they've excelled at Villa. It's not like it's an outstanding strong map for them. They've also had their struggles. They did all right against Wildcard on it, but at the end of the day, they haven't excelled at it. So there is an opening for the Knights. They just need to step up what they brought from map 1, because as we saw in the scoreline, it just was not good enough.
Well, I'm on the fence, and I'm not sure whether or not Pittsburgh's going to be able to get the job done on Villa. You thought as well we'd be going to 3 maps. Do you still think that? Do you think Knights are going to end up taking Villa here?
I don't know. I'm really feeling like Okami is probably going to run away with it. But I do just want to see how the Knights respond here. This is their opportunity to just write off what happened on map 1. If they come out strong, maybe they could surprise Okami, and then we could see it go to that 3rd map. But it's just about them waking up and starting out strong here, so that Okami don't get too ahead in terms of momentum and just confidence.
What do you think is going to be the difference maker here going into Villa that maybe wasn't the case on Theme Park? You know, verticality was certainly a big thing on Theme Park, will be once again here on Villa as well. Okami's defense was impenetrable. But Knights, if they bring a bit more of that aggression that we saw in their only attacking round win, is that the difference maker here on Villa?
That's definitely one factor. I really didn't feel like they were playing their game as much as they needed to in those attacks on Theme Park. I think another factor, though, that isn't going to be the play on Villa is the surprise factor maybe worked against them in that first map. They only played Theme Park for the first time publicly yesterday, and Okami hadn't. And so while they maybe thought they were catching Okami off guard, I think they caught themselves off guard, not exactly knowing what to be in for. Whereas that's different with Villa. They can see VODs for Okami. It's clear what's happened. If they've prepared for this map, it probably does make it a bit more even in terms of that preparation.
Looking at the Villa results that Okami have suffered so far in the regular season, 5-7 loss to Sinister, 7-8 loss to LFO. So, I mean, not really stomps, right? Not really entirely one-sided results, especially a 7-8. And that was a long time ago. That was played a 3 for Okami. So while they had, and one of those they actually picked it. I'm not sure exactly which one it was, but they did pick it. So they've picked it once, played it twice, but both lost, you know, unfortunately. Whereas for Pittsburgh Knights, they banned it twice, they've lost it once, never picked it, so certainly not going to be as comfortable on it. Although, to be fair, that was the one time they played it was a 5-7 loss to Wildcard, right? So 5-7 loss to Wildcard's not that bad, especially on a map that you haven't really played much of.
And that's what that's the Okami Wildcard scoreline was on Villa as well, just yesterday, I believe. So I think it's possible. One thing that worries me is if we run it back more than 6 Masters, which may be a little outdated, but Okami did beat Fnatic on this map 7-3 at the end of Pro League Season 11, which wasn't too long ago. It was a couple of months, but it's still recent enough where that can be a bit worrying. You know that Okami can really pull out some strong stuff on Villa. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what Knights do we see playing on this second map.
Certainly saw a lot more Villa from Akami in the Pro League than we have in Six Masters, and much better results as well for that. So I guess it does come down to sort of how far back do you want to go, Raven, really, and say, well, they're very recent results, not great, but if you just go a little bit further, good results.
Yeah, and the thing that makes me usually hesitant to do that is roster changes, but Okami is one of the very few teams that haven't really done anything with their roster in between Pro League and Six Masters. So that gives me a little bit of that, I guess you'd say, hope that those results still count, or faith that those results still count a bit. But things have changed within the game, things have changed within their opponents. It's hard to say. Again, I really just think Okami are going to come strong on Villa no matter what. It's more about what wall do they come up against. Is it what they came up against on Theme Park, which they'll probably just step right over? Or are they going to be coming against some reinforcement where it's actually a tough fight for them?
And then obviously, if Knights can somehow get over the top of Akami on Villa, Cafe will then be our deciding match. At that point, if it does get to that point, I'm back to that 50-50 coin flip, right? So in a way, it's so difficult to predict who's going to win this series. A lot of it just comes down to now, how do Knights get started on Villa? Start slow, and I'd probably say that'll finish fast then. But for Akami, it's interesting. Do we know actually who's attacking or defending first yet? I don't know if we have that information.
I don't think so. I don't have it written down if we do. But regardless...
Okay, well, if you're Knights though, right, they attacked first on Theme Park. A bit of debate. Some teams probably like attacking first because you can sort of just, play your style. You can try and get the match on your terms. But at other times, I guess depending a bit more on the map, you might want to defend first. I think Theme Park's probably one of those maps where you'd probably rather defend first.
Yeah, I think I agree, because it's good to get momentum under your belt on a map like Theme Park. Villa is probably not as prone to things like that. Villa used to be that way, but more often than not lately, attacks have been doing a lot better, and it's a little bit more balanced in terms of how things play out. So even if the Knights do start on attack again on Villa, I think the lessons they've learned from Theme Park, as long as they did learn them, they'll be able to bring through to Villa and start strong.
Start strong is exactly what Pittsburgh Knights need to do up against Akami. They're down 1-0 at the moment in the series after losing Theme Park. They need to turn it around, and they need to turn it around right now. Have fun. Good luck, but probably not good luck. Not too much good luck anyway, as it is. We go to the bear phase now, and well, this is back up against the wall time for Knights. For Akami, certainly a stress-free map for them. They've had technically the better results if we go back a little bit further. This is their map pick. Everything is shaping up for this to be an Akami, I don't know, 7-3.
Feels like it's probably going to be that scoreline. But again, I'm still a little hesitant. I just want to see how the Knights really start on this map, or how they play this map out. Because if they do wake up and they start playing a bit more of their game, we might see a good contest. And something that is going to help is that Jaeger ban. We talked a lot about Ippistyle and his impact in that first map and in general. The last time the Jaeger ban happened against Okami was done by Wildcard. That was the final play week of Six Masters, and boy oh boy did Wildcard absolutely body Okami.
To be fair to Akami, unfortunately for them, Knights is not Wildcard. That's a relief for them. But that's, well, to be fair though, also, if Akami do win this, then Wildcard's up next, right? So it'll be shortly relieved. Thinking about that though, if you're Akami, is there even a semblance that's kind of looking a bit beyond this? I know really the answer should be they've got all their focus on this right now, and that should be the answer. But in the back of your mind, knowing that Wildcards is up next, is there anything that you want to just keep hidden that maybe gives you an advantage up against Wildcard?
Yeah, that's a tough one to think about, because you will obviously have to think about whether you want to keep a map secret or hidden until the next series. And being a best of 5, it's hard to hide from most maps in that. You're going to be playing a lot of them. So probably not really. I think the mindset for Akami would just be, hey, let's focus on doing our best and just winning this. Potentially as quick as possible might be the mindset, so they get a bit of an extra break or a bit of extra time to think about attacking Wildcard or coming up against Wildcard. And then in terms of the maps, Wildcard has shown quite a lot. Okami has shown quite a lot now. I think the preparation is going to be somewhat even, other than the fact Wildcard will be watching this quite keenly right now and just taking notes on the Okami we're seeing today.
Well, things like theme park, for instance, right? Like whether or not that has been something they've had in the back pocket for a while, or if that's just a recent thing where they were going to be comfortable. Like in their heads the whole time, maybe they're sitting there like, hey, go and take us to theme park. We don't care. We're ready to go. That's come out sort of just one series early, maybe. That could have been something they took to Wildcard, for instance. Like, so there's that, but then there's also the fact that, as you mentioned, the quicker the matches end and these maps end is definitely going to be better for Okami, because it means they're showing less as well.
Absolutely. So maybe they will come out of the gate strong. I'm interested about the impact of this Jaeger ban. We did see Ibisal. He was the last operator locked in, and he also 6-picked. So that can show that maybe the comms are a bit, what do I play now? How do we fit it in? He would have 100% been looking that Jaeger otherwise. So that little bit of uncertainty can just change things up a little bit, can create enough destabilization to give you an early advantage. And speaking of early advantage, Cutie's been tagged really heavy with some pre-fires here. Almost Knights getting that opening kill.
Juicy on the line. Don't really see it too much outside of, say, maps like Coastline, for instance. You can kind of see the effectiveness for it here on Villa. A lot of moving around. See if Juicy's able to catch anyone with the E1D. Has 2 more charges. Used one pretty early on, in fact, like the 2-minute mark. Don't tend to see it used that early, I'd imagine.
Depends on the purpose of the line. You could use it to lock roamers or somebody that's trying to play in a very aggressive offside position. Mangoes is actually going to open it up for Okami, but Dino trades back. And importantly, that is Ibisal off the board. So he's not going to be able to par his impact just yet. And it's not a bad start from the Knights here. They've obtained some good map control. The fact that Dino is here on main stairs with a minute to go is quite strong.
Those goo mines are still up, though, even with Ibisal now absent. So even if he's not fragging out, those goo mines will still just buy a little time, be a bit of a pest, annoyance, as Dino now makes his way up main stairs. 58 seconds, and the final EE1D charge will go out from Juicy. That's going to allow him to propel in. To his left of this opened up wall, there is a target close by. In fact, for the most part, Okami is sitting on site here. So far, this is not bad from Knights. 4-4, a lot of tagged up members of Okami as well. Spray from Juicy, not ideal. Now his position's being given away. There's a player prone just near the pool table as well. The fact that Juicy hasn't found anyone's not ideal, but Dino does find 2, finds 3! A triple kill for Dino! Joker gets 1 back, but he's still got 3 more to deal with in 25 seconds. There's not a lot of time. This is much better from Knights, a lot more clean than their performance on Theme Park so far here in the first round of Villa.
They know exactly where Joker is with 15 seconds to go. Strider is going to start sticking the plant. Bullets come in the direction of Joker as he enters into Aviator. He's going to start progressing closer to that diffuser to try and take these gunfights. But the Knights are playing great post-plant positions here. This C4 could be devastating, though. Reaches over, gets Dino. He was the impact player. Now he's got 2 more to find with 30 seconds of the timer left.
Surely this doesn't fall away for Knights. This would be disastrous. A horrible, demoralizing start if they lose this round to Joker. Fakes it, and then expects the push, and Knights will respond. Strider in style. Knights off the board early. They've heard the call, Raven. They've woken up.
In particular, Dino's woken up. He had a huge round for the Knights just then. I'm pretty sure it actually ended up being a 4K. He was on for the ace. So that's a good start. And it's like we were talking about, so important for them to start like that, just to stop the momentum and confidence from Okami. They would have been beaming coming into round 1. And that was quite strong from the Knights now.
I think you're right as well. I believe that Dino got a kill early on in the piece, but it was a triple kill in quick succession on the bomb site that really mattered the most. And that was the difference maker in favor of the Knights. They've woken up a bit here on Villa. Long way to go. Still time for Okami to shuffle the deck chairs a bit. Obviously now over to Staten Trophy on defense here on Villa. I'd say even for Okami, 3-3 is a fine defense. I don't think that would be too demoralizing. Villa's a lot more open to attack for comparison to Theme Park, for instance, Raven. So they don't need anything crazy like 4-2 or 5-1.
With you on that one. I think the most important thing is just more at the moment about either Okami pushing Knights further into their box or the Knights getting out of that box. I think that is the real key about this first half. If the Knights can just stay toe-to-toe, it will give them that belief and some more confidence back in themselves after the absolute smacking we saw in Theme Park. And again, on the flip side of that, it just quells some of Okami's confidence and their momentum. It keeps things grounded, and that's where we'll see a great contest.
Knights are going to give it everything they've got. Want to send this one to Cafe, best of 3, of course. That would be the deciding map if you just joined us. It was 7-1 to Okami on the first map of Theme Park. And another early EE1D charge is out from Juicy. Very similar to that first round. Allows Josh to push in now onto this first floor through Living. To start roaming around, being just below, can clear out a lot of these Valkyrie cameras as well from Ippy Style. This is, again, another decent start from Knights. They look like they are more comfortable here on Villa, and it's not even their map pick.
And that was always the danger that I thought of with Okami choosing this as their map pick, is it's not like it's a terrible map for the Knights or a really big weakness to theirs. And on the flip side of that too, it's not like it's a bigger strength for Okami. So this is a bit of a risky map pick. It's hard to say exactly how that's going to play out, but right now it's looking good for the Knights. Josh in particular, he had a really big map 3 last night, and that was very instrumental in Knights taking the series. So if he can also really step it up here and get some confidence, I think that is going to really be the danger card for Okami.
Minute 35 seconds remaining here for round 2. Okami just look a little bit on the back foot right now. C4 is not going to hit its mark. Juicy gets away, repels back up. Still has 2 charges of the E1D as well. They're not too far away from the bomb site. This is really good for Knights, and just around on the red stairs. It's a nice opening frag for Ippy Style onto Hayward. It felt like Hayward should have been probably winning that 1v1 there on the stairs.
Yeah, he got the pre-fire on it as well, and they've just jumped straight through into a crossfire in the bathroom. Knights, they started well, but it's fallen apart. Just really sloppy here. And that's an aggressive peek from Dino. He really is on fire. He's happy just to swing. Ippy Style off the board now. Makes it a 3 versus 4.
Got him.
What? Nope, not quite. In fact, missed completely.
Oh, the second he picked up those stairs, though, he had a shotgun with his name on it from Jack Dad. Well, it didn't. I don't think it missed completely. Did it? I thought it tagged him just a little bit at least, but it looked like it was going to connect a bit more than it really did, obviously, in the end. But the shotgun connects the rest of the way, and, well, Okami should tie things up 1-1 now. 27 seconds. Not a lot Strider is going to be able to achieve here in a 1 versus 3. Does have the diffuser, and he's close to the bomb site, but would take a miraculous approach to get the win here for Knights.
Unfortunately for him, he's walking straight in towards a shotgun. There's a shotgun waiting for him around this corner. And there it is, right to the face. Okami get the next round. Bit better from them, and not as strong from the Knights, quite obviously.
Well, you say that, but I still thought the Knights started well. Hayward wins that 1v1 with Ippy Style. That whole round could have gone in a different direction, even if Ippy Style didn't last too much longer than that. But a bit of dining and kitchen, Knights certainly have woken up, I think, still, as they are definitely performing and playing better than they did on Theme Park. Even though they didn't win that round and it wasn't really that close, still started well, still showing good signs.
Definitely good signs. And on the topic of Hayward, he was one of the players that was missing for a lot of the series last night against Sinister. And he didn't play well on Theme Park either, so he really needs to be getting his head into this game. Missing gunfights like he did against Ippy Style, like you said, that could have changed how that round played out. Just a simple engagement. But time for him to step it up, especially if he's going to be playing the role and the operator like an Ash.
Well, so far it's Dino who's got 90% of the kills for Knights in the first 2 rounds, 6 out of 7. Performing exceptionally well here on Villa so far. Of course, the 4K in the opening round proving to be the most vital point of that. As for Okami, though, pretty much a spread of kills and a spread of performances so far as a team. It hasn't been just the Ippy Style show, dating back to Theme Park as well. He had some good opening frags, some good moments, but for the most part, it's been a team effort that has them in the lead in this series right now, 1-0, and all tied up on Villa 1-1.
Juicy onto the Blackbeard. I mean, we don't see that picked a whole lot in competitive play these days. Some teams will pull it out now and then, so we'll see whether that really does work out for the Knights. We'll help Juicy take some gunfights or hold flank, hold angles. We're going to try and push straight in towards Living Library there. There's a player there, that's the Mozzie, Ippy style. He's moving around all different kinds of operators. In fact, he's played 3 different operators now, given that his Comfort of Jaeger has been banned.
Jacked out on the pulse. Was banned out on Theme Park, and he's still an exceptional operator here for Villa. Juicy now making his way in with the Blackbeard. As I said, don't see it too often. I know it's definitely the first time I've seen it, Raven, for myself. So definitely a rare sight. As you said, we'll see how that one plays out for Knights. May end up being a difference maker. That shield can win you fights. Juicy does, in fact, get the opening frag on a Ippy style. Maybe just catching him off guard, not expecting him to just push through like that.
Yeah, he wasn't looking in that direction, so even shield or not, that was always going to be Juicy's gunfight to win. So this is a much better start from the Knights. They've still got half the round to go, and that's good map control to have just right adjacent to the kitchen. Really enable that push through China. Mangoes has now trapped himself in that closet. He's going to get out of there before he is fully trapped. Drops down the hatch just in the nick of time too. Strider pushing at that window. And this is the Knights also obtaining vertical control. Josh gets another pick. It's looking good for them so far in this round.
Yeah, really good mix of control, but with a slight bit of pace as well. It's like controlled aggression from the Knights. Still a minute remaining. They found 2 picks. They're getting good verticality control, as you said. Close to the site too. Joker's holding close by though. Shotgun could be the difference maker. Jack that's still on the pulse as well. Can change things quickly. So Knights are going to be careful. Unless they just slow their approach at the last second. Joker still has a C4 in hand as well. I'd imagine I think Jack Dad should as well. There's a C4 from Jack Dad, in fact, but it's not going to find the target, or is it? It does get, I think, the injure onto Strider. Joker holding up close, though. He has got immediate pressure right in front of him. 20 seconds time. Nice control from Joker. Gets Juicy. Dino's down as well. Strider's brought back up. It's a 3 versus 3 with 15 seconds to go. And all of a sudden, time is running out for Knights. Akami has brought this one right back up close. Jack down, immediately eliminated by Hayward. Strider finds a second one onto Mangoes, and a 1 versus 2 now. Joker gets one more to go. No, face plants the wall. Knights win the round. I almost lost it at the last second, Raven, but in the end, they do complete it, and they do take a 2-1 lead.
That was a good shot from Strider through that gap too. That mute was almost at the reinforcement, and that would have spelled the end of the round. Knights do hang on. You're right, that really was close to slipping away. Good anchor spots, and well shot from Okami on site. But the Knights skip forward. They're up 2-1 in their attack half so far. It's a much better map from them compared to Theme Park. And they are taking it up to Okami, and that is what we need to see out of this first half to start to believe that maybe this contest is back on.
Well, I think the contest is back on already after what I've seen just after the first 3 rounds. The way Knights are playing, getting reward for their effort as well, and just puts the doubt into the minds of Akami. Scoreboard pressure is a real thing. Knights get 3 or so attacking rounds, and then Akami then know they have to do it themselves. Otherwise, we will be heading to Cafe. So it just puts that little bit of pressure back onto Akami. Still, for the most part, of course, Knights, recall all the way back, Raven, is that they've had a free shot at these playoffs. Everything hit. They weren't supposed to be here. So everything is just a free go at it. It's all just a bonus. Everything from here is a bonus.
And that helps a lot coming into matches like this, to be able to stay stabilized with your mindset. Losing that first map, I feel like the Knights have been able to shrug that off pretty well. And that's something that they've generally been able to do in the past, in like the regular season, for example. Whereas Okami, they're riding massive expectations coming into this. Like I said, in the pre-show, Centis, their coach, said that they were the easy 2-0 whoever they faced today. And if that doesn't eventuate, even if they lose this map, you have to feel like that adds that pressure going into map 3. And that's going to be much more on the side of Okami than the Knights.
Definitely feels like the way that Six Masters playoffs is shaping up, it's kind of this battle for second right now between Okami and Knights. Wildcard's going to be the Goliath to try and take down these two of the Davids. They're going toe-to-toe for that honor. Ippistyle taking actually quite a brunt of the damage, even with the clash next to him for Mangoes. Throws out another Goobline, at the very least, and have that still on the field if Ippistyle does get taken out. Dino did take a lot of damage too, though, as well. 2 minutes remaining here, round 4. Knights have looked good. And if we had Villa first up as our first map, we'd be thinking they could end up being the favorites then. Of course, we've had Theme Park play out, though. We know a bit more of the storyline. It's Knights that are up against it, but are responding well here in Villa.
And they're really trying to hard push this clash on the stairs, which I'm not sure is the play. It's burnt up so much time. Half the round, in fact. And most importantly, Dino is one shot, essentially. He's been the impact player for the Knights. And he is so low on HP, he's not going to be able to take comfortable or effective engagements.
Bomb located by attackers.
Josh up close, just trying to deal with this clash. They've committed to it. At this point, you can't really change their path. Hayward somehow gets upstairs, though. Takes out Ippistyle. Still not able to get Mangoes, though. Oh, Jack Dad, though, just falls in front of Clash as well. 3-4. Knights are coming out on top. This is paying dividends right now that they stuck with their game plan. While they haven't got Mangoes, they got those around him.
I mean, how cinematic was that? Just watching Mangoes move back and seeing his teammates just all die in front of him. Not able to do much about it, but just retreat. Does get the Knights in a pretty good position. 3 versus 3 with just under 40 seconds to go. But 2 of the Knights are tagged up, whereas Okami full HP. That's going to help them coming into these final engagements. Mangoes, though, he has a shield in his face. It's not as effective as his other 2 teammates.
Dino's got some gas in his face. Cutie gets that elimination. Now 2v2, those Mangoes finally. This is feeling like it's taken about 2 minutes, but he's finally gone. C4 into the gas. It's perfect from Joker. Hole in one onto Strider. Josh, half health, last one. Nice headshot onto Cutie, but immediately sat down as he went to come through the vault door, and that will be the round win for Okami. They're tied back up 2-2.
Oh, I thought Josh might have almost had that, but he just rode the momentum a bit too much, just trying to insta-swing through vault after clearing out Cutie. Ended up being his demise. Another really close round. This has been very tight, and scoreboard reflects that. It's 2-2.
One thing that didn't happen too much on Theme Park was Ippistyle going down early on in rounds. So far already on Villa, he's been the opening death twice now, losing arguably your best player or thereabouts, and someone who makes typically a lot of impact plays. Is not ideal for Okami. Yet they're sticking with the fact that it's 2-2. They're still doing well. And it just feels like if Ippistyle can start, roaming around, finding kills, being that aggressive player that he usually is, that could be the turning point that puts this series right back on the path for Okami.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
It's a great point. I mean, he's changing operators constantly. Now he's onto the dock. Clearly not finding comfort on anything. And as you said, he hasn't been able to get in the game. In fact, he's 1, 2, and 4, which for a player like him is showing that it's not really working out well. So it's a great ban from the Knights. I feel like that's worked. But what is the unfortunate side effect of that is most teams will ban the clash against Okami on Villa. And you see why now after that previous round. What a pain to deal with. It took a long time. Knights ended up coping with it okay. But I think it really just derailed a lot of that early round progress that they were looking for.
Definitely bought a lot of time, and even if in the end, like with about a minute to go, they still found the kills onto Jack Dad, Ippistyle, they hadn't quite got Mangoes. It does feel as if they had have been able to get that clash off the board pushing forward as well, then it would have been like a 3 or a 4 versus 2. Regardless, I think Knights would have been able to win the round, but Mangoes was able to stay alive just that little bit longer and continue to just make it difficult, make life difficult for Knights, even then onto the bomb site. So credit to Mangoes, the clash play works. They get it back to 2-2, round 5 now, and it's certainly a map. It's Knights trying to make this a series as well now.
Oh, Cutie though, that's a big C4 onto Juicy. That's the Blackbeard, and Cutie gets another onto Josh. This is a great start from Okami. A poor one from the Knights, maybe getting a little bit too confident, a little bit overzealous, pushing that hallway. Cutie also has a shield in his face, very comfortable. Two big picks there. Juicy on the Blackbeard, and Josh, who was getting some big picks in the previous rounds.
Kami have had their fair share of opening frags here on Villa, but this feels like the first time out of the 4 or 5 rounds that we've played that they've got a significant advantage over Knights. Knights haven't been able to refrag at all. Cutie takes out Strider. He's got 3 now. All 3 members, and Dino is a whisper away from being eliminated. Cutie has to fall back. The Vulcan shield explodes. They went up main stairs now, looking down into the classical hall corridor. Dino with the diffuser in hand, but the round is surely lost from here. 2 versus 5. Dino with basically no health, and Hayward's also lost about 25%. Ippy gets one more. This could be a flawless round for Okami.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fail there from the Knights on that push. Not sure whether they just weren't able to get the drones through thanks to the mute jammer placements, or deciding to really push into the brunt of it. But either way, it clearly hasn't worked out. Hayward's going to completely rotate to the other side of the map. Potentially catch this castle off guard here on the Astro stairs, but no, Mango seems quite aware that someone's entered this side of the map, and he's going to hold this corner with that super shorty.
I think Mangoes is going to find his 5th kill of the game. Perfectly timed, flawless round for Okami. In the 5th round, 1 more to go for the half.
That was a good one from them. That was their best round by far on Villa, and on the other hand, the worst by Knights. I really felt like they just strangely pushed right into that trap. Cutie was in such a good spot with that shield. He could sit behind there all day and peek up and shoot out. Of course, he had that C4, which made an impact. Knights really needed to think about how they would clear that shield first before really trying to push it. The poor timing from them. They can clean this up, though, and they managed to get it to be a 3-3 half. They're still very much in this. Like we said, it's not as big of a deal, this whole attacker-defender tussle on Villa compared to Theme Park.
4-2, though, would be a really good half for Okami, and it would just put doubt into the minds of Pittsburgh. They can tie it up 3-3 at the half. I think both teams then would feel pretty happy. Certainly would be probably fair for both teams as well, 3-3, because Knights have played a lot better here on Villa. They've deserved a bit of success. To go down 4-2 would feel a little bit heartbreaking for them. You'd start to think the morale might dip a little bit, considering they would then have to now come back on Villa as well. Coming all the way back from a tough situation on Villa, having to win the map, then having to do it all again on Cafe. It is a long journey ahead of them. They can make sure that that journey doesn't be too long. They can just stick with Okami here. Tie it up 3-3, switch halves.
Yeah, really important they do stay in touch there, because we talked about it a lot. Maintaining their momentum themselves, or maintaining their own confidence, but also keeping it at bay on the side of Okami. If after all this, the Knights stepping it up a bit here on Villa, Okami managed to take a 4-2 half and go into their attacks with their own level of confidence, I think that could be very detrimental. So really important round right now for the Knights. They've got to get this one. Last time they attacked Kitchen Dining, they did get it. It was generally a good attack, but it was that round that almost fell apart right at the end there in that Dining.
It was sloppy towards the end, but a win's a win, really. And it doesn't matter if it's sloppy or if it's clean, if it's a flawless round. You just take the round win as you can get them, especially with the way that Knights have been sort of playing so far today. Not as clean as they would like.
Pinch trying to come out here into this main hall. Mozzie right at the doorway. He's getting aggressive onto the Blackbeard. Shield saving Juicy right there. Tags up Ippy half HP. That meant that Juicy, in fact, didn't even lose an ounce of HP, even though bullets came in his direction. That's the benefit of Blackbeard. And he's still got another shield in the pocket. On top of that, they've cleared out Living and Library. They can take that map control. Again, adjacent to site. Joker, though, gets a nice C4 onto Hayward. The Ash off the board and 4 versus 4 now.
Bit of an up and down sort of round so far. Cute little jumping drone does get squashed like a bug, although Cutie also going to get squashed like a bug from Dino. And then the immediate refrag to come out from Ippy Style, who's just turning it on right now on Villa.
Bomb located by attackers.
Josh on the move through Memorial. Minute remaining left on the clock. This is not going to be as clean as it was last time on Kitchen Dining. Oh, spread through the walls pretty good. Is it going to be able to get the elimination? Not quite just yet. That will do it, though, from Josh onto Joker. 2-3 now in favor of Knights. Ippy Style and Jack Dad have got their work cut out for them. It's a triple kill for Dino. Jack Dad's in a 1v3 scenario here on Dining. Should be able to get at least down to a 1 versus 2, but that's all it will be. Knights win the round again on Kitchen Dining. They even up the half, 3-3.
Ended up being quite a good attack from the Knights there. Really looking at what Okami were doing and rotating around that to make it work. I loved the push straight in through Memorial. On top of that, it was very Knights-like. They identified it and they exploded onto it. Josh just went straight up through Secret Painting, in through the Bite Cage in a Memorial, and he just went. And they took control of that Dining so fast that Okami, they struggled to rebound. And that's how the Knights got that man advantage so strongly. 3-3 half. I think that's a great sign for the Knights now as they move into their defenses.
Certainly agree with you. 3-3 is, I think it's still fine for both teams, but the fact is Knights kind of do feel like they've got a slightly higher upper hand advantage. Slightly at that, though, not massive. And, well, if Kami can find an attacking round early on, it may just be enough to at least a minimum send it to overtime later on. We may have ourselves like an 8-7 coming up here on Villa. I'd say in the pre-show that we're expecting a lot of 50-50 moments. We're expecting the maps as a whole to be quite 50-50, coin flip sort of series. And while Theme Park didn't play out that way, right now Villa certainly is shaping up to be how we predicted it to go.
He's producing quite the banger at the moment. See whether it continues. Talked also in the pre-show about past results, and I mentioned that Okami had a 7-3 victory against Fnatic towards the end of the Pro League Season 11. You know what? If memory serves me right, I'm quite sure that was a 3-3 half on Okami defense, and as they went into their attacks, they just ran over the top of Fnatic. It's something that Fnatic weren't ready for, with some of the aggression that Okami brought. I sure hope the Knights have watched that match back, because it feels like that could be a great lesson for this exact scenario.
You certainly don't want to just get too caught up in playing defense and allowing the attacking team to do as they please, get their style of play situated. You want to make sure that you're still on the front foot. You're still making life difficult for Okami, even though you've switched sides now. If you just sit back and let them come at you, they'll probably find kills, just as Cutie does onto Juicy right now. 2 minutes to go, a lot of time, and it's a 5v4 advantage to Okami.
That is not a great one to lose at the start. It's the smoke, obviously, with great late round utility. Losing that in the first minute is really a poor position to be in. So the Knights already on that back foot, giving Okami that successful entry. They're trying to bait out this peak. They seem very much aware somebody is in Master, but he's not going to buy it. And Dino's retaken 90, which is where Juicy was fragged out from. So this could be deadly if Okami have tabs on these positions.
Minute and a half remaining. First attacking round for Okami. So far, so good. Long way to go, but as you said, a lot of that late game utility from the smoke no longer going to be available. C4 from Hayward, is it on point? No, not quite. Misses entirely, in fact. So even more utility for Knights has gone wasted here with little gained from it. Okami, yeah, like they're in the driver's seat here for this round 7 attack, for their first attack. But as I say that, Hayward, at the very least, equals up the disadvantage now 4-4. That losing Cutie. Next, Kairos will go out for Mangoes. The push is going to come soon, at least within the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, you brought up the wasted utility as well. On top of the fact that it was just a wasted C4 in general, it's denial utility, which they lack severely with the smoke off the board. So that really could come back to haunt them as Ippistyle is haunting them, getting a great pick. And Mangoes is getting the plant down. So Kami starting really strong with these attacks.
User is planted 3 versus 2. Strider finds 1. Can Josh find a second one? Yes, he can. Now it's down to a 2 versus 2. 1 behind the bar. Joker almost close to full health. Jack Dad gets Strider though. Big opportunity for Josh in a 1 versus 2. The intro onto Jack Dad is successful. Does he just go for the immediate defuse? Apparently he is. He's not even going to fake it. He will stick it. Never mind. Now he gets off of it. Expecting the push. Well played from Josh. The triple kill and the clutch saving round for Knights. And they'll get it to a 4-3 advantage. They win their first defense.
Defenders win.
That's big from Josh, because not only is it, of course, just a simple, or not a simple, but a clutch, but the anti-momentum. Okami had such a good attack. They exploded through the site. They were getting that plant down and was still significant time on the clock. But the retake was great from Josh in particular. Played it beautifully. And now the Knights are going to take the lead. They're up 4-3. So I think that is quite a significant effect that it can have on the way maybe this half might play out.
I really thought for a second he was going to stick it the entire way, Josh, knowing that he had the time to do so. Ended up, I think it was about 3-4 seconds left, gets off the diffuser. That's a big play, expecting to be sort of ran at, and was correct in his assumption. Just overall played that entire situation, start to finish, to perfection. Well played. Knights have shown up really well here on Villa. And it's just starting to feel like they deserve a sort of second chance over on Cafe as well to still potentially move on to the grand final. And if it does go to Cafe, Kami will no longer be in the driver's seat. They're up 1-0 at the moment, but is Villa going to slip away from them?
The Knights can keep this up, but of course, what a great clutch it was, but pretty sloppy most of the round, to be honest, from the Knights to even let it get to that situation. We'll need to tighten it up, and again, just be ready for that aggression from Okami. They are not afraid to accelerate in the mid rounds that you see from a lot of teams happening in that final 30 seconds. Okami are a team that can pull that out with 60, 40 seconds to go, sometimes even earlier. You have to be on your toes, you have to be ready to take those gunfights and take good early engagements. That engagement could have really gone against the Knights there in Mudroom. No shots happening, but here it is. Cutie takes out Dino. Big player to lose early.
Cutie has been immense so far on Villa with opening frags. 3, in fact, so far around. 1 on their defense, now 2 on the attacking side for Okami. We'll see if they're able to actually capitalize on this, though, because in the previous round, Raven, they weren't able to make too much use of it. Knights ended up coming back, and when the going got tough, they were able to equal it up to 4-4 when it actually mattered. Like right now, it's a 5-4 advantage, but you can't really utilize that advantage right now.
Not right now. The Knights have all taken up a lot of positionings here on the south side as the main push from Okami is coming in that master bedroom direction. Isn't too difficult for the defense to be able to wait it out on. Well, that drone has heard that castle, and it's going to be spotted out in the end. Going to make an effect. These defense positions can just be held. They don't have to get aggressive into master or bathroom. It's the onus is still on Okami to make a lot happen to be able to get this round in a position where they plant or frag it out for the win.
And of course, if Knights can get sort of a frag as Okami start to push in, it makes it 4-4, makes it pretty even at that point. Hayward was able to do so in the last round. Can he do so again defending Astro? He knows he's got 2 pushing in towards him. Sees the shots coming through the doorways, but he's expecting 1 to push through the window at the same time. Expecting them to want to push in together. So I think Hayward actually played that very well. Moves back, and it's a good position behind the desk, and it is successful. Hayward takes out Mangoes. He's got the diffuser stuck in that doorway. Knights should very well win the round off this now and potentially take a 5-3 advantage. Joker, Jack Dad, and Ippistyle have got a lot of work to do with not much time.
That motion sensor being a pain there for Ippistyle. So well played from Hayward. He's going to get picked from below, though. That's well played. And now there's 3 Okami players stacking up on Astro. It's up to the Knights to rotate and getting ready to repel this.
19 seconds remaining, pushing into Astro, just trying to pick up the diffuser. Jack Dad's now got it. 15 seconds left. Juicy prone, but immediately sat down by Ippy. Is now up to 2 kills in a row in quick succession. Ippy's just leading the way for Jack Dad to put that diffuser down. He starts the process now. Triple kill for Ippy, but Josh will shoot him. Will shut him down. 1 second left. 1v1. Josh has done clutch things already so far on Villa. Can he do it again? Jack Dad goes below. With the IQ, he can see exactly where he's going to be. Josh moves out of the way from the pistol, though. 33 seconds remaining. And it's a clutch again. Josh, triple kill. It's almost a repeat of what we saw before, Raven. Knights will go up 5-3. What an amazing round.
Amazing is a great way to say it, Xenox, because far out, Josh, that's 2 rounds in a row with a 3K clutch to disable the plant. Huge for the Knights. He is dragging them through the mud right now, and they have got themselves a good scoreboard advantage for the first time in the series. 5-3. Only a round away from at least forcing overtime.
3 round wins in a row. 2 rounds in a row though, where QD found the opening frag and Josh was able to get a triple kill, clutch the stable save. It felt like Ippy was doing it all though for Akami towards the end of that round. Josh was able to shut him down and then moved forward, took out Jack Dad, and just incredible plays from both, I guess, you know, really Ippy and Josh for their respective teams.
I feel like, I'm sorry, Akami, but I feel like I conjured the man. I talked about in the first round, Josh having a huge map 3 that got Knights the series last night against Sinister. And here he is just absolutely stepping it up for the Knights. And they are looking pretty good right now. And that's a bit of a danger for Akami. And it's not like Akami have been playing terrible. That attack was pretty decent. Like you said, Ippy was really getting it done. But the Knights are making it happen in the end, and that means they've got this round advantage.
If they can take this next round, they'll have match point as well, potentially sending us to Cafe. It's those 50-50 battles though, Raven, right? We actually bring it back to Theme Park. I brought it up and I said, well, to be fair to the Knights, I know it was 7-1, but there were a couple of rounds that just didn't quite go their way. Those 50-50 coin flips all went the way of Akami. It feels like now, on Villa, it's the opposite effect. Now it's actually the Knights are winning these 50-50s. They're coming up in the clutch moments. It could very easily be 5-3 in favor of Akami, right? Just in terms of playstyle and the way these rounds are played out. And we'd be saying that the series is almost over, but because Knights were able to come up clutch, and specifically, it's Josh who's been able to come up clutch, they're up 5-3, and they're close to match point.
Time for Akami to answer back here and just stop some of that momentum, stunt the confidence that is now building in the Knights, and particularly Josh. I mean, you got to stop that man, because if he's still alive, always going to be a threat. And one thing that's going to be important for the Knights to continue this is to not be losing these opening picks, because even those last 2 rounds had the opening death, and they were big picks, losing the smoke in round 1 of this half, and losing Dino in particular in that previous round. It's all adding up to affect how it plays out.
In 50 seconds, do Akami just slow things down a little bit? Well, now they've got no choice. Hayward will get Cutie. And for the first time in this second half, it will be Knights who find the opening frag. May that, though, be sort of the curse that could be put upon them. Juicy being aggressive around the corner, and Trophy just falls back through the skylight. Knights just seem in control, but it's Ippy who answers back. 4-4.
Juicy just trying to make too much happen, trying to get a C4 down. I liked the thought process, but it was a bit too aggressive given that Akami already had map control in Astro. Hayward's going to think twice about going up that stairwell. Joker hitting a couple of shots onto the arms, but not a whole lot of HP taken off. With a minute to go, Akami have really good map control now. They've got this verticality they can use and abuse against the Knights. Start setting themselves up, and the Knights are going to have to start digging in deep. And oh, that Pulse has gone for a run in the wrong direction.
Strider. Yeah, that's a very aggressive positioning to be running out like that and then sort of just looking both ways. Credit, whenever you cross the road, look both ways. But in that case, Strider, you've got to probably be a little bit more certain with where you're going. And this round has just thoroughly slipped away from Knights. I said the opening frag is a Curse Raven. It's shaping up to be that way. 4-2. Nakami are answering back the challenge.
Yeah, but I'm going to gas it up early. Josh is still alive, Xenox, so it's still not done. That's what Akami's got to do. And Hayward's got something else to say. Josh taken off, though. Does make it a 3 versus 1, all up to Hayward. Akami have some control. The timing there doesn't work out for Hayward. Plant starts going down. Mangoes, can he stick this or can it be denied from above? He can't get the angle down. And that means it's going to be a post-plant situation.
He's got 40 seconds though, Hayward, 1v3. Can he channel his inner Josh? Ask his teammate to send all of the energy that he's got. Goomine, that's not going to go through the little hole. Don't think it really would have done much anyway. He has no frag grenade, trying to see what he can just fire from above, but it just takes a leap of faith, and unfortunately, Ippy was waiting for him to take such a leap, and Akami will get the round.
Great attack from Okami. The Knights just not able to get in control of that one at all. So it does make the scoreboard closer again. 4 versus 5 now on the round count. It's looking very tight here on map 2, and this really is going to be, well, of course it is it for the Knights. They have to get the map, otherwise they are out. And that would mean Okami through to the grand final. So less mistakes here for the Knights. They get to go back to Aviator at least, which they did win, but it was on a Josh clutch.
Feels like everything's been on a Josh clutch so far in this half. Almost has. Tell you what, had he been in Hayward's position, I probably would have been with you and backed him in there in a 1 versus 3. When he's alive, you just feel like anything can happen. Same can be said for someone like an Ippy style, though. He was still alive and he was still finding kills. 4-5. Akami have done well to just stem the tide here. You can tie it up 5-5, and the Knights, all that good work is sort of undone. And the penultimate round would then be upon us, where whoever wins then gets at least that match point around early. Knights do from here, though. It's so far been a tricky one to sort of judge, because the rounds they have won, Raven, have been sloppy and messy. They haven't been very clean with their defense so far.
Absolutely right. Their defenses have not been clean. Look, like you said, they've won 2 rounds. And they were Josh clutches in this half. So it's not instilling a lot of confidence in them overall, but it's pulling them through. And they need 1 more to at least force overtime. That helps. And it's only 2 rounds to get the win, but Akami are right there with them. They're only a round behind at the moment. And their attacks have been looking pretty decent. So controlling this opening pick is the first hurdle, but they've got to stay strong in that mid-round.
Akami's definitely looked the better of the two, even here on Villa, even though it's 4-5 to Knights. They just haven't really been able to win those close clutch scenarios. Had they been able to do so, we might be looking at like a 6-3 right now and saying we're almost going to get that 7-3 that we kind of predicted. That's not to be the case, though, and credit to Knights. They've certainly shown up, and they definitely woke up and heard the Raven call. But can they maybe put Akami to bed here on Villa, as Jack Dad just sweeps around on the first floor, clearing out these mid-jammers?
Really not a whole lot of IQ had been played up until Okami's attack, which is a little bit surprising. IQ really has rotated into majority of attacking lineups. Not to be. Hayward's got this C4 prepped. He's going to yeet it out, and that's going to not hit the mark. It does a little bit of damage. No, actually, it does not. And in the end, Cutie just shoots him. So, not working out at all from Hayward.
Gonna lose anyone, though. I mean, the Velk going out early, not the end of the world. You'd rather keep Juicy up for as long as possible, have those gas canisters available for the late game. Joker propels in. Free fire. He's safe on the veranda. Still 1 minute 3 seconds left here in this round. Akami looking to tie it up 5-5.
Knights just need to dig deep. They can get a pick back. At least it'll be even, but regardless, with 50 seconds to go, Akami nipping at their heels both in this round, but also on the scoreboard. wanting to maintain their advantage. Style poised in a great spot here towards Classical Hall, ready to push towards Bar. There's another player over there at 90. It seems to be a death position for the Knights. They need to stay away. Juicy down on site. Looking like it might be another Akami round with 30 seconds to go, Xenox.
Juicy was down, now he's finished off. He's out for the count. 3 versus 3. Josh, of course, has got 2. Can he find the 3rd, as he has been able to do so far a couple of times already in this half of the defensive Knights? No, he's not. Shut down by Joker. 2-1. It was 1-1 for a split second. Dino got Joker, but Jack Dad was there for the remonstration, and we are tied once again, 5-5.
Ended up being close, but again, just a bit sloppy from the Knights early. I just don't get Hayward's play there. The C4 was poorly placed, and then he just didn't get out in time. He got picked, and it just really felt like a waste. And they kept trying to retake 90 while there was a player repelled and all that intel available. That was really the detriment to them on that defense. Because in the end, like you said, it did go 1 versus 1 for that split second. It was close. Not to be.
Well, now it just kind of feels like it's slipping away from Knights because of the fact of the way they won their rounds. Keep sort of harping on it, but they weren't clean. They weren't exactly easy round wins. The way Akami are, like, in essence, when you really think about it, Raven, the 4 attacking rounds of Akami right now have been great. I know they didn't win the first 2, but they were still really good attacking rounds. Like, you kind of take those. Like, every now and then, yeah, someone like Josh is probably going to clutch up, get a 3K. All right, he did it 2 times in a row. But then you just keep putting the pressure on. Like, okay, we go again. We do it for the 3rd time. This time he doesn't clutch it. 4th time. This time he doesn't clutch it as well. Like, he's not going to be able to clutch a 1v3 every single round to save his team. So they don't have to alter what's working for them just because he clutched up the first 2 rounds.
Totally right. And the real damning stat with how these attacks have really panned out here is that 3 out of the 4 rounds, Akami have gotten the plant down. 2 of those were that clutch, and they got the plant down around 9, which they did secure. But regardless, the fact that they're getting the plant down 3 out of the 4 of these attacks means they are just manhandling their entries or the mid-round to get them in those positions to be able to get it down in the first place. So that's pretty poor from the Knights. They need to dig a bit deeper. And again, I'm going to say it, they got to tighten up this first half of the round because they keep losing picks. Quite silly, just real sloppy plays.
Bomb located by attackers.
Of course, whoever's going to win this round will get match point. I feel like probably Knights need it more than Akami. Does have that feeling of a 7-5. Akami's kind of just running away with the attack. They've, like you said, when they played Fnatic, just really run over the top of them with their attack. It's basically happening here. Minus the first 2 rounds, just not being able to get the actual round wins. Cutie has been immense on the opening frags. 3 out of the 4 in this half. In fact, and then of the 4th one, he was actually the opening death. So he's been involved in the opening in exchange for all 4 of the first kills.
It's another missed C4 from the Knights. Really just expelling his utility. Little result. Can be very detrimental. They also don't have much for denial, so these C4s aren't just things you can throw away here. They do deny some of those ex-Kairos. They're denying more, so this means that there's no real entry through that wall, but there is a shot there from Mangoes. That's Josh off the board early for once. Importantly, the Maestro as well, such a great late round operator.
And Hayward's low as well. And for Knights, again, this is becoming a theme here in this second half. Akami are just running away with it. They were able to sort of stem the bleeding, but it's a bit like a damn wall that's now bursting open, and Akami are about to flood Knights, it seems. I think it's just clearing out Astro. Just feels like a matter of when rather than if. They're just playing that little bit better, that extra gear that Knights just haven't got to reach Akami. They're just not able to stop this onslaught of attack. 38 seconds though, and to be fair, Knights haven't panicked here. They have held their ground. They haven't really altered their positions. They're waiting for this push from Akami. They've got a couple of sight lines covered, so you should be able to, at the very least, make this a 4 versus 4 if Hayward can find one here.
Just this head teased around. They see the rotate. Hayward trying to play patient. Doesn't actually get a pick. Strider finds one though. Hayward is essentially surrounded, and the clock is gone down here to 10 seconds. This is going to be absolutely explosive as they go to side. Okami just run over the top of them though, Xenox, and that is another round in the books for Okami, putting them to match point.
I'll tell you what, if Wildcard's watching, I think it's time to go and hit the training mode, you know, the Kovacs, and get ready, because match point, and I'd say this is about done, Raven. Knights have been valiant, especially considering that theme park was just abysmal. But Villa's been a lot better, but the damn wall has certainly bursted.
Feels like it has. You're right. Okami have just been... Every single one of their attacks, Okami have attacked well. It's just that those two clutches make the scoreboard a little bit skewed. And time again, the Knights are just losing these picks early to things that feel really unnecessary. I mean, one little ex-Kairos hole. And look at the two players trying to pick that, the Castle and the Maestro. Maestro was the one that died in the end, and that's probably the worst of the two to die. Hayward got tagged low, which meant he was... you know, hard-pressed to take an effect in an engagement after that. It really is just framing their rounds to be tough to win in the first place.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Only one opening frag in this second half. That was Hayward on Cutie, and they still lost around the Knights. It's been rough going. Match point now for Okami. They certainly feel like their tails are up. They've perked up. They themselves have sort of taken the challenge from Knights. They've taken it on the chin though. They've responded in style, and it's really been the Cutie and Ippy style show. Especially Cutie with these opening frags has been immense. Mangoes has been great. Jack Dad, and as usual, as is the case with Okami, very solid team overall. And that's, for me, something I've noticed from them coming from the regular season to the playoffs is they don't rely on Ippy Star to do everything. But if everyone's stepping up and Ippy's just doing his usual stuff, then they are a force.
It definitely helps when he's up and about. And we did see him struggling a bit on the defense, but ever since they've come to attack, it's definitely come into a comfort here. Playing a lot of Zofia. Some good approaches here from the attackers, and it's up to the Knights. They really just need to hold fast. They need to still be aggressive, and this is the thing, right? They need to still go up into the face of Okami, but just play it a little bit more selectively. And Hayward has not had much luck trying to get Goose through this little hole. Seen it a couple of times where it failed to go through.
It does feel like though sort of the dawn before the end here for Knights. But will they prove us wrong? Will they prove me wrong, Raven? And maybe they're not dead in the water yet. Maybe they've got one last lifeline that we haven't quite seen. Something they can at least send it to overtime, buy a little bit more time. It feels like that's what they need the most. And Strider will help with that calls, getting the opening frag onto Ippy Star. That's going to help an immense amount. A minute and a half as well. Not a lot of time for Okami to respond.
That's quite big too, because there's Will gassing up Ippy Star about the impact he's had on these attacks so far for Okami, and the sloppiness at the start of the rounds from Knights. So that is a perfect counter to that, essentially. Given that it's 2 minutes burned off, I don't feel like Okami have really obtained that much map control that helps them get towards site here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, the advantage was short-lived with 1 minute remaining. 4 versus 4 situation. Jack Dad getting involved again, just sweeping around with that IQ now. At the top of red stairs is Joker, looking to push down. Mangoes just opens up his balcony door. With a bit of vertical control as well. Okami just starting to really gain control here in what could be the ultimate final round. Strider again. This time he takes out Mangoes. The opening frag, not just enough. He wants more. 30 seconds remaining in what is essentially the match point for Okami. The series point for Okami. And it could be the final point for Knights if they're not careful. Cutie gets a response. It's 3-2. Jack Dad up close and personal takes out Juicy. Is it all just falling at the wayside for Dino? Josh, the last two alive. The frag grenade, can he avoid the brunt of the damage? He can. Doesn't really take much. It's just a slight tickle. Joker, half health, but he deals with Josh. He deals with the hero. And Okami will deal with Knights in quick succession. 2-0 on Theme Park in Villa.
Now the Knights had that inch, but they just couldn't take it further. A great series in the end from Okami. A fantastic map too overall, but Okami proved too strong for the Knights, and they will get to progress to the grand final.
They will get a second crack at wildcard. Of course, they played yesterday wildcard. Relatively convincing 2-0, but it will be a best of 5 grand final. And for Okami, they will be able to take some winning form into that series as well. For the most part, relatively unscathed as well. 7-1, 7-5. They were able to brush aside the Pittsburgh Knights.
That they were, and we will get to see a exciting rematch between Okami and Wildcard. Last time we saw them play was very recently. It was last night. And look, that went 2-0 in favor of Wildcard. So given the form that Okami showed today, I think they played tremendously well against the Knights in that series on both maps. I think it's going to be a great grand final.
I definitely agree with you. I think obviously Okami are going to have a very, very tough ask because Wildcard's only dropped one map all season long, Raven. So we can't really beat around the bush here. But if anyone's going to be able to do it right now, the form that Okami are in, I'd like to, at the very least, see them take a map. At the very least, that would probably, if I was Okami, I'd be like, hey, look, we can win, we can back ourselves in, but at least let's just aim and try and get a map.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's a best of 5, so that's a different variable here. On top of that, Wildcard have the map advantage coming in from the upper bracket. So the odds are stacked against Okami, but I think a big factor is they just played. They've played themselves into some confidence, some momentum. They're warm in a very competitive way as opposed to just doing training grounds or playing a warm-up scrim. So that will factor into it. But regardless, I think Okami are bringing forward some great form.
We got our interviews ready to go already here after our lower bracket finals. Centis will be our first interviewee. Congratulations. You're going to take on Wildcard once again. A bit of slow clap there, but mate, you're going to be pretty happy with the performance overall. Obviously, Pittsburgh kind of gave it their all there in the end on Villa, but you were able to weather the storm, come home strong on what was a very amazing attack.
Yeah, we did. I kind of maybe got some pee in my pants at the end, but it was it was definitely a close game, and yeah, it was. Oh, I'm so fucking happy that we finally broke the curse and we got top 2 at least, and now we can also beat Wildcard for that first place. But we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you were sweating it a bit in map 2 there, but I really want to ask you about map 1. Obviously, the Knights chose Theme Park. And we were wondering, we haven't really seen you play Theme Park, how that was going to pan out. And we saw that go 7-1. Tell us about that. Is it something you've been working on, or was that a surprise for you guys tonight?
Oh, no, we actually planned to pick it ourselves, but they decided to pick it for us, so we got a freebie there. Yeah, we've been hiding that map for the entirety of the season. In the beginning, when I just joined, the guys were a little bit scared to play it. They just didn't like how it was playing out, especially attacking on it. But we got confident. We practiced it almost every week, multiple times. Got some really good strats in there, and then we knew exactly what Knights were doing on it. So it was genuinely just walk in, cut their angles off, shoot them, win the rounds, end.
You're going into the grand final. Obviously, you've already played wildcard in the upper bracket. You get a second crack at them. Is there any final? Like, I know you don't have to say what it is, but is there anything up your sleeve remaining that maybe we haven't seen yet from you guys that you want to bring for a team like Wildcard, who have obviously, look, they've been amazing. They've only dropped one map all season.
Maybe not. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, we don't want to give anything away yet, but
Right.
I'm sure it's gonna be a pretty amazing grand final, and we're really looking forward to this.
You've had an amazing season, regardless. Getting top 2, like you said, huge goal. Congratulations on that. Best of luck for the grand final, mate.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
Well, look, obviously he's not going to give strats away. I try every time, and they don't want to give anything away. But the reason why I brought that up, though, is we look at the theme park, right? Like, that was something that they had up their sleeve. They did bring it out early, whether that was something they ended up wanting to pick, So I'm assuming now, if Wildcard are watching, they may look at that and say, maybe we don't give them theme park, but it's a best of 5, right? So that map pool's certainly going to open up.
Yeah, and that's a big thing there. It's best of 5, so you're playing potentially 5 maps, only 2 bans. We know what Wildcard's like with their bans. Border's going to be off the board, but it's pretty much the same story for Okami. I think theme park will come up one way or another, and now that Wildcard did get a chance to peek at it, at least they've got something to work with to try and counter, whereas before this series, there was obviously nothing. But yeah, look, regardless, I think Okami looking like they're bringing some big confidence going into that grand final.
Well, one of my favorite guys to chat to, Strider from Pittsburgh Knights, will join us for our final interview of the lower bracket final. Firstly, I just want to say congratulations, mate, on 3rd place. Valiant effort and a pretty good season overall, all things considered.
Yeah, we're even surprised. I mean, for the team that wasn't even supposed to make top 4, 3rd is more than what we can ask for. Yeah.
Yeah, look, it was a great map 2, but you had some clear struggles in map 1. Talk us through the series for you guys. Where did it go wrong with map 1, and what were you really facing in terms of the struggles?
Yeah, so I'd say the biggest problem was it was just small mistakes, but really costly ones. Like, obviously, you saw that first round, Jack Dad got misdroned in the bathroom, and then he won in the round, basically. And then there was Itby Style another round just flanking. And that was like the theme for the entirety of Theme Park, where we were just making small mistakes, and they were really capitalizing on it. I think we tightened it up a lot more on Villa, which is why we actually, put up a bit of a competition, though.
Yeah, going just onto that Villa game, at one point you were up 5-3. You were very, very close to getting to that match point. The rounds that you did win on your defense, though, Okami still looked pretty good on attack. Was that always in sort of the back of your mind that even though Josh was able to clutch those rounds, they were still getting away and sort of doing as they pleased?
Yeah, so it was definitely like us capitalizing on their small mistakes that was able to get us to 5-3. But we still felt as though even on the rounds that were close, we were doing everything right. So if we just, again, like tighten things up, like one example of that is on our attacking round, we had a black beat on 90, and Juicy was in 2 minds about whether he should push or whether he should hold, but because he wasn't confident in either decision, we just lost that. And that opened up the round for the Okami. But nothing towards Juicy negatively. I think it was good on Okami for really finding where our mistakes were today.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you were here today, and as I said before, congratulations on finishing in the top 3. Wish you the best of luck going forward, and I know that you guys will build a lot off this performance.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're really looking forward to playing as a core 5 again.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, mate. And Raven, that will do our interviews for the lower bracket final, and obviously the grand final coming up soon. Wildcard will be taking on Okami, which probably isn't too much of a surprise considering the way that Okami were able to deal with Sinister all the way back in semi-final number 1, that they would then sort of take the throne as that second best team remaining in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I really feel like it was always going to be a toss-up between Okami or Sinister to make it into that grand final against Wildcard. I would be hard-pressed to say anybody thought Wildcard would get knocked out before grand final. And here they are. It is Okami. And yeah, look, I think just given the form that we saw in that most recent series against the Knights, it's going to be quite a stellar performance, and I'm keen.
Well, before we quickly throw to a break, Raven, it's the end for us. So I just want your final thoughts quickly heading into the upper bracket final, or the grand final, I should say.
Yeah, I'm still backing Wildcard to take it, though. They've just looked way too good. They have a map advantage, so they only need to win 2 maps. Given the depth of their map pool that they have proven time and time again, even though Okami looked great in that series against Knights, I just think it's going to be too tough of a challenge for them against Wildcard.
Well, I will predict that Okami will get 1 map. I'd like to see it at least go to 3-1, but I do as well agree with you. Wildcard will be too good. That's going to be it for us, though. On the other side of the break, it will be the grand final, and it'll also be Gaz and Dev Mata joining on the broadcast.
Drop the bomb. action slot. To go. 5 seconds to go. Bomb located. Attackers drop the diffuser. 5 seconds to go. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers bomb defused. 5 seconds to go.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Hello, contender. Welcome to the Hyperscape, our new fast-paced battle royale that brings verticality to the next level. In Hyperscape, up to 100 players will compete in a variety of game modes. Squad and Solo Crown Rush are the main modes where battle royale champions are crowned. Neo Arcadia is a virtual, shimmering city designed to encourage vertical mobility and fast-paced combat situations. From sky-high towers to deadly interiors, you will constantly need to adapt your fighting styles. Once the battle begins, your personalized deployment pod is your transport to the battle. You will be able to drop in any part of the map, so pick your drop spot wisely. Hit the ground running, because you'll start with only a melee weapon. Hotly contested landmarks are known to contain abundant caches of gear, but high risk brings the chance of high reward. Gear is found inside buildings, closed off by breakable barricades and inside supply crates located around the map. As you traverse the city, looking for gear and enemies, you'll discover the different environments create diverse gameplay opportunities and challenges. Your competition may come from any angle. Every battle in Hyperscape is a fresh experience where you leverage the varied arsenal you will find in Neo Arcadia. Your loadout is not determined by the character you choose, but by the weapons and hacks you loot. From full auto assault weapons to powerful energy blasters, there is a tool for any playstyle. Hacks are game-changing abilities you loot around the map that grant skills for offense, defense, and movement. You can loot 2 weapons and 2 hacks and swap them at any time if you need to change your strategy. The choice is in your hands. If you find a copy of a weapon or hack you already have in your possession, you can fuse it, creating an upgraded version. Each item can be upgraded several levels, improving magazine size, damage, or cooldown duration. As you discover your footing in the Hyperscape, your squad will be there to help you. Use the ping system to sync with your squad and warn them of potential threats or alert them to potential resources. If an enemy manages to take you out, the battle is not over. At 0 health, you'll become an echo and you can help your squad by scouting ahead. When enemies are eliminated, a restore point appears in that spot. Find a restore point and your squad mates can bring you back into the fight. As your game master, one of my favorite tasks is to keep things lively by triggering battle events, such as the infinite ammo event or the low gravity event. Viewers on Twitch help influence my choice and can vote on additional events, so remember to play the crowd. Keep an eye on your map, contender. As the match progresses, sectors will decay and collapse throughout Neo Arcadia. If you're too late reaching a safe area, you will take damage over time and may be exposed to enemy attacks. Those skilled enough will enter the showdown phase. The Hyperscape crown will spawn in the final remaining sector. From here, you have 2 different paths to victory. Become the sole survivors or hold onto the crown for 45 seconds. You are now prepared for the Hyperscape, contender. We here at Prisma Dimensions hope you enjoy your stay.
These are the APAC Pro League Finals, and I only have one question for you. Are you ready?
8 of the top teams in the Asia Pacific region, and for the first time ever, we have them here ready to go on land. It's our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Nora Rengo versus Mindfreak.
Floyd being shot through the wall. Beautiful shot. Finds the head of Magnet.
Oh, there we go. Shotgun kill.
Mindfreak will move forward, and they send Nora Rango packing.
It's Irons up against Cryptic.
Lies on that. That is taking down Onesie. Oh, and a wall bang from New Zealand.
And Lunametal takes out Suzu. Aaron are going for the double kill. The Shinbagel
gets taken down.
And
Arena with the 4K.
Getting the kill on Quantic. Shin will be securing the kill on Shinbagel.
And
the knife! The knife on Revik will be securing the win for Irons.
We now move over to Corvidae up against New Life.
Rizraz on that stairwell. Oh! Smile Boy was not expecting that.
Jack Daddy presses.
He finds it. Wildman needs to push in. Wildman does have the diffuser here. Nova just needs to play safe, but he doesn't! He doesn't! And Corvidae take map number 3. They're going through.
Our last quarterfinal of the day. Mantis FPS up against Unique Monsters.
Cautious Hysterics gets a really nice shot. He gets another one. And we have a 3v2. He finds Oni Jack.
At the back of the and will be getting the drop and the double kill. O'Neal, the triple kill will coming out will be Mantis securing the win.
4 teams remain. We're into semi-finals. We have Mindfreak up against Mantis FPS.
C4's going to come on
out, and that's a double kill from Oni-Chan. He's now all on his own. He doesn't have the diffuser on him. There we go! And Mindfreak is getting sent home in a 10-1 fashion.
Corvidae up against Irons.
Players, but Shin managing to take down Fletch.
A 1v2 situation, but unfortunately, Corvidae will lose to a 5-0 to Irons.
We are now down to 2 teams. It's Mantis FPS from Korea and Irons from Japan.
Good, but wow,
Shin through the wall.
That's something that's so common in this world. There we go.
Yep, now it's all up to Nelio. He does see Odin Misto. That's 1, but he gets him from the side. And just like that, Irons are our winners.
Welcome to the Rainbow Six Pro League Season 7 APAC Finals. Asia's best Siege stars have returned to battle it out.
Neo's gonna find Yoshingo. Neo's pushing in. He's gonna find another.
Go buy that first grenade. But what a shot from Magnum. Latency going for an aggressive drop. Another one onto Kha'Zix. 30 seconds to go. It's all up to Gray. It's a 1 versus 1. Gray and Ysera. Can Gray find the shots? Ysera with the pistol. Is this going to be a C4 through the floor? Is that going to find him? He does.
God. Smoke. He's going to duck under the shot, but it doesn't matter because Kesper finds him anyway. And it's another one.
Wants it now in a 1 versus 2. He peeks around, finds the first one. Can he find the second? He does with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Nelio finds 1. Warden is going to be up there as well. He's hiding behind the desk. Nelio doesn't see him, but he's going to get him anyway. Straight to the back of side. He sees Jaeger. He's almost taken the entire side right here. He sees another. He gets the shot. A quick 2K. All going to be on Edie now. He's got to find a couple. He sees the gun barrel. Takes out Warden. Is Niku going to come peek around?
He's got 20 seconds though. He's going to have to plant or push for it. He's going to push up and find Fletch as he's planning on in the B1. He's going to go down. He's going to pick on now. And Hetty with the 1 on 3. Plant's gone down. He's going to find Hetty. He's got a sliver of HP. Can he clutch this out? Wings. He knows where the opponent is. He's trying to go for the wall bang, but nothing's landing. Comes against him. He's going to find the shot! Wing! He's clutched it out for Darksided!
That's some serious damage. Array goes down. JJ still upstairs. Can he take another one? He does. Evo falls.
But now there's 15 seconds. Any chance? Oh, what a shot from Kick!
Player down for Nora. Kicks gets taken down. A second one for JJ.
We started off with 8 teams. Today, we're down to just 4 remaining. Who is going to be able to take it out?
Got Fnatic and Team Cryptic. This is the match that a lot of people are going to be tuning in for. Magnet, yep, the wallbang coming out. Rizraz.
Oh my goodness, 3 kills. It's all up to Rizraz, and Revik gets himself a 3rd. As Magnet finds Ysera, can he find a 2nd? Fnatic take the win 5-2.
Darksided and Norangu making his way inside. Warden, Cutie's been spotted out. He gets him. He gets 2. They've got him spotted out. The spray comes out. Walker! He gets it.
NiKo in the 1-on-4. He's only going to get 2. That's Norarengo going to the finals.
We've got former Mindfreak, now Fnatic, against Norarengo in this grand final to crown the king of the APAC region.
The trophy.
Oh, here he goes
for a run out. Mario goes down.
Walker's trying to get those nades to the floor. Goodbye, Aces. In control of Fnatic as the frags just rain.
Walker finds Neo. Can Walker? No, Rizraz with a knife kill.
Plenty of time, but no. There's Lusty. There's Fnatic, champions of APAC.
Oh, Cyclops actually, I must admit, all things considered, got very close. I'm seeing something, Raven, and I'm sure you've probably got thoughts on this. I see you questioning maybe.
I'm not too sure what Cyclops is seeing in their kitchen defenses. I think so far Wildcard have been playing it really well. Cyclops, it's a very messy finish, and that's, I think, not really favoring them at the moment. So anyway, they think that this is the play and they're going to go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're on the edge of your seat because this is the make or break round for these teams. Make or break for Cyclops to represent their nation in the Tokoname Global Finals, as well as Six Invitational, or potentially not having Japan represented at all. Wildcard, finally, they're in the semi-finals. They progress it even further and make it to the Global Finals, and as we said, the Six Invitational is on this round at this stage, match point Wildcard. Similar setup coming out of Cyclops here. Nothing too dramatic to change, essentially thinking that it's just an error with the way they're playing at Gatorada on this Jaeger. Again, upstairs, he was shut down relatively quickly by Imarin in this previous round. Now have to change the tides if they wish to take this one.
Smack bang on the head there, Raven. Wildcard coming into a new organization as well. You know, this is a storyline for them. This is a fairy tale. The happy ending in touching distance. And they can feel it. It is so close right now. One round is all that remains between them and their first international appearance. And it's the exact same bomb site that they've seen so much success on so far.
Methodical push from them so far, just getting the intel. Checking out these roamers. Ethan will find the opening frag with the Anyton. That's a big pick from Ethan. He's been going off on this Ashe. Doing a lot of work for his team here. It's a good start. 5v4 now. Saw this before and it almost went into Cyclops' favor, but Wildcard still managed to close out the round, so far so good. Half the round remaining. Good control on the first floor here from Wildcard now that they have cleared Anyton, that rumor. So denying that courtyard position.
Yes.
Really important.
Very good opportunity with Wildcard slowly but surely expanding through the map. The roam starting to slow down a little bit more. It's going to be Neofighter with that pre-aimed line. Unfortunately, he pulls off it for a second. Posted back up. If he swings into this Black Ray, I don't think he's going to, but it could be quite dangerous. Inches and milliseconds is all that's in it for Cyclops right now.
That it is. So far, Imarin's the only one tagged up for Wildcard. Not a whole lot of movement happening here with this defense. They're definitely just waiting for Wildcard to push into them. Waiting for one little mistake that could change everything.
Bomb located by attackers.
U's and R's come through. That's Lion. That's Neofighter. He does get traded out. Gatorada. It's going to be an explosion onto the site from Wildcard. They do have control in a small sense. Suzu, though, he's right there. It's a 2 versus 3. It's all going to hinge on this. Suzu's not done yet. And neither is Cyclops. They're still bringing themselves back into this Wildcard. They have to hold.
The plan is down now. So it is a post-plan situation. Dope finds one. Matic, is this it? Is the deck stacked? Is this Wildcard's victory to get to the Tokoname Pro League Finals? All up to Gatorada. Trying to push through. He's unsure of their positions. He knows where Diffuser is, and there's a pre-fire coming out. He's aware of that spot, but he's not going to get it, and it is Wildcard. The ANZ team taking that spot into the grand final. First time for this team.
And look at the emotions.
Yeah, the emotions are flooding through here from Wildcard. They are going to be representing APAC at their first international event ever. You can see what it means to them. The emotion pouring on through, an incredible performance from them. A 2-0 fashion to take down Cyclops. Sweet, sweet revenge.
There must always be an ANZ representative at the global finals. And 4 seasons in a row now, it is going to be the case. Fnatic 3 now for the first time wildcard, not only through to those semi-finals, but they win their semi-final as well, and they're at the global finals as well. For Japan though, that is heartbreak. No team from Japan, from the host region of the Season 10 global finals, will be in attendance in Tokoname.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very disappointed that that's not going to be the case. I think a region that's very proud of how their teams perform. So yeah, definitely not going to be too happy with how that's panned out, but very strong from the ANZ team here.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. I mean, let's talk about that, Rob, because a very, very hard-fought series, wasn't it? 8-6 in the first map there on Bank, obviously with some drama involved, but then a 7-5 here as well onto Coastline for Wildcard. It was certainly not quite as clean of a run as what it was for Aerowolf against Nora Orengo.
Welcome to the ESL studios here in Sydney, Australia for the Rainbow Six ANZ Invitational.
The first ever LAN here for Rainbow Six Siege in the ANZ region. People feel that Corvidae may be the team that is the team to beat here today.
We have 2 of the best teams in the region playing off for not just this lovely trophy next to me, but the bragging rights for the offline victory.
Don't manage to pick them up. However, Silex with the side management found one. Silex find himself in second. Silex takes out. They will get it. Todd has stopped it. No, he stops the plan. Todd clutches it. Todd clutches it. And Atletico take map number 1, 6-5.
Wow.
Ooh. In the back corner, Schmed though gets taken out. Rizraz gets kill credit for that. It's all up to Todd. Todd's found that now, a 1-on-1. Todd clutches it out again. Todd for the win. 2 clutches in a row. Atletico now 2 maps up to nothing.
This could be it. $5,000 on the line and being able to say, you're the champions of the Rainbow Six Siege ANZ Invitational.
Shot to Silex. Silex is going to walk straight over the top of him. And Corvidae 5-0 manages to take out Atletico. Go the other way. He can hear Wildman planting 10 seconds. The plant's going down. He's seen him through the wall. Rizraz now going to be covering the hole as well. Manages to find Silence's head. Corvidae take out Bank. And we're going to map number 5. A little bit of fight with Neo Fighter. Neither one really comes off worse for West. Silex has managed to pick up Fletch in all of that. Todd picked up Rizraz. Now that makes it a 2 versus that's it! That is it! Atletico are your ANZ champions!
What is it, Rainbow Six ANZ Invitational Atletico?
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Six Oceanic Cup where we have the 4 best teams in the ANZ region for Rainbow Six playing here at the ESL studios in Sydney, Australia. Starting off, we've got Fnatic and Xnelio.
Both of the teams have good experience, both competitively and offline, but today will be the proof of which team is better.
Oh, no, you can't do that. There's a camera on you.
The C4
What are you doing?
Aces and Rizraz will be picking up a kill each now. Oh, there it is. Bruce getting killed. Another double kill for Aces. Frag grenade's gone. Shade Wolf picking up the first kill into Virtue, but Magnum with a double kill as well. Managed to get away from the door. And and Rizraz will be shutting it down. Fnatic going into the grand finals after 3 maps against Xnelio.
Xtricity and August, the next matchup.
Xtricity, this is a team that we so rarely get to see tested. This is really an opportunity to see what is Xtricity made of.
Do know there's someone there this time around. Shabs, what a shot! So August seem to be very... He is going to try and go for this plant, but that is one. No, that is a fail cover from Diesel. Ethan with a 3K. It does look like they have full control of this bomb site. The plant's now going down in front of him. Emo finds 2 as he does stop the plant as well. Oh, they're just staring at each other. So close. The ping comes out. Gio, what a flick!
He could get with double here. He's gone. There's 1. Can he get the second? He's got the run
out. He's run all the way out. He gets the kill as well. Now we are on a 2 versus 3. But with less than 10 seconds left, the plant's going down. All they have to do is deny it, but Derpe finds Shabs. Joey finds Flex. That is map. That is series. August are moving through to the final.
Well, here we go, straight on to bank map number 1. Guys, it's the grand final. Fnatic up against Auglis, exactly as we expected. It's all over to you, Dev and Cthulhu.
An aggressive position from Joey. Rizraz knows about it. He takes that's the first kill of the grand final. A second kill for Rizraz.
Now, Imorin will be completely denying the information, and Derby will need to go for the big. He does get a double kill. Lusty will be able to trade out. The plan needs to go down ASAP. Lusty picks up a double kill. Ethan will be able to deny it. 2 versus 1.
He has a mirror window as well. He can spot the player. No way. This is a clutch for Magnet. A 1 versus 3 with the Echo drone. Diesel needs to make this flank successful, and he does in fact, but Ace is playing the diffuser. Is there the denial dump? Diesel, he does it. Oh my God, August. It's just him and
here's another one.
Diesel, the newest player, doing so much work.
What is happening?
The 4K. 2 players left for Fnatic. 15 seconds.
15 seconds to go, and Lusty will be going down to the hands of Imorin, all up to Virtue to try to cut this up, but Imorin will be securing it. Auglis are your winners of 6th Oceanic Cup, managing to beat Fnatic 2-0.
Welcome to PAX. 4 of the finest teams in the Asia Pacific region will be playing today for $25,000. Boy, do we have a very fun and exciting day for you.
So the way this works, obviously we have those 3 teams from the ANZ region, and then Norarenga obviously coming through from Japan, but we've got to see who from Fnatic and from Darkside is going to make their way through to the final.
Fletch holding a very nice angle here. He's all through the wall! Fletch comes up with the first headshot. What a shot.
Rizraz to try and clutch it on out. He's found one, but Fletch is going to trade him on back. Jack Daddy's on side. He's going to find Lusty as well.
He's got the mirror.
He's got the mirror, but can't land the shots. He's gone for the pistol.
Jack Daddy.
And there we go. He's taking a lot of damage, but Jack Daddy. Oh no, Neon Fighter's going to come up on top of that one.
He finds Fletch looking the other way, and 2 quick kills from Fnatic. They're getting aggressive on each other. Rizraz wins it with the pistol.
But Lusty's there with another one. He's going to find his 4th. The Cuties going to finish things off.
He doesn't have the diffuser, and there's the time frame. Let's see, 4. We are on overtime. With 8 seconds left, he cannot go for this. He needs to stick to plan. He's going to get off the don't. He finds one. He's back. Magnet. He's going to make sure that Fnatic go through.
So let's dive a little bit deeper now into Norarenga. We know they are the Season 8 APAC champions.
Atletico, I can tell you for certain, they have the home crowd here. Very risky play. Is Ethan going to punish it? Ethan just gets the hip fire. Oh my God.
3v4, 2v4, 1v4. What is happening?
Oh, no.
The kill feed is just keeps on rolling. Another interrogation potentially from Tony. We'll be getting it. Another one. We'll be getting it. A fight position. And Todd picks up the kill as the first map goes to the Atletico.
From behind. If he can take down the mirror, can he secure another kill? Maestro goes down. Oh my God, Norarenga.
What was that? That was some high-octane push by Norarenga.
In charge, gonna help out with this hold for Atletico, just clinging on to this round, but no, Rachel takes it down.
AJ now making it 4v2. Meryu picks up a kill. Meryu gets a double kill, but Imorin trades him out 5 seconds. Something needs to happen. Rachel will be taking him out. 2 seconds, the plan did go down as he now starts to go for harassing on Silex. As Silex is just completely, hopefully he cannot do anything. He will be down by that evil eye, and Rachel manages to clutch it out.
Just look at them. They're having fun. Yeah, finally finds that kill, in fact. There you go, Norarenga closing that out. That's the game.
PAX, it is time for our grand finals. We've had 4 of the best teams from the region. We've whittled them down to 2.
Lusty has gotten very lit from all this. He's going to drop and JJ's going to finish him off. It's not like he's aware at all as he is keeping his eye on the diffuser. But Rizraz, he lands those shots! Wow, how does he do that? Yeah, they really need to move on to this bomb side. 10 seconds to go. We're going to see Rachel find one as Rizraz has got a double, but that is the kill feed just raining for Norarenga to finish things off.
The grenade from Walker. He's going to try and redo it again. Repositions himself. Lands the bounce properly, but he kills himself as it doesn't go in. Last one is on the side. Oh no, that's a down member, but Magnet comes up huge. Fnatic match point. And the nades come out. They know there's an ADS. They're waiting for the stuns. The frags come out, but Walker, no, he double kills. Kills himself and Rachel. Because, you know, why not? But no, through the wall, and just like that, Fnatic are your 6th Masters.
Well, there we have it. It is done and dusted. It has been one hell of a day here at the ESL stage in the PAX Arena. Rainbow Six Siege Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please put your hands together for the 2018 Six Masters Fnatic!
Welcome to the Six Masters 2019, the best 8 teams of ANZ fighting it out for the title.
Find the first kill of the tournament. Down Neo, who was the Valk, so not all that much lost. Nicely done. Free fire on the lead. And some more as well. All on his lonesome. Yeah, very nicely done from August.
Quarterfinal number 2, early in the morning in Australia, and we turn up to support some Steed.
Going up against the 3 armor, needs to land the headshot, whiffing so many, but he gets the knife! Once again,
Strider's just gone straight into the side, finds the double kill. Balcony of Study, so they've got to try to push outward to get that. They might be able to find a free kill, but he is going to have to try and push back through. Volt!
Nice.
He finds it!
Mind Freak so close they can taste it, and they're going to the semi-finals to face August.
We welcome to the stage our next quarterfinalist, Team Sinister! Their opponents, Fury! Look at the smiles on their faces. It's game time.
He's going to be able to find the free kill. Yes, he is as well.
That one is getting started. Nice wallbang from Luna. C4 comes out, denies the plaza, and that's the round to Sinister.
They're even one, my God. Spruce, no, not like this. Correct time lines. Rock's been able to hold off mine in a second as well. And Fury are our third semi-finalist.
Final quarterfinal of the day, Fnatic! But here come the Fnatic Killers. They've got that as a reputation. They're oddity! We're gunning into this.
Will do a lot of damage. Magnet on the flank, 3 kills!
Have been known to go nuts before. Vast.
This pick may well work out poorly for them. They take out the first player. Rizraz clutching it out. He's gonna get taken down. No, he gets that gunfight. It's a 1 versus 2 in this post plant. Fnatic, they take this into the semi-finals.
So, let's get into the semi-finals. I hope you're ready for Mind Freak. Their opponents, Orglass.
It can happen, but no utility left. Rushing in forward, Emo-Ring gets taken down. Getting completely pressured here. And he's out. Neofighter in such a tough position, but he does take down the Monty. Getting off the plan, he takes down the Thermite as well. Diesel, can Cutie deny it? He gets a good shot. What a double. August, we'll be seeing you in the grand finals.
That was nuts.
Fnatic versus Fury. The fun guys versus the big guys. It's going to be Virtue to hold. He's going to go aggressive. Finds a kill towards Spruce. Might be able to find the angle on the gold as well. Oh, and finishes it on Rock.
Hunt here. He won't come face to face here. In fact, he will. Shuts down Spruce. Golden can react in time. Surely he has no idea where he is. Surely the kill's going to come on out. Fnatic are eventually going to take the game.
Our finalists for the Six Masters 2019, Fnatic! But now comes the team who know how to play them, who know how to beat them, Orglass!
He's going to be able to rotate back through. As long as he can deny this plan, it'll be huge! He drops the player, he steps up massively, taking down Virtue. Going to be Magnet catching one on the rotate. Diesel shuts him down, pulls out the shotgun for the second as well, into the one-on-one. Time is running thin for Lusty here. He has to push it. Oh my God, Diesel again. Emo-Rin will find a trade, but in a 2 versus 4, this has to be it. It's all up to Derp. This could be done and dusted. He's spraying away into a 2 versus 1, but Fnatic prevail in such a close series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, the Six Masters 2019, Fnatic!
one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
The entire season has been leading up to this moment. It's almost time to jump into the grand final for Six Masters 2020. I'm Guz, and joining me for all of the action is Dev, and what a cracking final this will be.
Oh, yeah, so good. I mean, this is, so far, Six Masters has delivered. The grand final is bound to be no different. We've seen Okami perform amazingly over the last few days, and Wildcard has performed amazingly throughout the entire season, so this should be a barn burner.
Of course, this has been a 3-day finals bracket leading into this grand final. Both Wildcard and Okami have fought super hard to make it to the grand final. Wildcard fought their way through the upper bracket, didn't lose a single map, giving them a 1-map advantage heading into this game, Dev. They are looking very hard to stop at the moment.
I mean, Wildcard have only lost 1 map in the entire league tournament, and that was way back in the 13th of May. I mean, that was yonks ago, right? Wildcard are looking so good right now. They stormed through our entire bracket. First up, it was Pittsburgh Knights. They did away with them 2-0 in a very dominant fashion. Okami looked like maybe they would make them sweat, but Wildcard still came through that so dominantly, straight into the grand final with that map advantage, as you said. But then, of course, Okami had a bit more of a, I mean, almost as equivalently like an easy time. It was just Wildcard that gave them a fight, I guess.
Of course, all of these teams are fighting it out for that massive prize pool. Let's recap that distribution and see exactly how it breaks down. First place, Dev, will take home a very nice 15K, and the rest of the breakdown you can see there on screen.
Yeah, so this is a huge prize pool locally in Rainbow Six esports in the Oceanic region, and just in esports in general in Oceania. This is a hefty prize pool, and there's a lot on the line. And of course, not just that 15K in first place, but quite a significant bragging rights. And I know especially both of these teams really want to gun for that. Like, you talk to Wildcard, and they've been gunning for this first slot in the Six Masters season after season, and they've not been able to crack it. They've been in the grand final last year, and they've also taken national championships before, but you know, they really want to establish themselves as that number one. And Okami on the flip side, like they're coming in this kind of as the underdogs, but at the same time, like they bring so much confidence from the games against teams like Knights and Sinister that they are totally wanting to prove that this isn't just a one-team league and that they can actually take on Wildcard.
And of course, the one thing that graphic doesn't show is, of course, Six Masters is the Oceanic Nationals, meaning that this competition feeds into the wider global program. The top 3 teams, that being Okami, Wildcard, and the Pittsburgh Knights, have all now qualified for the Oceanic Mini Major, and Dev, they'll have an opportunity to earn points on that road to the Sixth Invitational.
Yes, so there'll be a little bit of a gauntlet system, and if Okami can, or whichever team manages to win this grand final, will get the first seed into that gauntlet, which means they only have to play 1 game, and if they win that, then they manage to take away some 6 Invitational points, which is huge, and it's absolutely what both of these teams are gunning for. Wildcard went to the 6 Invitational, and they didn't have a great performance. They want to go back in 2021, and Okami have never made it to a global finals. They finally want to break through and play with the big boys.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Dev. Wildcard have only lost a single map throughout this entire competition. Man, they have been such a dominant force, and the finals has been no different.
But before the Six Masters, Wildcard actually had quite a few trials and tribulations. After Season 10 of Pro League, where they really peaked, they managed to take it within 1 round of taking down Na'Vi, the eventual champions of the entire Pro League. But after that, you know, they dropped the 6 Invitational. They really dropped the ball there, and the Season 10 locally in ANZ was the worst that they've ever seen before, coming 4th. coming into Six Masters, I think we're finally seeing the wild card that we've been waiting for with these roster changes, bringing on the young gunners, Pat and Gio. I think this is finally the team that can take that mantle as the best in Oceania.
Of course, heading into the finals, Ethan was the top kill scorer across the entire league, and he had over a 2 KD in competitive play. That is absolutely nuts, and the finals have been no different. He's been showing up really big here for his team.
It's funny, like, you look at these replays and you're thinking, wow, which player for Wildcard is popping off just like nobody's business. It's everyone. Like, Pat had an insane game against Knights, and we had, like, Gio popping off just yesterday. Ethan, obviously such a consistent performer, but Diesel also had some great clutches, and I mean, you can't discount Emorin, right, as well. So while this is a team that plays like a team and has the strategic depth that seems seemingly unparalleled locally, they also can just step it up and play hugely as individuals when it matters most in those clutches.
Well, they came into the finals the 3rd seed, but they fought their way into the grand final. It is Okami lineup on screen now. And again, if there's one player you would think that would always be the highlight, it is Ipistyle. But in this tournament, he's been a little bit quieter. The rest of the team really stepping up.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Ipistyle's kind of known to be one of the best fraggers in the entire region, but some teams have done a really good job at shutting him down. For example, just earlier tonight, Knights taking on these guys in the lower bracket final, they counter-banned Ipistyle, getting rid of the Jaeger, and he struggled a little bit. So we're really hoping that he can step it up here against Wildcard when they need it most. But what's been great is with those shoes not filled, other people have been stepping into them, and that's people like Joker, like Cutie, who's had a great season. And Joker and Mangoes in particular, I've seen some great players from both of them. And Okami is really looking, in my opinion, the best that we've seen them in such a long time, if not ever.
Of course, as you mentioned, they actually did play earlier today against the Knights, and I think the fact that they had quite a dominant performance will aid them in having some confidence against Wildcard, who are, in their own right, a pretty scary team to take on. So any confidence they can draw from that earlier match should serve them well.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, isn't it? Like, talking to Sentis, the coach, afterwards in that interview, there was a question came out about the map veto phase, and Okami said, well, we actually were going to pick Theme Park, but then Knights picked it, so we were like, well, I guess that's a freebie for us. And then Okami went to 7-1 Knights on their own map pick, going into their own map pick of Villa, which is a map they are proven on. They didn't have too much trouble at all closing out the series in a convincing 2-0. So while we're really pumping the tires of Wildcard here and saying that they are totally the favorites in the region, and I don't want to take anything away from that, Okami are an underdog with actually maybe some suggestion that they could take this championship for themselves.
They could be a chance. Of course, this grand final is a best of 5, and because Wildcard fought their way through the upper bracket, they have a 1-map advantage heading into this one, Dev. We've seen it before. We saw it even in the 6th Invitational Grand Final, for example. SSG, they had that map advantage. That really aided them in being able to win that matchup. Could we see something similar here this evening?
Yeah, well, SSG wouldn't have won the 6th Invitational without that map advantage. They almost were reverse swept with 3 maps from NIP, and that's the kind of thing we've seen in the past as well. So I'm totally looking at Okami here to step it up and start strong, to put Wildcard on the back foot and maintain that, or I guess equalize where Okami are already at a map deficit. So looking to overcome that, I think that they've got what it takes.
Well, the best of 5 does shuffle up the way that the veto plays out a little bit. Each team will get 1 ban. So we'll roll through those first and then explain the rest of the process. Again, one ban for each team. Conceal up there for Okami, and then Wildcard will ban our border for probably the 30th time in a row ever.
I was really hoping that finally we would see, I mean, it's leaving the map pool. This is the last ever series in ANZ that can have border in it, and I thought maybe Wildcard would let it through, but no, they literally banned it every single game in Six Masters. Wildcard just have a 6-map pool, and that means from Okami's perspective, they're thinking, okay, what do we want to ban out off of Wildcard? Like, they're really good at Clubhouse, they 7-0'd Knights on it the other day, but they're also really good at Consular, and let me just double check this. Consular indeed was the map that Wildcard 7-0'd Okami just a few weeks ago in the final round robin of the Six Masters. So I think a smart move from Okami, even though Consular's historically a pretty good map for them, they were dumpstered by Wildcard on it fairly recently. So just get rid of that, and it means we're likely to see some of the favorite maps from both of these teams come out. Okami, whether it's a cafe or a villa, Wildcard maybe a clubhouse. Might even see a theme park sneak in there too, since Okami have revealed to us just this morning that that is a favorite map of theirs.
Well, the teams will now alternate picks leading up to the final decider. We'll start off with the first 2 picks. Again, 1 from each team. Cafe there for Okami, and then it will be Villa from Wildcard, which we actually saw them take on each other yesterday.
Yeah, a bit of a rematch, really. It's kind of funny to see Wildcard pick Villa there, because that is was Akami's pick last time these guys played each other, and it was also Akami's pick against Knights just earlier today. So it shows the confidence from Wildcard to take Akami on a map that they are so good at, because Wildcard really backed themselves on there, and obviously coming after playing, these teams played each other on the map yesterday, Wildcard's even more confident they can beat them again. That was only a 7-5, but then confident they can maybe slide that even further in their favor. As for Okami, Cafe's been a favorite map of theirs during the season. Now, they did drop it in particular to Wildcard, this very team, last time these guys played each other in the Six Masters online phase at a 3-7. So maybe that's not the best result, but prior to that, you know, they've beaten teams like Sinister, they've beaten teams like LFO and Kanga on the map. So there is some kind of semblance of strength there for Okami.
Well, that does leave 3 more maps in the pool. Let's roll through the remaining picks and see what the decider will be. Keep in mind that decider will actually be the auto win for Wildcard, because they have that 1 map advantage. Dev, we see Okami pick Theme Park and then Wildcard to close things out on Club.
Yeah, so Clubhouse is a great map for Wildcards. These guys played each other on it just yesterday, and Wildcard 1-7-3 makes sense. If anything, I'm surprised that wasn't Wildcard's first pick over Villa, but I guess that they're extra confident in their Villa. And as for Theme Park, I've seen a running pattern here. I mean, yes, Akami just 7-1'd Knights on that this morning. They're very much warmed up on the map, and prior to that, we'd never seen Akami play it. So Wildcard haven't had a lot of time to do counter-stratting since this morning, basically. But prior to that, teams have been picking Theme Park against Wildcard quite a few times, and it's never worked out for the teams that pick it against them. Like, Wildcard never picked Theme Park, but whenever they play it, they dumps the opponent on it. That's against Sinister, against Kanga 7-0. So a bit of a risky play for Okami there.
I mean, I think it's probably fair to say, as you've mentioned before, that Wildcard do have this 6-map pool. So it's almost a matter of, no matter what map you go to, you're going to be under pressure. And the results have shown that. 1 map loss throughout the entire season. And funnily enough, it was actually on Clubhouse, but then they've turned it around. I mean, in the finals in day 1, they dumpstered Pittsburgh Knights 7-0.
Yeah, it's seemingly like one of their best maps now, which is funny, because I was actually thinking, like, coming into the playoffs, right? I was thinking we're probably going to see Sinister Wildcard in the final. Sinister are really good at Clubhouse, so maybe that will be, like, maybe they'll pick that and they'll expose Wildcard's weakness on that map that they had to LFO. I was completely wrong. Sinister's out. They came last in the playoffs. They came 4th. Akami is here to stay, and Wildcard now are amazing on Clubhouse. So this is pretty nuts, right? Like, looking into this series, you've got Cafe, like, both teams are pretty good at this map. The head-to-head victory goes with Wildcard. Both teams are really good on Villa, and that's a rematch from yesterday. And you just keep going through. Like, Theme Park is probably, to me, the most exciting one, because we're guaranteed to see it. Actually, no, not necessarily. Because if Wildcard 2-0, we won't see Theme Park. But I hope we see it. I hope Akami wins on Cafe or Villa. Because if we do see Theme Park, like, Akami, the only strats they've revealed is in that 7-1 earlier today against Knights. And 2 things that come with that. 1, Wildcard haven't had very much time to be like, okay, let's VOD them, like, over time and write lots of notes. Like, they haven't had that time. It's just this morning. And secondly, a 7-1 doesn't necessarily expose a lot of Akami's strategies, right? That's a very convincing scoreline. So I'm really hoping we get to Theme Park.
Well, let's see what you folks at home think. How close do you reckon this matchup will be? Let's bring up that vote result. And it's actually 76% in favor of Wildcard. A lot of that, again, international success. They have the map advantage and they're looking red hot.
Yes. I mean, when you're talking about a team that's undefeated so far in the playoffs and almost undefeated so far in the league, I'm going to count how many maps Wildcard has won in a row. And don't worry, I'm going to get my spreadsheet to do it for me, so my maths can't be incorrect. 12 maps in a row. 12 maps in a row in the Six Masters. Wildcard has won, not lost. They have won. They have been red hot right now. They have a map advantage. Akami might be warmed up, but Wildcard have been sitting back and watching them and figuring out how to beat them. So they're definitely favored in this series.
Well, I mean, one thing we sort of touched on a little bit earlier, but didn't really delve into, is the fact that these 2 teams have actually already played each other in the playoffs. It was a 2-0 in favor of Wildcard, a pretty dominant performance from them. Villa, which is a map we hopefully will see tonight, again, was a 7-5 in favor of Wildcard, a little bit closer, but that second map, it's really started to run away in the hands of Wildcard.
It's funny because when you look at like overall teams head to head, you think, well, we don't really know. They probably haven't been playing each other in scrims because they're trying to hide from each other. Fair enough. And so they won't really know each other that well. That's not so much the case here, because Wildcard and Akami played on the 11th of June in the Six Masters round robin phase, right? And that's only less than a month ago. They played 2 maps. They played Cafe and Consulate. Wildcard won both very dominantly. And then, once again, yesterday, as you mentioned, they played Clubhouse and Villa. Wildcard won both of them. Villa wasn't dominant, but it was a victory without going to overtime, and Clubhouse was dominant. So 3 out of 4 of the times that these guys have played each other in the last month, one being yesterday, Wildcard has won dominantly. Now, they only have to win 2 maps here in this best of 5 because they have that map advantage. That is such a huge boon here for Wildcard, and that's why we're really looking at Akami and saying, look, guys, you have the momentum. That's something that Wildcard doesn't have. They haven't been playing all morning. They haven't been warmed up. They've just been sitting there watching you guys stomp all over Knights, right? Akami, they're warmed up. They need to step up huge here. They need to get some wins, maybe on their first map, Cafe, hopefully get some revenge on Villa, and that will set them up much more nicely for the series, and I think most people are expecting.
We've seen it time and time again, right? Wildcard is the team that will bring the strategy and the adaptation tenfold to any map. We saw it yesterday on Villa so many times, countering their playstyle, and we could well see something very, very similar again here tonight. The entire season has been leading up to this moment. It's time for map number 1 in the Six Masters Grand Final. It's Wildcard and Akami. The map is Cafe Dev. Let's jump in.
Finally, we are here, guys, and Wildcard versus Akami is a match guaranteed to deliver. Once again, a rematch. Once again, a grudge match. Both of these teams have been ever the bridesmaids in the shadow of Fnatic, who are no longer in the Oceanic region, so both of them have their opportunity to shine. Wildcard, the clear favorites here, but Akami warmed up and looking for an upset. Let's dive into this ban phase. Akami going to get rid of the Capitao. Wildcard, the Thatcher. Nothing too crazy here so far in terms of the Wildcard pick there, Thatcher. It's like basically, I think, like, let me have a look through. It's like almost every single game they've played in the Six Masters, they've banned that out. So pretty normal stuff. And for Akami, they do love their Capitao bans as well. It's a very common one for them. And the Pulse as well, something they banned against Wildcard just the other night as well. Not necessarily too much success. We've seen how good it can be as well in the hands of players like Diesel, Emo, on both teams, especially on Villa. So once again, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. The Pulse and Valkyrie bans on Clubhouse, that came out from both of these teams. It's just funny, these teams both banning that. Okay, cool. Once again.
Third floor will be the first side of choice for Wildcard. They're starting on the defense, positioning themselves nicely to try and get an early lead here on Okami's pick. Try and put the pressure on their opponents. As you alluded to earlier, Dev, Okami did play earlier this evening against the Knights, a pretty dominant 2-0. They'll be nice and warmed up. That'll favor a team like them, who are often frag heavy, like to play aggressive. Wildcard, on the other hand, though, that could be a little bit cold. Not sure exactly if they've done any warm-up, maybe a scrim, maybe some aim training, or maybe just chilling and watching the VOD. Whatever works. I mean, as you mentioned, 12 map wins straight. I think they're knowing what, I think they know what they're doing rather at this stage of the season.
It does. It is a good question. You know, do you do a warm-up scrim? Do you just do aim training? Do you just chill out? Because you don't want to throw yourself off. I know of one particular team back quite a few seasons ago that going in before a very important game, they scrims, and a particular player on that team dropped a 20 bomb. And then in the game, they dropped like 3 kills. It was the worst game they've ever had in their history. And so sometimes a warm-up scrims is not actually the best option for you. So it does kind of put the onus on Wildcard here and say, like, don't come in cold, right? You're on the defense. Yeah, that should in theory be favored. But you better come out strong because Akami are warmed up.
Of course, if you are just joining us, you'll notice at the top of the graphic that there's 3 small boxes next to each logo. This is a best of 5, and Wildcard do have a map advantage, so we'll get that filled in eventually. That decider map, the map that was left out in Coastline, will be theirs. It's up to Akami to really mount
some momentum in their favor, particularly here on their first map. If they lose this one, Dev, it's going to be really tough to come back.
It looks like Akami are very aware of any aggression from Wildcard, or very cautious, I should say. C4 comes out, but that's an air ball. And Diesel's still sitting in piano here. I think he backs off there just for a little bit, and Akami start to drone this out. 1 minute wasted. Decent information, but not a lot of progress as of yet. You'll notice the castle barricades used to cut the rotation and those angles between Piano and Cigar. Make it a bit more difficult there for the attackers to affect one room with control of the other, or control from these windows. So still, we have Imorin in the pixel corner, holding as long as he can with the Wamai. That's Akami's first job, to clear him out.
Critically, that shield is still in position. Imorin able to play off that. The air jab will knock him to the ground, but he still survives. Grenade follows up, but he's well and truly protected. Well played by him. A lot of time soaked up, and Akami now only have over a minute to try and progress in towards site. The next job is likely to open the freezer wall, but with his limited time on the board, that could be a challenge.
They dispatch with that Evil Eye though, and that helps out. And as you mentioned, time here being the biggest contender of Akami. Clicking out another magnet, and Wildcard playing the long game here. Deciding to fall back instead of dying early. You'll notice as well, Diesel was downstairs, but he's already used his C4, so he can't use that to deny plant, but he can shoot up through holes in the floor if Wildcard have the info. And Ethan's also poised for a red flank as well. Akami have so much to be cautious of here in the late round.
30 seconds left. Imorin's droned. Ethan still roaming on the bottom floor. Expect him to flank late, as Akami have prepped this plant on the southwest corner of the objective. It's a site, or a plant spot rather, that they often favor, but they don't have a lot of time to convert. 15 seconds left now. Every member of Wildcard on the board, but the plant's going down. The question is, where's the denial? I don't think it's there. Wildcard should be able to deny, but they don't. The plant goes down. Ethan finds one, and now it's a post plant here. They're trying to reposition, trying to clear these defenders, but if Akami gets someone on the roof, they should be able to win this round, Dev.
This is why it's so important here for Wildcard to win these next few engagements. Two players now pushing in through White Hallway, but both of them get taken down there. The air jab for the first, and now it's all on Diesel in a 1-on-3. Such a difficult position to be in here for the support, and as you mentioned, if a player can get to the roof for Akami, this is nigh impossible. Just 12 seconds left on the timer, and Akami start this map strong here and take the first attack onto Wildcard.
Big oversight made by Wildcard in that round. No one able to deny the plant. No C4s coming out. No verticality from below. Probably the easiest plant you'll ever get off in that position. Often it's just bombarded with utility, but on that occasion, Wildcard either unaware or miscommunicating that plant spot. Akami capitalize and will take round number 1 here. A great start for them, and we're going to see Wildcard now rotate downstairs.
Does make you wonder a little bit what happened there for Wildcard. That strategy I mentioned of not getting too aggressive, just peeling back and letting Akami kind of take that ground, waiting for the time to run out. That only works if you can deny plant. Now, there was no smoke picked for Wildcard. That's the simplest way to just deny late entries and counter, or I guess take advantage of a slow attack. And secondarily, you could use C4s to deny the plant. Now, the only operator that could bring C4 was Diesel on the mute, and he used his C4 very early as an aggressive throw out through the piano window, and that found nothing. It does make you wonder a little bit what happened there for Wildcard. They need to have some more effective plant denial. Otherwise, the strategy of just letting Akami take ground is just gonna, well, let Akami take ground, let Akami take rounds as well. So a good start here for the attacking side, and we'll keep looking to them as we rotate through bomb sites.
10 seconds remaining.
The castle being brought here by Wildcard. 2 of those barricades being used to protect that red hallway as they try and hold above. So potential late flank opportunities for them. It's not often we see defenders invest so much above. So Wildcard, this is definitely a pre-planned strategy, something that they've been practicing behind the scenes. It is a risky strategy though. If Akami can tear it apart, I'll definitely be worse for wear here.
And that's why we look at it be style.
Is he going all the way to the roof? This seems to be a top-down clear strategy from Akami. Now, that is one way to deal with this second floor roam from Wildcard. What's this nade? What's the purpose of that? I don't know what util was under there. Is it just to take out any player that was sitting in that spot? I mean, that would have been a nice nade, but a bit of a waste of utility with no info. And now Ipistyle going to jump on in. Vulnerable to C4s from below. Pat in reading. And Pillars. Maybe able to find one.
Ipistyle just probing, spraying and praying, trying to see if he can get this opening pick. Unable to get a pick in the final round, but it didn't really matter. It wasn't as frag heavy as Okami would have expected, at least not until the post plant, where it was pretty comfortable for them in that round. Emorin still holding above the inside of Train. Will likely be droned out, but those Mozzie pets may delay that, and the hatch is open, so he has an opportunity to rotate.
Yeah, I think once again this isn't
Wildcard. I think the great sign is that they've wasted half the round dev, so it's a great start for them.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going to mention. I think the idea here for Emo is exactly that. He's going to just back off, right? So he wastes time, he plays up, shoots a few drones, and then gets downstairs safely. And now we're at a 5-on-5 on site. Now the Sledge is going to make getting rid of those armor panels from the castle very easy. But he'll have to mince up the floor and find these players on site. And Akami also have to decide what kind of an execute they're going for. It looks like with Mango's the hard breach positioned over at Bakery side, that's where they'll mount their push. And most of Wildcard are positioned on the east side of the map, the opposite. But Diesel still in Bakery means that it's quite difficult for Akami to clear this out late. And well, Diesel needs to stay alive as long as he can and delay that time. Hopefully find a pick. If it's onto Mango's, that would be huge.
Cutie does get the opening kills. Diesel gets flashed. Surely they can push in Bakery, but instead Mangoes will hold out. Ipistyle as well. Joker could try and pinch. Those castle barricades could pose an issue though. Diesel is finally taken out. 30 seconds on the board, and Okami have that man advantage. It's up to Wildcard now to hold out the push. Mangoes, who we did see at Bakery, has the diffuser in hand. He'll have to try and attempt the plan. Emo, Rin, and Ethan are in positions to deny Geo holding the flank. Great positions here for Okami are being held. They just need to convert.
There's just no time. Trying to hard breach the wall into sight. It's very late for Akami. Now Geo needs to find this flank watch on the stairs. Misses some shots. Spanny loses the fight. But Emo to find two on site. And Ethan for one means that the only player left is the flank watch. And Wildcard do lock out that very late and desperate push in through Bakery. Into the bomb site. Very nice stuff. And that evens us up 1-1 apiece.
A little bit perplexed as to what happened there on the Bakery wall. Not sure where Mango's expended the rest of his X-Kairos, if he used 2 on the prep wall and only had 1 for the main wall. Either way, though, they were forced to filter through that prep room, were sprayed down, and then, of course, no time left to recover that diffuser and re-attempt a plant. So good recovery there from Wildcard will even out the scoreline. Still early days here on Cafe, our first map in this best of 5. I like that 6-pick, Geo jumping onto Ella, an operator that we don't see a whole lot of play.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Yeah, usually you pick an Ella because she's so specifically good at one thing, and like with that gun, it's really particularly those close quarters engagements, and she comes with a shield as well, so she's really great. Oh, and her Grismots, like their Grismots also impact the ability to hold small areas in close quarters engagements. So whether that's playing here and around Pixel, he's going to put a shield there. That doesn't necessarily mean the Ella's going to play there. The Grismot's likely to be placed in positions to prevent aggression from Akami. Now that could be in the white hallway from Pixel, could be a cocktail, could be near the bomb site. A lot of options here for Geo. But overall, the strategy for Wildcard is pretty typical. To hold top floor, a couple mute jammers. Oh, that's a nice one. So anyone who drops down the skylight will get Grizz modded. Anyone who rushes through the east door is going to get Grizz modded. 1 left, 1 ice cream cone still in the pocket for Geo. Imagine if you actually kept ice cream in your pocket. That'd be disgusting. Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, I was going to continue the joke, but Diesel's not playing around. He drops Mangoes very early in the round. I'm tipping that was a spawn peak as well.
Wow.
So that's their one and only hard breach. Take it out. Devastating start here for Okami. Keep in mind that this is actually a fireplace and mining hold, not reading. Arguably the 4th most popular or the least popular of the 4 sites here on Cafe. Wildcard quite confident in their site selection.
It seems like Wildcard's site rotation is as flexible as their map rotation. But that pick, as you mentioned, the hard bridge going down, maybe it would have been more impactful on a kitchen or a bar attack, but it's still going to be a struggle here for Akami. They don't have a way of opening the top red into piano. They don't have a way of opening the hatch on the train. Now, that's a huge one. Most importantly, they are one man down and losing drones by the minute as well. Jack Daddy's completely out of drones. Joker and Cutie only have the one left, so we're going to be leaning on Ippy Style, and now he's the entry fragger, so he's less likely to be droning here. Just holding this flank at White Stairs.
Ethan holding that cocktail rappel from below. More drones heading out here. Hearing a couple of proximity alarms go out as well. I'm assuming those were from Emo Rin. Of course, those were added in Steel Wave, and many of these teams didn't really have to deal with that for the majority of that regular season because the Steel Wave released after it. Again, these teams forced to adapt on the fly, and that could play into Wildcard's hands. Time and time again, we see them adapt. And with a minute to go here, they are looking pretty good on round number 3.
So, Akami, what you going to do here? 4v5, no numbers, slowed down, trying to clear out reading, which isn't even the bomb site, as you mentioned. It is mining and fireplace. Do they even know? Geo to open things up once again. A 3 versus 5 now for Akami, and this is getting more and more difficult. Jack Daddy finally fights back. 30 seconds left. And have they finally realized there's the bomb? The pulse spotted out as well. Jack Daddy moving up forward. 30 seconds. In this 3v5, they've got to step it up here.
Akami still with the man disadvantage. Emo holds the gets a double headshot. Drops the diffuser and Cutie's left in a 1-on-4. A desperate nade will come out. It probably won't connect. It doesn't. And this round will go in favor of Wildcard. That'll be 2 rounds straight for them in the bank. Solid start here on Okami's map pick.
Goes to show you play objectives, you don't repeat. Keep moving through your confident selection of bomb sites that you can go through. Establish some dominance at the start. Diesel, who's typically the support player, going for a spawn peek. And that's nice, especially when you take out the enemy support player. I think overall you can read into it a little bit and say that Akami struggled with their information gathering last round. Not only did they have to deal with the mute jammers and the castle barricades denying line of sight, but on top of that, their support player was dead, and he's usually the player that has those spare drones. By what, the 3v5, the 4v5, Ippy Star was the only player left with 2 drones. Joker was completely... Oh, Jack Daddy was completely out. Joker and Cutie only had 1 apiece, and that makes it so difficult for Akami to drone out these roamers, find where they are, and pinch onto them. Even if you have that vertical presence, even if you have control of bar and cocktail, and you're trying to kill those players down and reading, it's so difficult to do that without info.
Wildcard will go full circle, heading back upstairs now. They attempted this on the very first round here on Cafe. They actually lost it pretty convincingly, going in favor, of course, of Okami. They got the plant down uncontested, were able to then hold pretty strong positions, particularly with 1 player on the roof. It's on Wildcard now to try and adapt that and make sure that they can deny that plan, or at least prevent Okami from being in a position to get it down.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, so for Wildcard, that is the problem that they had last time, that plant denial. But for the same operator lineup, it means that they'll still only have that 1C4 and no gas babes to deny that late plant. I feel like a smoke would perfectly complement Wildcard's strategy here, just to delay that time. And, well, because they're playing into the time-wasting strategy on this top floor, and it took so long for Akami to take piano and be ready for an execute last time, if you have that smoke, it just compounds that issue for the attackers. But the main thing I'm going to be looking at in this round is, as you said, the plant denial, in particular Diesel with his C4, keeping that in the pocket for a bit longer. Perhaps even for Wildcard to find an early aggressive pick, as Diesel did in that prior round.
Ethan again roaming below, going 2-1-1 so far. He's had a great season and a great finals campaign at that. Early days here on Cafe. He's been a little bit quieter than usual, but his services haven't necessarily been required. as Mangoes finds himself inside of Cigar Shop. Those castle barricades, again, will waste time and or utility. Imerin currently going 5-1 himself, holding Pixel once again. We saw him drain a lot of time and utility last time, which again, ultimately didn't serve his team well enough. But he needs to try and do this once again.
And he's lost that shield, so he's going to back on out. If you recall, last bar on Cocktail defense, Imerin backed out of that aggressive position at Pixel without wasting too much time, without getting too aggressive. He, once again, just decided to let Akami waste time for themselves instead of playing for his life. And he'll now play inside of the bathroom instead. And we look at Itbystyle now with no utility remaining. He'll just rely on this R4C and his teammates' calls. Looking overall, we still have some good util on JackDad. He'll use that to destroy, I believe that was an Evil Eye. But overall, it's still pretty stark for utility here. Cutie completely out of drones. Not sure if he has any nades left, but with 50 seconds, Akami are making some decent progress. But that's a great bulletproof camera for Pat.
His freezer angle has been exposed by Mangoes. Could be used against them. They will need to be mindful of that. Pat could wide swing that late round as they have breached the wall. Mangoes with the diffuser in hand, likely to go for that same plant once again, but Cutie gets the opening with a nade. That's Pat taken out in freezer. He can't wide swing that anymore, and Itbystyle gets one as well. Mangoes will use that as a cue to attempt the plant. Stick is going down, but Emo, he could deny this. He gets one. As Geo will clean up that planted dev 3-on-3 with 15 seconds left.
15 seconds left.
And Diesel critically still has this C4, tosses it on out. That denies the plant from Cutie. Now Itbystyle, no, that's Joker pushing up. He's shut down as well. It's all on Style now. Downstairs with no teammates, no hope, nothing to salvage here, and the timer runs out. That's wildcard. 3 defense rounds in a row.
It was a pretty simple adaptation from that first round. All it took was that C4 to deny that plant, forcing Okami to rush for frags, leaving them in a 1-on-3. Unwinnable there for Itbystyle. A great round for Wildcard, who despite being at that early man disadvantage, were able to fight it out, grit their teeth a little bit, get that round win.
It was a 3 versus 5 for Wildcard with 25 seconds left. Now, that is such a poor position to be in, except for when you have plant denial. And that's the critical thing there for Akami. They have the decision. We've got numbers advantage. Do we force out this plant and risk it being denied, or do we try and chase for kills? Now, they did a little bit of both, with Joker pushing aggressively up bar, but that plant just was not able to be secured, as you mentioned, with that C4. Now, I also want to mention the bulletproof camera from Geo that we saw spotted out there on the new balcony underneath that new hatch. Such a pivotal piece of information gathering for Wildcard to leverage, because it stared directly at Akami's default plant spot just at that wall in 2 piano to bar. So really great adaptations across the board from Wildcard. And it goes to show how important it is to keep that utility in the bag late round. Now, speaking of utility lost early, that is a drone taken out there by Ethan. I believe that was Joker's. Overall, Akami have struggled a bit with this drone game. So many times we've looked at the drone count on the scoreboard and just seen that a player's got 0 drones left, a player's maybe just got 1 drone left. And Wildcard are playing into that with this mute and with this Mozzie and shooting as many drones and then backing off so that the information gathered by those drones is no longer relevant.
As you alluded to, Wildcard setup indicates that they will be holding above, and those drones will be critical in locating so many of these roamers, at least 3 here on that second floor. That's a lot for Akami to deal with if they do end up attempting this roam clear. Looks like they will. Joker droning out pillars. So there's 1 in reading. They can call that one out, but that's only a small piece of this larger puzzle. Wildcard, the very, very confident setup here for this kitchen defense.
And that's Joker completely out of drones. So that's one of your support players or flex support players. Typically would be droning in the teammates. And it really does make you question your roles. This is why we see some teams in the world, like G2, for example, they try and be more flexible with their roles. Oh, what a shot!
Oh.
That's disgusting for Emo. And Mango's gone down. Now, speaking of droning, that's your primary droner gone down. Now, Pat's going to take a few love taps from Emo, but fortunately, it won't matter too much. But so much information gathering denied already. Look at Akami right now. They've only got 2 of Ippy Styles drones, 2 Acuities, and 1 from Jack Dad. No hard breach either. This is going to be so difficult. Such a steep hill to climb.
That's the second time now where Mangoes has been that opening death for Okami. The last operator you want taken out on any map, on any objective, really will be that hard breach. The odds now well and truly against the attack here. Okami desperately not wanting Wildcard to gain a significant lead here. Unfortunately, this round surely will not go their way. They're yet to even recover that diffuser with a minute to go. It does look like a player may be near it, but there's a whole lot they still need to deal with on site, Dev.
Yeah, finally, Joker grabs that diffuser, but 5v4, yes, Pat's lit up, but there's just no information. Okami are starved right now, trying to take from VIP side. There's the castle. Joker lands a few shots into him, finishes him off there, but Jack Daddy to refrag out Pat. We're at a 3 versus 3 now, so numbers are nice and even. That's a bit of progress for Okami, but they're running out of time, and there's no clear way that they can get access to site. With Frieza fully reinforced and no Hibana, Baker is going to be difficult as well. They're going to walk right into this crossfire down the hallway.
Ethan whiffs it initially, but manages to pick up the kill. Wide swings and downs the second. Diesel actually collecting that kill in the end. Q is forced to drop the freezer hatch. The sound Q has gone out. The pre-fire will follow, but Wildcard will take the round in the end, and they're looking very dominant here on Cafe.
It's just beautiful to see when that perfect storm happens and Wildcard just stand there in those crossfires, catching the Okami players with their pants down. And Okami, once again, really struggling in this early to mid action phase. It was 1:55 on the clock when that aggressive peak comes out. Now, you can't really blame Mangoes there. That was an insane shot from Emo, but the repercussions of Mangoes dying there were just huge for Okami. And added to that, the fact that the second droner of Joker had already lost his drones meant that there was just no info, no hard breach, no avenues into the site. Okami had to funnel. They didn't know if the roam was clear. Wildcard playing into it perfectly.
A little bit of a concerning start here for Okami. Last time these two actually played this map was the final week of the regular season. Did go in favor of Wildcard 7-3, and the way this map is trending, we could see a similar, if not more dominant performance in favor of Wildcard, especially if Okami can't get a second defensive win, or a second attacking win, rather. They want to gain some momentum heading into that defense, give themselves some confidence. We've seen Wildcard bring such confidence setups. Again, they will bring that castle, helping to extend their hold. And Okami really struggling to break through that.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I would have thought that Okami would have had maybe a bit more success here on the attack after they started so strongly, but it's been a difficult trek for them. And I know I talked a lot about this drone game, but that is once again, Joker's drone dies in the prep phase, and this time it didn't just die, but you heard Gio, my drone army grows by 1. Grab that one.
He can. Good impression. Am I casting with Martin Copping right now? Wait, what?
Yes, you are. Yeah, my name's.
Oh.
I've changed my name to Martin Copping now. Yep. Gio positions that drone just on the crapper. Good info late round though.
You're going to see Okami enter from the very top floor here as they progress towards Cocktail. Diesel holding this position, Emo Rin holding the white corridor. And as you can see, there is a bucket load of utility to assist. They have the Jaeger ADS devices, mute jammers to protect the reinforcements, and it's up to Okami to clear that or try and progress through it. We do see Mangoes expend an X-Kairos on that single wall, but as I mentioned earlier, it is likely mute jammed, and he won't be able to blow that. Joker's in a great position to sandwich here from the rappel, is forced to hit down that barricade. Diesel will be well and truly aware that there is a player behind him, but he can sit tight. He doesn't need to peek that.
That hard breach, greatly positioned there from the Hibana to expose that angle that Diesel's playing. And now his shield destroyed.
Oh.
That was a beautiful dance there for Okami. And Ippy Style finds that kill. That is some cocktail control started off, and Jack Daddy to find one as well. 5v3 now for Akami. Maybe they will be able to steal one more round here on their attack.
It has been a rough half so far. A 2-4 result for them wouldn't be terrible, but Ippy Style's being lit up, lucky to get away with his life. C4 goes out, but can't collect them. Unless Ethan has one, that'll be all of them expended this round. He doesn't. So the plant denial could be a struggle here for Wildcard already at that man disadvantage. It's really up to Akami now to set up for this plant. Mangoes has rotated towards pillars. Ready and waiting at this door, likely to run straight to his hard right behind that bookshelf, try and get that plant down. And it's going to be up to Wildcard to somehow deny it.
The Joker to just add to it means that Wildcard need to get aggressive here, but Pack can't land the shots there with the UMP. Where is Geo? Still a player on the white stairs. Perhaps Wildcard could have flanked that, but no, it's a red stairs flank here for Geo. There's a player watching for it. It's Jack Daddy. The plant gets forced down, and that is a flawless attack from Akami. They started strong, they finished strong, and that maybe does give us some confidence going into Akami's defense.
A little bit of a strange half at that, winning only the first round and the last of that. It was turbulent in the middle, but Akami managed to salvage a pretty decent result here on Cafe. Anticipating their defense to be very strong here. It is their map pick. Third floor will be their first site of choice. Cutie jumping onto Alibi. If he sticks this, which it looks like he is, that could open up some pretty intriguing opportunities here, as Castle will be again brought to the board here by the defense.
Yeah, the surprising thing for me is that Akami is not going to bring the Goyo. It's one of their favorites, especially here on Cafe. But no, deciding to 6-pick off of that for the Castle, as you mentioned, super common. In fact, works really well in tandem with the Goyo because it's even more utility that the attackers have to get rid of with their explosives and drains that utility that the attackers have brought to the table. But that Castle Barricade on the external window there will be dispatched with really easily. Same with this one right here, because Imorin's running the sledge. And he can just rappel up and smack that, get rid of it nice and easy. So in some ways, only this single Castle Barricade here will actually require explosives to be destroyed. Having a look at the placement of the Prismas, this is a strategy we saw from Akami. I think it was yesterday against it must have been against Sinister. Yeah, it was the Sinister game. So it was on Friday, and playing the double shields here at Pixel, one actually in the more common Pixel spot, and the second one here in washrooms, and the alibis to just make it a bit more difficult for the attackers to spot out. I really like this strategy, and it worked so well against Sinister. Might work here against Wildcard as well.
For sure, in that Sinister game, it was actually Cutie playing behind that shield. He hit an absolutely nutty shot onto that rappel, so Imorin in that position currently will need to be mindful of that. Does appear as if Wildcard will play safe, heading to the roof first as refuge. Ethan already being pinged out by one of those Prismas, something that they'll need to be mindful of for the remainder of this round. Something that, of course, you can shoot out if you shoot the little part of it at the bottom. I don't know the best way to describe it, where it projects the
like
hologram.
The base.
Yeah, base, that's a good way. I'll go with that. Again, you won't be detected, but the positions that Cutie has placed them in, you will have to expose yourself to, again, some of these other angles they have generated, so it is risky.
The uncommon thing here is Jack Daddy playing aggressively in piano. Quite a difficult position to flush out unless if someone repels on that south window, which I believe is going to happen now. Mango's taken out and finished off there. The Mute playing in Cigar Lounge, or Cigar Shop, I should say. Now pivotal here is Pat's position, trying to pinch onto Jack Dad. How long will Jack Dad be able to stay alive? But it's a great bait there. And Joker manages to take him out, repelling. There is a refrag from Ethan. That's still quite significant for Akami. But in a numbers disadvantage here, Jack Daddy's life has a timer set on it. And if he gets taken out here, Wildcard will be in such strong position to execute and take this ground away from him.
Jack Daddy, funnily enough, playing on the Jaeger, not Ippy style. He is playing an Ippy style-esque position aggressively inside of Lounge. I think his position has been revealed. The nade gets cooked. Surely he's taken out, but no, he rotates. That player on the window failing to cover that angle, but he is finally shut down. It's Cutie and Ippy style now left in a 2-on-3. All three attackers are coming from this lounge position, and Cutie still has the shield to work with. That Hibana charge, though, might clear that, and he's forced to rotate to 90. Funnily enough, though, that second shield is still there, and Cutie can abuse that. He's ready and waiting for a player to push through shop. Question is, are Wildcard aware of this?
There's lots of drones still available for Wildcard, but they may be already deployed in preset positions and can't necessarily be accessed to flush out and check Pixel. It'd already found one on the round. Trying to step it up. Finishes off Geo. No refrag to come out. Looking to find Diesel as well. Cutie finally comes into a position. Diesel trying to force this plant down. A cocktail. Wildcard have duped their opponent. Now Cutie doesn't know where the plant is. He knew that there was a player at cocktail though. And it's a 1 versus 2 for the alibi. He's going to make it. Oh no, he whiffs the shots. I was going to say that's a 1v1, but no, not so. And Diesel to punish Cutie in that position. Wildcard, it was slow, it was steady, but they get the job done.
Wildcard, of course, now 1 round away from securing a match point, and at the very least heading this game into overtime. It was a solid start for Wildcard in that round, getting that first pick. We did see the likes of Ippy Styles stepping up late, but it wasn't quite enough. We know Wildcard have what it takes to win out these clutch scenarios, and that round was no different. They have a significant lead now. The pressure well and truly is on Okami's shoulders.
Especially remembering that this is Okami's map pick. This is where Okami wanted to take us. Next up is Villa, and well, just yesterday, Wildcard took down Okami 7-5 on that map. Cafe's been a mixed results kind of map for Okami. Overall, they beat some really strong teams. Teams like Sinister, twice in fact, teams like LFO, Kanga. But they've also struggled against Wildcard. And in fact, have lost this to Wildcard at a 7-3 just in the league phase before the playoffs started. What is that from Ethan? A little bit of a happy face? I don't know what's the context there. I missed that.
Not too
All
sure.
right, Ethan.
Well, he did get his drone taken out, so maybe it was in relation to that.
Oh, must be. Must be.
It wasn't impact tricked. I thought it may have been that, but
maybe he got
either
zapped.
way. Potentially. Or reinforcement took it out. Of course, that can happen.
Why does it say 96 under... Oh, never mind. Over there's gone now. Wasn't important.
Like what?
There's a 96 under like Cutie's Mozzie Pest. I don't know what that means. He doesn't have 96 Mozzie Pest. What is this, a rush? Wildcard did this on Villa yesterday. This is it.
Barricade gets smacked down. Ethan heading this rush through coat check. Oh, they're going to go straight for the main wall, Dev. This could be very, very dangerous. Are Okami aware?
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. All 5 of them have side
this?
control. Emo Rin will get the first pick. Diffuser going down by Diesel as the trades begin to come out. It's a 4-on-4. Diesel will surely be able to stick it. He does. Okami now with the man advantage. The rotate, though, it's shut down. It's Mangoes and Cutie now left to clutch it up. Make that a 1-on-2. It's Mangoes on the Bandit. He has the MP7 in hand. And likely doesn't have any intel, though. Will need to play off head checks. His fault will be his death. He elects not to go for it. Instead, rotating now to the bar. He will consider the vault in, though. Sound cube, will it go out? Yes, it does. Hibana hears it. That's Diesel. Does a bit of damage. Mangoes now will whip out the pistol, but he needs to find 2. Wildcard in a perfect position to trade this out. Mangoes doesn't see Diesel. Will see 4, though. Doesn't hit the mark. Both players on Wildcard still 100 HP, and they will close out the round, Dev. They have got match point. What a rush.
That was insane. I just love to watch this from Wildcard. We saw it yesterday on Villa, the rush against Okami, and it worked flawlessly. It seems like that's the same again. And yes, the Wildcard numbers dwindled there, but for a moment, it was a 5 versus 5 with Wildcard full control of site and no one from Okami. You notice Ethan there. That's a critical moment right there. That potato onto the drone. Thanks, production. I actually want to acknowledge that for a moment, right? So in that moment, Ethan, the entry fragger, he checks garage. He sees what the garage setup is. He sees that there's a player a little bit late on their setup trying to take out his drone. And then his drone taken out. He chucks the smiley face in chat. And that is the moment when Ethan calls to his team, look, 3 of you guys are going to rush coat check and 2 of us are going to rush garage. There's no one on site. Let's go for it. And that is the situation where it is totally worth losing your drone.
Scoreline now 6-2 in favor of Wildcard. If they win this map, Dev, it'll be a 2-0 lead in this series. And then we'll be heading to Wildcard's map pick, and they could be in a position to win this series 3-0. Of course, they still need to win one more round.
I was going to say, you can tell that Ethan's having fun when he chucks the smiley face in chat and then next round he jumps on the Amaru. Like, I mean, if that was a rush, I want to know what Ethan's planning here. Maybe it's going to be some presence up through the cocktail balcony on the northeast side. Maybe not necessarily early, but... Oh, it might be early. He's positioning himself there. Can he get himself up onto this ledge with the hook? Or does he have to repel? He's going to repel. This actually may well be a rush here. Diesel previously got him this window. Ethan's ready for it, just waiting for the call from his teammates. This could be huge.
I'm expecting Gio to play a part in this and maybe try and disrupt that position. Maybe mask the sound. We know it's pretty difficult to counter Amaru unless you hear her. It's not like the rappel is incredibly loud or incredibly easy to distinct where it is coming from. So this could well throw a spanner in the works. We don't see Amaru played a lot at all. In fact, I believe it was actually Akami who used it in a pocket strat a while ago earlier in the season as Wildcard just keeps stacking this doorway as we wait for this round to explode.
I think they're all gonna, there are 3 of them are gonna rush the doorway straight into the, because this bomb site is reading. And Ethan wants to try and distract upstairs. Maybe Pat's gonna drop the skylight at the same time. But they're considering this, they're second guessing themselves. And you'll notice that Gio's lost both of his drones and Emo's lost one. Likely that is from them trying to figure out whether this rush is viable, and it looks like they've actually decided not to. So I like the gumption to consider that, but this late rotation could really punish Wildcard as they're already late on time.
Hippie style inside of shop, trying to hold back this push, but it comes through strongly. That's Emo Rin. Great kill from him. Ethan's still outside here, waiting for the moment to rappel in, or grapple hook in, rather. Playing patiently. Bit of a standoff at the moment, only a minute to go. Wildcard really needs to kick into gear here.
Now, Kami are actually in a pretty good position on the round. Despite it being a 4 versus 5, they still have top floor control. Now, the really pivotal thing here for Wildcard is can they explode onto the site, or at least onto Cocktail here, and take out some players, overwhelm Mangoes and Cutie. Jack Dad to support, and Ethan is repelling. I think he's going to go for it in just a moment. Go for this gyro hook. He's ready for it, waiting for the call from his teammates. Jumps in through the window. Can he find a kill? He gets one. He downs the second. All very nearly, but it's just a 3-on-3 now. With 30 seconds left, Pat rounds the corner. The pre-fire comes out, and he finishes off Mangoes. But 20 seconds left. Wildcard have to execute, and they have to execute right now.
It's hunting season for Wildcard, trying to close out this map, but time is running short. 10 seconds on the board to close this one out. Jack Daddy finds Ethan to keep his team's dream alive. He's alongside Joker to try and deny it as he finds his second. Emerin drops the hatch, but he doesn't have a lot of time. He gets taken off the board, and Okami will win round number 9.
In a 3-on-3, and Jack Dad finds all of the last ones. A testament to the old, that bullet hose never has to be reloaded. Insane stuff from Jack Dad, and it does make you wonder, what if Wildcard had maybe made the decision to take from Piano and Cigar a little bit earlier? Because they did find the opening pick, but in the early round when they were considering going for that, I guess you could say cheese kind of rush through the reading door, they wasted 3 drones and about a minute and a half doing that, and finally they went for, I guess you could say, their proper push in half the time that the action phase actually had to offer them. So bit of a risk there from Wildcard. Perhaps it was still more successful than it would have been if they had just gone for that cheesy strat. Maybe it was, in fact, the wrong call. You could see they were clearly debating over it for quite some time. But I think that even though if Wildcard can do that well, with basically half the action phase, then it doesn't spell well for the next 3 match points that Akami are going to have to fight against.
Again, we are going to see Akami reattempt the top floor. It was their side of their first defense. They lost it to Wildcard. They hid the alibi in this occasion in the 6-pick phase, expecting Cutie to do the same, if not identical hole inside of Bathroom with that shield. Just trying to slow down Wildcard's progression towards site. Try and make Lounge even more difficult to obtain. Here we go, he will place that shield down. Castle Barricades as well there to assist. It's up to Wildcard to try and clear this utility, or maybe even completely ignore it. We have seen other teams in the competition. Kangaroo is one that comes to mind that actually favored the Eastern take, instead getting control below, bucking out Cocktail, for example, and taking that side of the map, but it does appear as if Wildcard will commit to Cigar.
So, we know Wildcard are privy to occasional crazy strategies. Cheeky ones. Oh, that's a nice C4. Emo gets injured, down but not out. Is the revive going to come through? But that is Mango's C4. Now, we saw in the very first round of this map when Wildcard were defending, Diesel wasted his C4 early to try and get an aggressive play. Didn't get a kill and ended up spelling death for his team because they didn't have enough Plantinol in the late round. Now, we may well see Akami feel the same fate.
Mangoes won't know it, but he did secure that down. No points in competitive. No point feed for the players to use for intel. Humarian will need to be mindful that he doesn't take on any ill-advised gunfights. A single hair's breadth away from death. I'm really intrigued by the fact that Jack Daddy's playing Jaeger here. We so often see Ippy Style playing that operator. Must be a comfort pick on this site for some reason. Jack Daddy a little bit quieter yesterday, but today has been playing quite well. Going 8 and 7. Holding a critical position here as long as he possibly can. Trying to delay the inevitable. Mangoes will be taken out. A great bait with the nade. Diesel has the cross and will shut him down. And Wildcard will now need to try and convert that man advantage to a round win and a map win.
1 minute left and still this presence in Piano and Washrooms. None of the shields have been destroyed yet for Wildcard, but still Pat ready and waiting with the explosives. But they need to ensure all the magnets and ADSs are cleared. Are they? Pre-fire comes out from Jack, doesn't find anything. Another stun goes out and it doesn't get caught by anything. That tells Wildcard that the ADSs and magnets have been burned, and then the 2 explosives come through to deal with the shields, exposing both Jack and Cutie. This is such a difficult position for them. What can they do to salvage this?
Emo Rim will find one more. Jack Daddy's still prone on the floor. If he isn't spotted, he's in a great position. But if he is, Wildcard can surely take him down. Oh no, that's a misplay from Pat. He's taken down. The air jab will actually save Jack Daddy, flying him back in towards the wall. He peeks it, sees a player in shop, and manages actually to get away. That's a misplay from Wildcard, who now have time against them. 5 seconds on the board. Ethan taken down as well. The plan's going down, but it's denied by Ippy Style, and surely they can just play time. Okami can secure this round. They will. And they keep the dream alive here on Cafe.
And maybe we're seeing Akami start to wake up here on their defenses. Wildcard found the first 2 in a row quite dominantly, I should say as well. In particular, that kitchen cooking attack was just nuts. And then Akami to fight back with 2 of their own and win that one on time, despite having a man disadvantage late into the round. 20 seconds left. We're in a 5 versus 3 for Wildcard's perspective. But of course, Jack Daddy still being alive was a pivotal player there in Piano, even though he only really found 1 kill. The fact that that prevented Wildcard from having the control they wanted and keeping that pressure down, that was so difficult for them. And then, of course, at the end of it, not only did we see Ethan, who was repelling east to try and have some pressure, he was taken out, but Ippy Style also to deny that plant. No C4 needed. As you would have noticed, Akami had already used their shotguns to break some holes in that bar, in that default plant spot, meant that Diesel had no cover as he was planting, and Ippy could just finish him off. Really good stuff. And look, guys, honestly, Akami have done better than the last time they played Wildcard on this map, which was a 7-3. And they're taking it pretty close here, despite some dominant rounds from Wildcard, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Akami can weather the storm and start to turn this around.
They do only need to find 2 more rounds. Then we'll head into overtime.
10 seconds remaining.
So Akami can replicate the form for the previous 2 rounds. That's definitely possible. Wildcard,
5 seconds left before insertion.
after that rush into kitchen to win that round, really struggled in the previous 2. Stalled out. taking their time. Okami able to capitalize. What's Wildcard going to do in response here? They need to try and step up here, try and win this map. It is, of course, Okami's map pick. If Wildcard do secure it, they are in a fantastic position to take this grand final.
Now going down to kitchen service. Now, of course, that Wildcard haven't actually really mounted like a proper attack. I say proper, I mean, they haven't really revealed their hand as to what their default attack strategy is for this map. This bomb site, I should say, as the last time it was that successful rush. Now, of course, that's going to make Okami a bit more wary, a bit more cautious, and play people on site. You'll notice Cutie watching one of those positions that two players rushed from last time. I think Wildcard have realized they can't cheese this out anymore. It might be good for 1 or 2 rounds, but they need to commit here to what we know them for, which is for that more typical methodical play style.
Pat droning ahead here for Emo Rin, who's been on fire so far on this map, 13 and 5. Actually one of, if not the lowest fraggers for this team during the regular season. So he's flicked the switch here on Cafe for the grand final, and no better time than that really to show up, get your name at the top of the leaderboard.
Emo actually found the first kill 3 attack rounds in a row, and then for that 4th attack round, he found the 2nd kill. So he's been so good on these entries, so confident.
Pat will continue to drone forward, ensuring that mining and train are clear. The 2 rooms above the bomb site alongside dining as well, but no one playing in that position. Wildcard now satisfied with that, will progress forward. That's another floor secured, but the critical floor, of course, the objective, first floor, well and truly in the hands of Okami, who still have 5 members on the board.
Trying to enable this vertical potential is Wildcard, but they haven't found any kills to the floor yet. We're in a 5-on-5, 45 seconds left. Okami also haven't found any C4s back. That was 1 C4 tossed up. Emo gets lit to half HP. Another C4 misses. That's pretty important there, but Okami shouldn't sweat too much yet unless Wildcard can actually find picks. Now, this vertical play is all well and good, but you need to have some kind of horizontal pressure, and that's Ethan, but he's got a duel with Ippy Style on that Jaeger that he loves so much. Emo once again finds the opening kill, but we need to see Wildcard explode right now. Ethan taken out. Wildcard in a 4v4 with no sight control. This is so difficult, and they're all falling in through Freezer. No chance for this to work. Emo has been so good, but surely can't make this work. Finished off. Now it's all on Pat and Geo above. And they just don't have any way to get that diffuser down. Okami win the round on time.
Single round left here in regulation. Okami in a position to either draw out regulation and head this map to overtime, or for Wildcard to finally secure the map. They've lost 3 rounds straight now. Okami looking red hot here on the back end of their defense. Looks like the Battleground will be reading in Fireplace. We've seen this objective played once. It was actually the round that really kicked off this momentum boost for Okami. They secured that objective and then won the next 2 of Cocktail and Kitchen. They need to just keep that ball rolling, try and head this momentum into overtime if they want to secure their map pick.
No doubt it's what Okami are gunning for right now, and they'll feel a resurgence of confidence here after that comeback. It's been quite a while since we saw Wildcard win a round. There have been a few close ones, but that kitchen attack certainly wasn't. And their reading Fireplace attack previously, the one that Okami defended, they just sat patiently and waited for Wildcard to decide what they wanted to do, but Wildcard took so long in that decision. Like I was saying, I thought it was kind of like the action phase, instead of being 3 minutes, was 1.5 minutes, because Wildcard spent so long deciding about whether they wanted to go for that cheeky rush. They decided not to. They only had half the round left to do their actual push, and Okami, in particular in that 3 versus 3 at the end of it, Jack Daddy to sit sight and do well with the Alder. That was pretty pivotal. So now for Okami, looking to hold on once again. A lot of this util upstairs, but we know Wildcard, I expect them to do this top floor take once again. Ippy Star was caught out early in Cigar Shop last time, so perhaps he'll play a bit more passive, not too aggressive on the roam, or maybe he'll just gamble, play for his luck, and see if he can find an early pick.
It isn't unusual to see Wildcard take their time on their attacks, but these last 3 rounds have only exemplified the issues that can arise with that playstyle. Almost every execute has been committed to with 20, 15, 10 seconds left. Often you want at least 30. Give yourself the contingency to fall back if a plant is denied or you lose a man count or lose the man count. Wildcard just haven't been able to commit to that sort of take. It's been do or die for them in the last 3 rounds, just haven't served them well.
So let's see this attack for Wildcard. Diesel the drone up Emerin. Ippy Style in an aggressive position at Pixel. Got the Goyo shield as well to support. There is pressure from the window. It's Diesel. Another drone comes out. Emo could decide to nade this one. The flash comes out. That tells them that there's no ADS there. In fact, Ippy Style hasn't put either of them in that position. No magnets either. So it's a freebie. The nade might come out to clear that shield, but I don't think Ippy Style will be too fast because he's already backed off the position. Indeed, there it does come out. I think it was Ethan's breaching round, actually. And that should be piano control there for Wildcard. But no pick means that they're running out on time. And 2 rounds in a row so far, Wildcard have run out because of that timer. And that was the reason they lost the round, not because all their players died. So they need to be really careful and continue to make progress through the mid-round.
Ippy is holding a very powerful position at the white stairs, but will fall off that. Geo actually separated from the rest of the team, will push in towards dining from train. Drone goes out towards 90. That'll be a very helpful one late round if they want to go for this dining plant. Instead, though, he will progress forward. Doesn't see anyone on white. There are 2 players there. Trying to gain as much intel as he can for the rest of his players, but there's not a whole lot he can do. He has a second drone, but time is running short.
40 seconds left in the 5-on-5, and Wildcard still don't have cocktail presence. Now, that is slow. But can they explode in the last few seconds? Joker wastes his C4, but that's no biggie. Looks like maybe the rotate's coming out onto Fireplace. Mango spots out the Nomad there in train. Couple bullets wasted Geo's way. Almost no drones left for Wildcard across the board. Emo's been so good on these entries, but Cutie is still upstairs here. Diesel to shut him down. Now we have this vertical control, but it's too little too late for Wildcard. They need to find this. Plant down. Geo finds one as well, and Wildcard exploding to the side. They have numbers advantage. They're going for kills, but there's Joker with the shotgun. Diesel trying to force this down. Ethan has to hold as long as possible, and out of nowhere, Wildcard take the map.
It only took them 4 late round executes to get one through, but it paid dividends. Wildcard 7-5 victors here on Cafe. It was a Kami's map pick. Wildcard devastating them in the end, and will now have a 2-0 lead in this best of 5, a single map dev, and they will take it all.
Such a huge game there for Emerin. So good on his entries. I didn't manage to see who got the opening kill that last round. I think it was Diesel on the top floor under Cutie. But Emerin, aside from that and one other round, found every single opening pick on the attacking half. And on the defensive, he also found one. And potentially the second. I missed that round as well. So absolutely nut stuff from Emo. Wildcard across the boards. We got a little bit worried for them there in the second half of that second half. But yeah, I guess they did manage to claw it back. Couple good rushes and just stemmed the bleeding there and took out Okami on their map pick.
Yeah, to Okami's credit, it was a better performance than the last time we saw these 2 teams battle it out on Cafe. It was a 7-3 in Wildcard's occasion. But this time it was a 7-5. It wasn't enough though, right? They need to win their map pick to try and nullify that best of the 1 map advantage rather. Now Wildcard, they're only a single map away from securing this dev. They're heading to their own map pick. The pressure is mounting big time on Okami to bring this one back.
And what better place to take us than Villa, where we saw these teams play yesterday. It is Wildcard's map pick. They won it yesterday against Okami. Everything is going for them. Okami the underdogs, and they have to make an upset here to stay in the tournament.
While Wildcard now lead the best of 5 grand final 2-0 on the other side of the break, it will be Villa. We'll see you soon.
Defenders have located the diffuser. Attackers cover the defuse. Attackers drop the bomb with 15 seconds left. Attackers drop the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Attackers located a bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds left. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers activating diffuser. 15 seconds remain. 10 seconds to go. Attackers have dropped the bomb. 5 seconds remaining.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Oh, baby. Oh, oh, yeah, the stars falls around us, entwining us.
G'day folks and welcome back to the Six Masters 2020 Grand Final. Dev, we're coming off the back of a thrilling game on Cafe. Wildcard have now secured a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 heading into Villa.
Yes, and wow, I mean, it was made us sweat there for a minute, didn't it, there with Akami on the comeback. They managed to find a few rounds in a row on their defensive side, but overall, it did look like the Wildcard show some really dominant performances, particularly with that rush attack onto the kitchen bomb side. That was beautiful to see, and we'll be talking about that for a long time to come.
It was definitely a valiant effort from Okami, who managed to mount a mini comeback, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. They've lost their own map pick now, Dev. We're heading into Villa. That's Wildcard's pick. We know they're dominant on that map. They showed that yesterday against Okami, so the odds are well and truly against Okami to bring this one back.
Yes, very much so. I mean, looking at the results from yesterday, Akami didn't have the worst map, and it was a bit better than the other map that they played on Clubhouse, but Villa was definitely Wildcards. There were a couple things we saw come from Akami that made me think, look, they've got to step it up here, but of course it is Wildcard who picked it. They already have that proven result against Akami, and they're confident going into this one, so we're looking at Akami to upset.
Let's have a quick recap of that poll vote. We know Wildcard has a lot of support out there. It was 76% in their favor, suggesting maybe something along the lines of a 3-1 result, but Dev, we could well see a 3-0 sweep here from Wildcard.
Yeah, 2-0 technically, I guess, because they've already got that map advantage. But in some ways, it's almost like a 4-0 because Wildcard already won on 2 maps just yesterday. Now, this is almost like one giant series played over 2 days. And honestly, like at the moment, it doesn't look like Akami's got their head into it. And that's funny because if you look back over the last 6 Masters 2019 at MEO, Akami almost took down Wildcard, but Wildcard seemed to have their number 1 year later.
Well, it's time to load in to the second map in this best of 5 grand final. Wildcard are looking to close this one out. They are looking to be the 6 Masters champions, and they can secure it here on Villa. Dev, let's go through the bans.
Indeed. Now, a couple teams have tried different things against Akami. Just earlier today, we saw Knights try and hamstring Style with the Jaeger ban, and we've seen Clash bans as well against Akami in the past to try and hamstring Mangoes, who's really good there. We also saw the Dockerby ban to counter, I believe it was Jack Dad usually plays the Dockerby, but that didn't work out so well for Knights, even though they had a few strong rounds here on Villa. But for Wildcard, look, they've sat back and they've just watched the Akami game from this afternoon. I keep saying this morning, but that's because I live on
for you. This morning for
time
you,
zone.
maybe.
This
Yeah.
morning for me. This afternoon.
Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Worldwide.
Oh, shush. But indeed, we do see that Clash ban eventually come out there from Wildcard. It's exactly what they did yesterday. In fact, over the board, it's just the same bans from Wildcard. Thatcher, as they love to ban almost all the time. And the Clash to get rid of Mangoes, who is really good on that operator on this map. And then the Nomad ban from Akami, something that both the teams are really good at, and will maybe enable Akami to play into a bit more of an aggressive playstyle, which I think could work against Wildcard, especially if Wildcard just are a bit more scared of those flanks, because we know that they are a team that can stall out and lose on time, as they lost 2 rounds on time in the previous map. So we'll see how that works out. And of course, the Pulse ban to round things out. Pulse, I think, is probably a smart ban against Wildcard. You and I talked extensively about Wildcard's use of Pulse on Villa yesterday, and I think it's a great move from Akami to get rid of that information gathering. We'll likely see Wildcard lean on to other operators like the Valkyrie a bit more.
Echo is in quarantine at the moment due to his state, which has again opened up these bans a little bit, and I agree that pulse ban is great. We saw Pat on Wildcard be so proficient in gaining intel. The rest of his team is feeding off that really well. So taking that pulse with the cardiac sensor off the board should allow Okami to feel a little bit more confident on their entries when they switch halves on to the attack. But they are starting on the defense. AVG will be the first site. And we're going to see a lot of utility brought to the board, Dev. That wildcard will need to try and clear.
Yeah, in particular, we've got those 2 deployable shields from Jack Daddy on the Wamai, from Cutie. Ooh, there's a nice little Electroclaw. Trying to protect that main wall. With no Thatcher, it'll be very, very difficult. I really like this. So that's only, of course, going to get one of the walls. But here, Wildcard, without the Thatcher, they're not bringing the Kali. Not that the Kali would destroy that claw anyway. But their primary way to get rid of Electroclaws and try and take onto the bomb site, open up those walls, would be vertically. So they would have Ethan, who's 6-picked onto the block from the Ash. He would go below. He can not only flush out the anchors, but also take down that utility. But not if the claw is placed in that position, he can't.
Could always be taken out with additional utility. You do have Geo. I can use lifeline charges, Emo Rin with the grenades, but again, there's so much other utility that will need to be flushed out on site. It's definitely a balancing act for the attackers in the current meta. Trying to clear this utility. As he mentioned, Ethan is now below. Emo Rin as well. Question is, are they going to try and clear that Electro Claw? And if so, how are they going to go about doing that? Joker, meanwhile, he's probing at red stairs. He's in a great position to catch a player off guard here and try and get the opening pick for Okami.
I'm so wary of Joker here. And Wildcard needs to be too. He stepped up huge yesterday in their game on this map, especially playing that red stairs position. But for now, Wildcard with this downstairs presence may be able to take out Itby's style if he gets over aggressive here. And what is that? He never saw him, but it doesn't matter. Imarin to take off his head, and that is the opening frag for Wildcard. Imarin has been unstoppable today. Ada's Weet-Bix this morning woke up nicely, but there is Okami to get that refrag back through the floor.
Ooh. I think Pat got lit up there by his teammate. Either way, though, he does survive. Jack Daddy as well on site will live to see another day or another round on a slither of HP. Minute 10 on the board. Diesel diffuser in hand as he will start to blow the wall in towards bar. So it appears as if Wildcard are preparing to plant behind that bar. It's up to Okami to try and deny it.
With 1 minute left, and Wildcard have established that man advantage once again, but of course, you mentioned Pat getting lit up by his teammate. Means he'll likely lose any gunfight. Now Mango's still with C4 in pocket, Joker as well. Still, Okami maintaining this control of landing. Pat repelling on the window will prevent Joker getting aggressive here. But my question is, what's the execute from Wildcard going to be? They have this angle into bar, but it's not really a proper rotation hole. Diesel still has the 2x Kairos left, and he's going to put that on the adjacent wall on bar as well. In 20 seconds, we need to see Wildcard get their heads in the game and start to execute here. Sledge still below, and Wildcard running so late, but this could be the nade to find the kill. He gets the injury onto Mangoes, just Joker and Cutie left, but Wildcard won't know it yet. Joker still trying to get aggressive here through Aviator. Can the plant go down? The gas is up for Cutie, and he finds one. Imorin still has been going so well so far, but he's taken out. Cutie gets 2. Can he deny this plant? Indeed, Cutie with a huge clutch there. And the defuse. What a way to open up the map for Okami.
What a 4K from Cutie to kick things off here on Villa. What an explosive start to this map. Cutie, you are absolutely cracked, my dude. That was insane. And Okami will get the early lead.
Cutie's cracked. It's true. He's not.
It's fact.
Unbelievable stuff here. Great nade here from Emo Rin. I know we've really been singing Emo's praises, but he has been so good today. For Cutie to step up, though, in this scenario, what was that? Effectively a 1-on-4. 2 kills with the SMG-11, and then 2 with the shotgun. That is a tilter for Wildcard, you've got to say. I mean, they had the numbers advantage. They had the execute, pulled the rabbit out of the hat there, and it's not even the utility that really secures it for Cutie.
A frustrating start for Wildcard. I'm sure they will find comfort in the fact, though, that they are in a 2-map lead position. That one round will surely not hamper their confidence too much. As you said, it will be frustrating nonetheless. They knew where that player was, just unable to shut down Cutie. Probably just executed one of the best clutches we have seen in 6 Masters thus far. We've seen a lot of clutches in this tournament, but that really stands out as one that not only in its own right was amazing, but in the context of this match will help give Okami some much needed confidence off the back of that Cafe loss. They lost their own map pick. They can't afford to lose another.
Looks like they have no intention to lay down and die here on Villa. We talked about how Villa was a map that slid Wildcard's way yesterday in this matchup in the upper bracket final. Really good stuff from them displayed on that game, but also some great rounds from Okami, who almost took it to overtime. It was a 7-5 by the end of it, but now Okami start strong here, and you mentioned the momentum. They'll need to keep that up. Once again, we see... Oh, do it. Oh, he should have jumped out there. Keep that aggression up, Mangoes. He tries to go for it, but doesn't want to overextend. Maybe a good idea. Imarin's been on point today with this SMG-11. I love that he's got the Pro League charm on it. That's from the Tokonami Season 10 Pro League Finals, which is the only global Pro League Finals that Wildcard managed to qualify for, and they're within 1 round of defeating Na'Vi. So a lot of pride there from Imarin displaying that charm on all his weapons.
Bit of a collector's item now. Pro League in its original form no longer existing with the revamp of the global format. And of course, this event plays into that. Both these teams have qualified for the Oceanic Mini Major. Great opportunity to earn some extra cash and some points towards that Styx Invitational. But all the focus of these teams is now here on this second map of Villa. Okami cannot afford to drop this map, or they will lose the grand final in 3-0 fashion. They fought hard in round number 1, and I'm expecting something similar here in the second.
There you go. Jack to find Cutie. Where on earth was that? Sorry, Pat found Pat. Pat is a bit of a cutie, they're not going to lie. Jack found a second one. Emo goes down. Now that's the player that we've been watching out for, and I love this adaptation from Okami as well. With that shield placed by Joker, I believe it was actually moved mid-round into that position that Wildcard always opens with the X-Kairos. And now not only does that enable Joker to contest Master more strongly, but it also enables Jack to play this position to prevent the push-in through Bathroom into Astro, and that's so important. He's already found 2 kills off of it.
Okami playing so confident at the moment. Ethan flashed out. He has Diesel to assist, but surely this round is not winnable. Everyone white over towards Astro. Time running low. Okami with the clear man advantage, and they will close out the round. Okami winning 2 rounds straight, and Dev, they are looking like a completely different team here on Villa.
I know that Jack Daddy said that on Friday they spent a lot of time watching Wildcard in the Knights game. Now, might not have made the difference in the upper bracket final, but the grand final is where everything comes to a head, and here Okami clearly have started strong. And I think one of the things that really was a struggle for Okami in their match yesterday against Wildcard was the lack of ability to adapt, especially on Clubhouse. Now, of course, Clubhouse is later on the agenda today, but here on Villa, we would have thought that Wildcard would be able to take it in such a strong fashion, as strong as they did yesterday, but Okami have fixed a lot of the problems. They've made some adaptations. That deployable shield in stat is so good, and it protected not only Joker playing in stat and preventing that push in from Master, but also the player in Trophy as well, which was Jack Dad, who found 3 kills from that position. It was a 3K for Jack and 2K there for Joker. And it shows that wouldn't have been possible without that deployable shield in that position. Great stuff overall from Okami. Now, can they keep this momentum up here on their defense? They get a full round the world of 3 bomb sites.
It's time now for someone from Wildcard to step up. Ethan often being that key player, currently going 0-2. Not been the greatest start for him, but that can't be an excuse. Ippy style, the top fragger for Okami, also with 0 frags on the board. We're seeing different players step up here in this grand final. Both teams showing their depth in their rosters. It's up to Wildcard to continue to keep fighting hard here. And yes, Villa is arguably a defender-sided map, but that's often not the case in ANZ. We've seen a lot of these games actually in favor of the attackers. Okami, namely one of those teams. So the bigger this lead gets on this Okami defense, the harder it's going to be for Wildcard to bring it back.
What I will say, though, is Okami yesterday on this map, on their defensive half, managed to steal away the first 2 defenses, Stat Trophy and Aviator Games. Now, that's exactly what they've done here. But then Wildcard took 2 rounds in a row to reply and ended up getting 3 attack rounds on the half. Now, if the pattern continues, Okami really need to step it up here. And this Dining defense is going to be super telling.
Just under 2 minutes left now. The first minute being used by Wildcard to gain some horizontal control. Living being one of those rooms. Joker could well find himself in the first engagement. He's holding that bike door. Wildcard not yet pushing that. Instead, opting to drone it out. We know they so often like to take their time, and it was almost their detriment on Cafe. The last map, they lost multiple rounds due to a lack of time. They don't want to replicate that here on Villa.
Now remember here that with the pulse banned out, it's something that Jack Daddy usually would play on this bomb site inside of Dining. He won't be able to call out where these players are, where these positions are. Now that Mozzie drone, the hacked one, does get taken out there. Can he take out the second drone? Really great coordination there from whoever was droning there and Emo so they jumped in at the same time. And it was difficult for Jack Daddy to peek onto Emo. At a bit more of a quiet game now, but with 1 minute to go, it looks like Wildcard is starting to form up their push. Jack Daddy's feeling the heat here on the bomb site.
It's critical that he finds a pick. The sequel flies out. Will it find its mark? It does. Emo Rin, who's been red hot so far tonight, is taken off the board. That's Jack Dad's 5th kill here on Villa. A great performance from him so far. He struggled a little bit yesterday, but going strong so far. Ippy Style finds one as well. Jack Daddy can just spray them down. He finds another. Mangoes will retrade it out. And there we go. It's a flawless round for Okami. And this has been a fantastic start to their Villa campaign.
Already doing so much better than Okami did yesterday in the upper bracket final. And a flawless round when I was doubting them and saying, look, don't get too ahead of yourselves. You've only won 2 defenses in a row. That's exactly what happened yesterday. And that didn't spell the map win, didn't even spell a victory over in the half, only splitting at 3-3. But here, for Okami to come out of the gate with a flawless half. Now, I know people were highly critical of Jack Daddy yesterday. I think he went, 1-11 on map 1 on Villa. But here, he's one of the key fraggers for his team, holding down the fort on site. Really stepping it up and thinning out the numbers from Wildcard. Really good stuff here for Okami, and it's positioning them so well moving into the rest of this map.
With the first 3 sites won, we are going to see Okami rotate back down to their first pick. Aviator and Games on the second floor. Pretty similar lineup again. A lot of utility that will need to be cleared by Wildcard. It was a close round on the first occasion. It was Cutie that stepped up massively with that clutch. Wildcard unable to shut him down despite doing everything right up until that point. Not expecting Cutie necessarily to replicate that again here in this round. If Wildcard can pull off a similar execute, they might be able to find their first attacking win.
I think that's a great point, guys. Like, if we look at this Aviator Games Room defense from the last time Okami won it, yeah, it was Cutie going nuts, right? So in theory, that was the closest round Wildcard has actually played so far. And that means that this round is the most likely that they're going to start things off and finally scrape away with an attack. Good utility from Okami, though, played to slow down this roam clear. Notably, you'll notice not only is there a Mozzie pest on these doorways, but also the wall is barricaded. And I really like that choice there. It means that you can't jump over the pests. You'll see as he gets close. I don't know whether there was a pest on that specific window. Maybe Pat took it out. But it makes it really difficult. The barricades paired well with the pests from Mozzie. Really nice way to deny information and slow down the attack. You got to shoot down the barricade if you want to jump over the pest. Or you got to clear the pest if you want to get your drone under the barricade.
Joker rotates back to side. He finds himself on a slither of HP. Not sure how he lost his health. He is still alive, but needs to be mindful late round. He also has a C4, which will be critical in plant denial. It's important that he does stay up until the latter stages of this round as Wildcard again establish control to the north. Pat holding the rotate. We see Cutie again on site. Again, he was the one that helped win this round earlier. A nice position over the wall. He could C4 over this to the 90 window. Geo needs to be mindful.
I've never seen a C4 quite like that, but if Joker can pull it off, that'd help out a lot. Geo's going to drone it up, see what the threat's like. Ethan this time around didn't 6-pick off the Ash onto Buck as he did previously, and that lends Wildcard a little bit more explosive utility to clear out these shields that Akami have brought to the table, but it also means Ethan doesn't have quite so much soft destruction to open up the ceiling and take out these players on site as he did last time. Now, last time, Ethan was taken out trying to do just this, but he's done a good job to clear off the utility. That's the Electric Claw off of the bar wall, off of the vault wall, and that enables it to be opened up by Diesel here. 1 minute to go. Good headway made by Wildcard.
Mango's in a very compromised position inside of the vault. His rotate cut off by that X-Kairos breach. He's trying to get Ethan, who is still probing below Diesel. Meanwhile, he has the diffuser in hand. He's the player to watch in the late round here. He's going to have to try and get that plant down. Mango's, oh no, he un-ADSs at the wrong time, and Pat finds the opening. That's the sign now for Wildcard to start pushing through, but Cutie with the smoke grenades will delay that first instance. I'm expecting once this first gas grenade dissipates, they'll try and push, but there we go. The magnets now will collect those ADS devices. Diesel unable to get that utility out. Another smoke will come through, but Diesel can actually get through that. He's going to go for the default plant dev, and he should be able to stick this.
The C4 to come out from Joku, and it doesn't land! Diesel somehow survives with such low HP, and now he's done his job. That diffuser is planted 3-on-3 now, and Cutie starts his trek back up. Oh, EP Star sees the foot through the floor. He knows exactly where to pre-fire, and he'll take down Emo. In a 3 versus 2, Cutie's going to stick this diffuser. The 2 players just to cover. Geo has to peek this. There are 2 people watching him. Buddy gets Cutie off the kids. This could be doable here for Pat. Now a 1 versus 1. Jack Daddy got to step it up. 18 seconds to play with. But Pat, G8 in hand, he's so good here. And just waiting patiently. But he gets taken down. What's he doing? It's all on Jack. Penny started. He does have time. He just has enough time to secure the counter defuse. And the Akami continue their flawless half on defense.
Wowee, what an explosive end to that round. We saw Diesel rush in, Joker failing to hit the C4. The retake was then on for Akami, who in the dying seconds were able to get it off. Only half a second later, and Jack Daddy would not have had time to counter defuse the bomb. What a great play from him. Such an incredibly close round. But Akami now have secured 4 straight, Dev. This has been a great map for them so far.
I want to know what was happening there for Pat in the last few moments there. All he had to do was stand there and hold and wait and win that 1v1 as Jack tried to push him, but there must have been some kind of miscomm, some kind of confusion. And that's the kind of thing, when you lose a round that should rightfully have been yours every way, to something as minute as that, that's the kind of thing that tilts you. And Wildcard now 4 rounds down on their map pick, and to lose a round like that does not bode well for them.
We alluded to it earlier in the broadcast that the pressure was on Akami, but it seems like it's starting to shift back onto Wildcard, who were probably expecting to close this map out. They defeated Akami on Villa yesterday in strong fashion, but so far Akami playing incredibly well here on the defense, and we're expecting them to be equally, if not even stronger on their attacks. So it's an uncomfortable position that Wildcard currently find themselves in.
Can they claw it back here? This would be such a good way for Akami to get into the series, not only the map, but if they can start strong here on their defense, of course, it'll be challenging once they switch over to the attack, but To finish it with a 4-2 half on their defense, that's not too bad. But to finish it at a 5-1 half or a 6-0, really that just puts a brick wall in front of Wildcard's momentum that they had gained on the first map. Imarin to get injured out of the gate as well. I don't know whether that was just a peek from Mangoes with the shoddy, but something worked out well. And once again, Wildcard on the back foot.
Geo will pick up his teammate. Imarin now stuck on a shot's worth of HP for the remainder of this round. Drone's going out. Ethan on the Ying. We haven't seen a whole lot of Ying post-nerf here in Six Masters. Never mind from Ethan, who, unfortunately for him, is currently going 0-4. Been an incredibly quiet map for the top fragger in the season so far. Overall, he's been so confident, so strong in winning his ones. Unfortunately for him, this Villa map has been quite the opposite, as Wildcard will now begin to open this triple wall. There is a player behind that shield that they will need to clear. Imarin finds himself inside of Bathroom, so some decent control here for Wildcard as they try and progress in towards the site.
But still, that shield needs to be dealt with. I think that nade would have gotten it. Looking to push on through now is Wildcard, but last time Kami defended this, Jack Daddy came up huge from Trophy, and that's why Ethan's picked this Ying this time around. Is that going to flush out those players? The Candela goes out. The second one's caught by a magnet, and that's going to blind any teammates for Ethan. The first one does find that kill. Smoke grenade to go out as well. Emo lit up, starts to file into side. Lots of time still left, and Pat's pinching from the other side. He finds one as well. This is so good so far for Wildcard, but Jack starts to fight back. He finds one. All the Wildcard players are so low on HP, but so is Jack Dad. They get the plant down. Emo-Rin, another one with the SMG-11. All on Cutie now to clutch against 4 players. And this just doesn't look possible for him.
He progresses from landing towards Stat. He needs to find 4. So little time to work with here. And there we go. Wildcard will finally secure an attack here on Villa, but it could be too little too late.
So that is one way to start things off, and I got to say I really like the adaptation there from Wildcard. They knew that position in Trophy, holding the bathroom door into Astro, was just so good. And Jack Daddy previously found a 3K from that position, Joker at 2K. So for Wildcard to switch onto that Ying instead of the Ash and the Capitao that they tried previously, that was just really effective, and I got to say that was absolutely the instrumental ingredient to enable Wildcard to get that round. And of course, that also does put a slight fork in the road, I guess, for Akami here. 2 ways this can go. Either Wildcard claw back on their attacks here and get a 4-2 half, 2-4 half rather, or they only manage to scrape away that single attack. And that'll position, well, either way will position Akami pretty well in this half. But I got to say, if Wildcard only managed to get 1 round here on the attack, it's going to be very difficult for them after they switch to defense.
Akami have been in control of this map so far. A stark contrast to yesterday when these teams battled it out on Villa. It's quite the opposite with Wildcard really dictating the pace of the game and bullying Akami around the map. On this occasion, though, Wildcard have been stalled out time and time again. Akami, a couple of big plays from some of their star players, keeping the dream alive here for the Six Masters Grand Final. They're yet to win a map at all in this best of 5. They can't afford to drop another here, or it will be their run done.
Kami have showed us some good things here. Let's see what they have to say about this one. Cutie finally bringing out that Valkyrie. Did the same on the other kitchen dining defense, and, well, it's pretty effective. In particular, I got to say, Jack Dad has been an instrumental player in a lot of these defenses for Akami, especially in these anchor positions, just not letting Wildcard through. And Wildcard, once again, going to bring that Capitao as they did on the previous kitchen dining attack. Instead of that Ying, which helps to flush those anchors last time around. Now, my big question here for Wildcard is how are they going to deal with this players on site? I know at the moment they're just dealing with the roam, but the roam wasn't really the be-all and end-all of the last time around. It really came down to Jack Daddy holding fast in dining. Perhaps Wildcard this time around are going to focus more on this roam clear so that they have that vertical capability and can flush out the anchors like Jack Dad through the floor instead.
Wildcard are trying to pinch out Ippy style, holding Astro. He has been droned out in that window. Drone down. He rotates now over towards the Astro desk. No one from Wildcard covering that position. Ippy style uses that to actually just rotate straight out. He's actually going to try and retake the stairs. This is an incredibly risky play, but could play off. There's at least one inside of bathroom that he could try and find. I don't think there's a drone currently on his stairs position, but there is one on the window. Devi needs to be careful not to get too overzealous playing this angle.
This is patience demonstrated by Ippy. Do Wildcard know? He starts to aggress up as he hears that sledgehammer go out. That drone might have seen him. Now no, surely not. Pat's punished with the electronics detector out. Now Emo looking to peek this one. Ippy style does some damage to both Geo and Emo and then backs on off. Really good attempt there from Wildcard to get that refrag, but they don't punish the player on the other side. Now top floor control, but numbers disadvantage. Health disadvantage. Ethan needs to come up huge on our flank up through pantry.
Some great disciplined play there from Ippy style. Sometimes it can get a little bit overzealous, but on that occasion, playing Wildcard like a fiddle. And Ethan, he's had a shocking map so far, and Joker will shut him down. Okami now with the clear man advantage, 20 seconds on the board. Diesel, as always, will have that diffuser in hand, but trying to get through pantry is going to be incredibly challenging. Jack Daddy, that's a defensive drone that they can use to gain more intel. Cutie finds one. It's now Diesel to jump through the window in a desperate attempt to get this plant down, but Okami will shut it down. It's a 5-1 half in their favor, Dev. What a performance so far.
This is nuts to come through from Okami after going 3-3 at the half yesterday on their Villa defenses against Wildcard to pull up huge like this. And despite that pulse ban, like that pulse ban clearly hasn't affected Okami at all, which is crazy to think after Jack Daddy used that consistently yesterday. And now here against Wildcard, same map, same scenario, slightly different bans. That Nomad, perhaps the lack of that from Wildcard made them a bit more concerned about those flanks. We did see Ippy style manage to pull off a flank and start things off there for Okami in that previous round, but now they're going to have to deal with the lack of Nomad, something they used to bring consistently on Joker. But of course, Wildcard also have to deal without that pulse that they are so good with. Now this is really the telling moment for Okami. Can they have even half as much success on the attack as they did on their defense? Because even 2 rounds here gets them the map.
The next few rounds critical here for either team. Having a look ahead, if Okami manage to convert Villa into a dub, we will head to Theme Park, Okami's map pick. Theoretically, Okami might be able to even just draw out the series, which would be absolutely nuts considering the position that they were in at the conclusion of Cafe. They've mounted such a great comeback here so far on Villa, but they are in the attack now. Some would say the unfavored side. I have confidence in Okami's ability. We have seen them strong on the attack, not only in Six Masters, but in previous leagues, such as Pro League. It's now time for them to step up when it matters most.
If we do end up going to Theme Park as our next map, that is, as you mentioned, Okami's map pick, but also one that Okami has just won dominantly 7-1 against Knights earlier today. Now, it is a good map for Wildcard, but we don't quite know how good, and they've never picked it. So they don't have so much confidence that they pick it over their opponents. Now, here for Okami, if they can win this map, it will mean everything. They need to win this map to stay in the tournament, to have a shot at that championship. But it's been a long time since Okami have been able to steal away even a map from Wildcard. We're talking about all the way back in Pro League Season 11 months ago, and Wildcard looked like a completely different team now compared to then. We'd kind of written Okami off after map 1 and said the Wildcard looked too good to dominate, but as you said, this is all going to depend on Okami's attacks here. They only need 2 rounds to call this map theirs.
Wildcard are defending, Aviator and Games. Akami opting for a horizontal take from the north. This classical hall that Ethan's playing, such a key position. Current meta is to place the shield there and cover that with ADS devices and Wamai magnets, both of which can be seen or heard from Ethan's position. So clearing this will be very challenging. It's going to be difficult for Akami to get control of 90. Such a key point of contention on this map. It's going to be rough.
Now, what's the play for Akami? 2 minutes down. They have this control of the north side. Still need to get rid of this shield down classical hallway. Can Pat find an angle? Starts to peek on out, but Mangoes to find the opening pick here. As Geo gone down, no more magnets. And there you go, Joker to add to it. This is so tough here now for Wildcard. Akami looking on point here. Ethan to fight back, trying to retake the hallway, but that C4 is not going to find anything, and that's one less C4 to deny the plants. Emo trying to retake. Study now, and 40 seconds left for Akami. Wildcard want to play on the offensive.
I was talking about how difficult it would be to clear those shields, but Akami achieved that with ease and have now positioned themselves really nicely for a plant. Oh, but Ethan will actually get it be style from 90. It is a 3-on-3. Jack Daddy will recover it. Likely to set up for a default plant at the vault door, but Ethan gets lit up under the billiards table. It's Diesel and Emo Rindau left to recover. Diesel needs to try and deny it. He's in the best position, but he only has one smoke to work with. He will use it. That will force a reposition. Jack Daddy, though, I think he's going to try and persist. Can he stick the plant? Oh, no! It gets denied in the dying seconds. It's a one-on-one. Mango's forced to rush in. Emorin's prying at bar. Surely he can win the pre-fire, but he doesn't. Emorin somehow getting on top, and Wildcard will narrowly win that round.
A huge clutch there from Emo and Diesel. And it looks like maybe Akami would put themselves on match point. It started off so good. A 3 versus 5 with a minute to go. But to see Diesel clutch that out with his final gas. It was a valiant effort from Jack Daddy to try and stick that defuse. But it didn't go through. Such a pivotal moment there for Diesel to deny that plant. And another pivotal moment when Mangoes tried to find this final kill. Emo had to win that fight, and he did. Now, Wildcards start their defensive campaign, start to trek this back on through.
Wow, that's really made things exciting. That round was incredibly close. Could have gone either way in that one-on-one. Wildcard shining through there. Able to take that first round of the half, starting to slowly mount this comeback. But it's a long road, and it's going to be a difficult one. 3 more rounds are required to even out the half. It only takes Akami 1 to head to match point, and in doing so will secure at least overtime. Again, that will extend the length of this map and potentially diminish the confidence here of Wildcard, who are playing on their map pick.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So now Wildcard, they've got to be so good on these defenses to match that 5-1 score that Akami did. In fact, Wildcard need to do that 5-1 scoreline on their defense, or better, a 6-0 flawless, in order to keep themselves alive in this map. A 5-1 will just give them overtime, and maybe that's where they can close it out, but things have looked so good for the attack so far, for the defense rather, when Akami was over there, and Wildcard, they only barely scraped that round. Makes you very concerned for them, and it really suggests that Akami have a serious chance here now on this attack. Looking to clear the top floor downwards. Wildcard, not a lot of presence up top for now. Mostly roaming downstairs. Emorin, the only player dedicating to this top floor, and he has the ability to drop down that hatch in Astro when pressured too much, and he might need to do that soon because Akami is starting to pinch. Another drone down. In fact, that's the first drone that Akami has lost. You compare that to Cafe, where so many drones were lost early for Akami. The information gathering has been so much better on Akami's attack here.
We do see upstairs presence from Wildcard on defense, and Akami may well try to disrupt that. We did see Ibistar repelled on the window. Not sure if there's much presence elsewhere from the attack. We do see Jack Daddy at landing, Joker at 90. So they're trying to pinch these players that are playing above. It looks like Wildcard may have just defaulted below, though. A lot of time wasted. Minute 30 left in the round, and it's time now for Okami with the likes of Cutie to get to work, but that's not great. Ethan shuts him down and will floor bang to secure the kill. That's exactly what Okami didn't need heading into this execute.
Good info, though, there from Itby Style to spot out the player bottom Astro. He might try and chase this kill. But of course, it is dangerous to do so. Flashbang goes out. Emo Rin under the pump, but he's got Ethan there to support him, and he gets back to site. Looks like Okami are rotating back for a Laundry-centric push with this pressure from above. Itby Style and Jack Daddy to flank late round, but that's Mangoes to find one from the Laundry side. That's so essential there. 4 versus 4 now. Wildcard don't have as much information as they would like on account of that pulse ban, but they're still just holding fast here and trying to deny this plant.
Emo Rin, prone holding that Laundry push out. That's a critical point of this attack. If Emo Rin can shut this down, Wildcard will be perfectly positioned to convert this round and try to reduce the lead that Okami have created. And there we go, the shots rain out. Ethan gets Itby Style. Mangoes, though, he has critically found himself inside of dying, but his support has been shut down, and now he's left all alone inside. It's a 1-on-4. He's prone on the ground. 40 HP, not a whole lot he can do. He has a single flash, but look, he's given up. Not a whole lot he can do. Trying to maybe find an exit frag dev, but Wildcard, they will take 2 rounds straight here on the defense, and Okami really need to get going.
It ain't happening there for Okami, and they didn't start super strong there. Really good roam there from Wildcard, despite Okami going for that pretty dedicated, hard top-down take and being pretty efficient with their drones. They spotted out Emo Rin, who was the sole roamer upstairs. He backed on out, but the first kill actually came out through the floor, we noted, from Living. Ethan roaming downstairs. And he got a kill through the floor, little hole that was opened underneath the heads window, which is that little connector room between the top red stairs and the trophy room. Now, as Cutie jumped on in, Ethan was watching that angle. So despite Wildcard not really roaming upstairs, they're still roaming horizontally, preventing Wildcard from getting that control downstairs, especially with those goo mines that Ethan ran last round. But also on top of that, their roamers downstairs can have an effect upstairs through vertical holes.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
The gap is starting to close now between these two teams. Incredibly close spread between them both as well. No one is going absolutely massive here. Jack Daddy, arguably the only player in double digit, has been playing quite strong. It's been a really well-rounded effort by both teams. We head now over towards Stat. We haven't seen this objective attempted yet by Wildcard, so this could be a great opportunity for Okami to get their first attacking win.
And it looks like we're not actually going to see a heavy stat hold, or heavy closet hold rather, for this stat bomb site, which is what's typical from both of these teams. Wildcard changing their strategy to something a little bit more, I guess you could say, default. But they do have that vertical roam downstairs to prevent Okami from clearing that out and maintaining that vertical pressure. Flush out roamers and get rid of, in particular, the Electroclaws from Pat. Look at this. Lots of util downstairs. Emo with the goo mines. Ethan with the mute jammers. Diesel also can support from bottom Astro. I like this heavy investment of util from Wildcard downstairs. Good drone denial as well with the mutes. Make it very difficult for Okami to take that control. And as I said, use that vertical potential to clear out the util on the stat wall.
Mangoes will try to open up the triple wall, but it has been electrified by those Electro Claws. Pat doing a great job in denying that utility, and it's up to Okami to try and clear that. If they do want the wall open, often we will see angles generated to cut down the rotate from Astro and put pressure in towards Trophy. But that could be a tall order, as Okami are really struggling now, getting stalled out inside of bedroom. But Itby Style gets aggressive inside of Astro. This could be big. Does Pat know he's coming?
Oh no.
Oh no, it gets shut down. Great play from Geo. Really keeps his team in this round, but he gets traded out. That's Mango getting aggressive now. Can he find the second onto Pat? No. He will be shut down. Great work by Wildcard so far, and Pat finds another. Really popping off at the moment. That diffuser has been dropped.
4v2 now for Wildcard, trying to hold on to this one. And Looking at Akami, once again, a player trying to sneak through Astro. So you'll see, once again, Akami believes this to be the weak point, but Wildcard opened things up. And they've refragged every kill so far that Akami has got, which is only the one. Jack drones up. Pat tanks that out. Jack Daddy, good weapon in the G8 here, but he's exposed to so many angles. If he walks on through here, and Wildcard still aware of this position, couple of pre-fires from Diesel. Got to be careful of below. Sees Emo downstairs, but loses his life, and now Cutie, the last man standing. You may as well call that a flawless round for Wildcard. 4 players up at the end of it, and they have come back into form here on their defense.
A great start for Wildcard. They win their first 3 defenses, so it's likely they will rotate back now to Aviator Games. Okami almost forfeiting that lead now. Wildcard trailing by a single round. The pressure was on Wildcard for a little bit there, but they hold strong. Okami failing to penetrate these defenses. The trades from Wildcard have been top-notch. We've seen them do it time and time again throughout the regular season, and they're replicating that once again here in the finals as they try and close out this map. If they do so, it'll be a flawless bracket for them here in the finals without dropping a single map, which would be quite the effort.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Wildcard have looked so good, and it's a serious challenge to come back from a 5-1 first half, but they're doubling down here, putting their cards on the table and saying, hey, we can do that. Look at them so far, 3 straight defensive rounds. They've been around the world just as Akami did, won every single bomb site they need to defend. What I will say for both of these teams is we're seeing a bit of variation in strategy from both of them. If you look at Akami's attacks here, previously on Villa, and this isn't just in the wildcard game, but in a lot of Akami's games on Villa, they run this setup without the, they run the Dokkaebi and the Jackal. I'm not actually sure exactly, I was trying to think which operators they replaced for. I'm not exactly sure at this time. But instead, they're running a bit more of a soft breach centric hold, no smokes. And previously, Akami had leveraged those smokes for a lot of these executes, but I think they realized that maybe that didn't work so well against Wildcard, because on their attacks yesterday, they only managed to steal away 2 of them. But now instead, bringing the Zafir and the IQ to the table hasn't had so much success so far.
EP style on Zofia, diffuser in hand. I love the new spectator system. It, of course, always shows now who has the diffuser. Very helpful in helping identify exactly how these attackers will push. Early round aggression here from Akami, or some early round map clearing at least. Gives them control of this northern side. Wildcard again setting up to hold Classical. We saw those shields taken down pretty easily last time by Okami. Wildcard investing that utility once again to try and slow down that push.
How much utility does Akami have to clear it out? I think there are 2 shields actually in the hallway. Indeed, there are. You can take out the first one. In fact, no, you can't even take out the first one. That's maybe a misplaced magnet. Yeah, that Goyo shield did get destroyed. But Pat finds the first kill, and that's Cutie. But of course, remember, Wildcard, they only barely won this defense the last time around in a 1v1 clutch. Akami have made decent progress now, destroying 1 shield. They need to destroy the second one. Joker, does he have any util left to get rid of it? Ippy has 1 explosive, but he wants to use this on site. Joker, no more stun grenades, but just the 1 breaching round. And with those magnets around to protecting this shield, Joker will need to call for his teammate to flush that out before he can clear the shield here. And if he can't clear the shield, it's going to be impossible for him to pressure from this hallway side.
Minute on the board, Joker holding a very dangerous angle, but Geo equally disciplined, deciding not to peek over it and take that risk. Instead, just use the little slits there to gain valuable information. Joker instead will rotate now over towards Stat, pick up that diffuser. It'd be Style peeking with that ACOG. He really needs to find this opening pick, but he can't see anyone. Joker, oh, he's going to push in. He's going to go for the default plant. Where's Diesel? He's going to use those smokes. Surely the sound cue goes out, but he doesn't even need to. Ethan from below will get the C4 kill, and now Diesel for the remainder of this round can smoke out that diffuser. He will have 3 in the pocket. He's used one, 2 more left. Ipistol is actually inside of sight, so he could be on for a play, but another smoke will be expended. Surely Jack Daddy won't stick it this time, but it's actually missed. Jack Daddy will surely be able to get this play down. The second smoke hits the mark. Emo Room with a C4 will deny. It's a 5-on-2, 5-on-1 now. Ipistol forced to fall back towards landing. 5 seconds on the board. There's nothing he can do, and Wildcard with a flawless round will even out the score, 5 apiece.
I mentioned that Wildcard, their worst defense so far was the first time they defended Aviator Games, and Okami got within a 1v1 of winning that round. Now, that was quite some time ago now. That was the first round of the half, and Wildcard have said, look, we're not going to let Okami even get a look in here. A flawless rounds to tie Wildcard up. We were at 5-1 in favor of Okami. Wildcard only managed to get 1 attack round, and Okami haven't even done that yet here on their attacks. 4 straight for Wildcard, positioned so well to rip that momentum out of Okami's hands and put themselves onto not only match point, but championship point, Six Masters point. Wildcard have never won the Six Masters before. They have been the champions of the Oceanic Nationals under other names, for example, the Six Oceanic Cup and the ANZ Invitational way back in 2017, but Wildcard have never won the Six Masters. They want to assert themselves and say, look, no more speculation. We are the best team in Oceania. And this comeback is the perfect way to make that statement.
If the trend continues, this could be the round that Okami does win and at least secure overtime. It was the 5th attack that Wildcard won in their half, as Okami are desperately crawling, desperately reaching for something here. The attacks have been inspired with aggression, but they're just unable to convert. The denial from Wildcard has been phenomenal. Double denial in the last round with C4s. The smokes as well from Diesel, shutting down that push. Any aggression from Okami being contested. It's been a fantastic map so far as we edge closer and closer to its conclusion.
And that's why these attack rounds hinge, or this game rather, hinges on those attack rounds. Okami, they're yet to find one. Wildcard are going to do the exact same thing the last time they defended Dining. Exact same operator lineup, exact same hold. Just one player roaming for the majority, or just one player roaming upstairs, I should say, and the majority roaming downstairs or on site. Now for Okami, they've changed things a little bit. They've brought the Dokkaebi on Joker, an operator that is usually a staple of their attacks here on Villa, but this is the first time we're seeing it in this series. How can Okami do to clear out this top floor pressure and start to take the fight to Wildcard? They need to step it up now. No second chances.
Jack Daddy gaining some intel on some of the utility that's been extended horizontally here by Okami, by Wildcard rather, as Ipistol now will get to work from above. He uses one breaching charge. Could expose the angle to the Valkyrie on site. That's Pat on cams, but Ipistol doesn't actually peek that angle. Pat still on cams would have been taken out. None the wiser. Either way, though, he gets away with his life, and the chance goes begging there for Okami as frags start to come out. It's a 4-on-4 with 1:20 left.
1:20 down, as you said, and finally that roamer taken out from Emo. But there was that refrag, Jack Daddy taken out with a C4. Now Mango's looking to rotate and prepare for this laundry push, but Wildcard have so many players positioned, ready to crossfire if that execute comes through, and Ipistol downed upstairs from another C4. Pat, you mentioned how he's been on those cameras for most of this round, and that's really helped out Wildcard to land these C4s. He's had such good information gathering. Now Jack's down. There's no way to spot those black eyes with the electronics detector, and it'll be so difficult for Okami to salvage this.
As the timer keeps ticking down, Wildcard find themselves in the advantageous position, having intel on the board, the HP advantage, as well as the positional advantage. Ethan now will slowly rotate back towards site as the timer continues to tick down. Or Ipistol could find a pick. He downs one. And there we go. Okami will explode. It's a 2-on-4. Diesel taken down as well. And Pat now needs to find 4 Mangoes. He'll try and stick that defuse. Surely he won't let off. Oh no, the denial's there. 10 seconds left. Can they pick it up? They don't need to. Okami will find the pick and head themselves to match point.
That was unbelievable and stolen out from under Wildcard's nose after finding such a strong roam and putting Akami in a tough position. Out of nowhere, the attack sprung into action, found 3 kills in about the space of 10 seconds and started to get that plant down. I thought for a second maybe Pat could save the round in the 1 versus 4, but only to deny the diffuser plant. Now Akami, after losing 4 rounds in a row on their attack, have put themselves on match point. This is the 1 round that they needed to get themselves on match point. Now, if you can nail down another attack win here, back to back, this map is yours. If not, Wildcard will take us to overtime. This map has been neck and neck, but both teams have only managed to win 1 attack round so far. And that's why we're looking at Akami now saying, look, attack has been where teams have struggled on this map. You have to hold the ground here and take Wildcard's map pick to stay alive in the series.
It is critical for Akami to close it out here in this round. If we go to overtime, Wildcard will be starting on the defense. That is by far the advantageous position to be in if the trend continues from regulation. Now is the opportunity to close this out. Head it to Theme Park, where it will be Okami's map pick. Pressure well and truly on both teams at the moment. Wildcard don't want to let this one slip. They want to close out this map, win the series, and win 6 Masters 2020, be crowned the champions of Oceania. Okami really trying to keep their chances alive here.
But with 1 attack 1 onto Kitchen Dining, Akami can't simply attack the same bomb site again. Wildcard will move over to Stat Trophy. Now we've seen them successfully defend this just the once. With a very strong vertical hold from downstairs, Akami decided to rush Astro and it didn't work out for them. They were caught in a crossfire and pinched out. Will Akami attempt once again to go for that sneaky rush? It doesn't seem like it. For the most part, they're ignoring Astro, and Wildcard have more positions to counter that push. Akami deciding to go for a map clear instead from the south side. Gio not sure where he wants to put his shield. Going to move it around to hold inside Stat. Now Akami, let's look at their attacking side. 1 minute down, they've made good control. They've got to be careful of this vertical game though. Ethan downstairs does have a C4. And if Jack Daddy pushes into Tails just ahead of landing, he might be vulnerable to one from Ethan. We've seen that be so powerful in the past. Ethan also supported by Emo, so it may well be too late here for Akami to hunt these roamers.
Wildcard so proficient in their utility usage. C4s, definitely no exception. We've seen plant denials on multiple occasions executed with those C4s with great success. If Akami elects not to go below, that could pose issues later in the round. Jack Daddy has a drone prep. They know that one is in sheets potentially, and they might try and hunt him down. Some vertical could be used against him, as Itbistar will expend some utility in towards Stat.
Oh no!
The timer though, there's only a minute to go, and that C4 from Ethan will be massive. That's Itbistar taken off the board with a minute to go.
Not only that, Akami have completely stalled out, trying to destroy the Electric Claw that's protecting the X-Kairos off of the Master Walls. The Electric Claw is actually downstairs through the floor. And Akami have no idea. They droned it out. They couldn't see it. Now it looks like Wildcard are positioned so well to tie this up and take us all the way to overtime. Mangoes can't have an impact here from Master. And still vertical control from Wildcard.
If Joker pushes through that door, surely Ethan from below will end his life with the shotgun. He just needs to time the shot. 30 seconds left. Joker's going to push in. Where's the shot from Ethan? It lands, but it doesn't quite down that player. Joker still with a slither of HP. Needs to be very careful. Ethan repositions. Very awkward gunfight ensues, but Joker critically has been dropped on side. It's a 5-on-3. Jack Daddy tries to enter and find the refrag. They need to find these picks. That's a great pre-fire from Jack Daddy. It's a 3-on-3. How many more can he find? Q's going to attempt the plant. Wildcard at the man disadvantage, and Okami could close this one out, but Cutie, he falls off it. It's a 2-on-2. The timer ticking down. Emo Rin left it a 1-on-2, but the timer will deplete. Wildcard will take the round. We are heading to overtime.
The fact that Okami could take it that close was a huge surprise to me after not being able to breach the Master Wall thanks to the claw placed downstairs and protecting those walls through the floor. Meant that Okami really positions that Wildcard were ready for. But despite that, they managed to just push on through these choke points and refrag it out onto site. In the final seconds of it, Akami had the numbers advantage, but for Wildcard to just deny that plan at the last second means that they take us all the way to overtime. And now we're looking at a possibility for Wildcard to once again put themselves on match point here. They are favored on the defense, going to Aviator. So far, they are undefeated on this bomb site today. And if we have a look at yesterday, they were also undefeated defending this bomb site. Akami have not beaten Wildcard attacking Aviator games at all today or yesterday. So this is a huge challenge for Akami to overcome. They've lost that match point opportunity that was given to them, and they need to steal it back here off Wildcard.
The odds are definitely stacked against the attack here. It appears as if Wildcard will set up in similar fashion. They have a shield at Classical, likely to a lot of utility that needs to be expended. We did, on the first attack, see Akami clear them with ease, but the second was a different story. So often we have seen teams forced into this default plant behind the vault door. The likes of Diesel, if the smoke's able to deny that. Emarin has a C4, so does Ethan, and they have proved deadly so far. This is going to be an incredibly tough round for Akami.
That said, we've seen an adaptation from both teams. Akami are sticking that Docker beat. Maybe that was part of the ingredient to help them explode into sight last round, but for Wildcard, they're bringing the Maestro this time around instead of that Wamai. Now, you mentioned Akami struggled to destroy all the deployable shields that Wildcard brought to the table. Now, there's two sides to this. With the Maestro picked instead of the Wamai, you lose one deployable shield, right? You still got the two from Goyo and potentially one from Smoke, but you also lose that projectile denial. So it's more likely that Akami with the no Ash, actually, but they do have the Zephyr and the Sledge to destroy those shields. But also Wildcard have these Evil Eyes, and that'll not only help with the information gathering, but it's another piece of utility that Akami is going to have to expend explosives to destroy. And it looks like Akami is actually going to go for this vertical take. A smart move. Ethan was so impactful with his C4 through the floor to deny plant last round. And he'll have to hold his ground here.
Jack Daddy below as well, but I don't think he's aware of Ethan's position, likely not being droned out. Instead, he's going to rotate outside of Piano. Joker's there as well. Joker is holding the door in case there's someone below, but I think he's holding a passive angle. I'm not convinced that they know there's a player below, but that call will surely give the sound cue. Ethan's going to get aggressive, hits some shots, but it's not quite enough. Geo gets the first pick. Can Ethan follow that up onto a second? Not yet. He is on full HP. Joker about half. Critical gunfight downstairs here if Akami want to try and get that plant down without the risk of a C4 from below.
Now Jack Daddy's taken out. Numbers disadvantage here, but Akami have made good progress with lots of time left. Ippy Style getting aggressive here, but if he gets picked, that could be huge. Now Ethan finds Joker. It looks like this lead may well be well and truly slipping away for Akami. Wildcard could head on to their first match point of the series. Mango's trying to cross through. He gets taken down by Emarin and finished off. It's all on Cutie now in a 1 versus 5. Wildcard so close to match point, and they're not going to let Cutie get the opportunity. Wildcard are 1 round away from taking the championship.
It's not over yet, though. Akami will now be on the defense. They have an opportunity to even out the scoreline, but even then, when Wildcard transfers back to the defense, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to close this one out. The ball is well and truly in Wildcard's court. They are in the box seat to win this map, and as you mentioned, win Six Masters 2020. It's been an incredible season from them so far. If they convert this map, it's only a single loss for the entire regular season and finals. Akami need to step up big time.
It's been 13 maps since Wildcard last lost a map, and this is the hardest they've ever had to work for it. Here in the grand final on Wildcard's map pick, they got that auto win for map number 1 thanks to coming through the upper bracket. They beat Akami on their own map pick on Cafe. And here we are, Wildcard on the comeback from a 5-1 deficit. In the last 7 rounds, Akami has only won once. But they need to tie this up here or go all the way to round 15, ultimate overtime, because they can't take any second chances here. One more mistake in Wildcard, lock them out and become the champions.
Yeah, I got to see a vertical hold come out here from the defense. Okami bringing the castle to aid in that. It's time for some of these players to step up. Itbystyle been a little bit quiet. The rest of his team trying to find some energy for what could be their last round, but they don't want it to be. They want this to go to 15. It's been a hard-fought contest so far. Wildcard not going down without a fight, but now it's Okami's time to try and shine here. Such an incredibly difficult position to be here, and the pressure has never really been higher, has it, throughout this entire season for either of these teams.
And Akami need to back themselves for this defense. They've won it flawlessly so far. Won it twice when they were defending in the first half. One of those was actually a flawless defense. But Wildcard, they always brought Capitao for the kitchen dining attacks, but since they didn't know where Akami would go first up, they've got the Ash instead, maybe a bit of utility missing that they would otherwise like to bring. Some Ares Isle and the smokes to boot. Now, the pivotal thing here for Akami is this information gathering that Jack Daddy and Cutie to spot out players on the cameras. Cutie roaming upstairs. If he can find a pick here with Itbystyle to support, that may make a huge difference here. Cutie's going to back on out. Wildcard clearing from south. Trying to take this top floor control. Itbystyle flashed and he runs down. Managed to get away with his life, but that forfeits the top floor presence and Wildcard can move in and take it.
Half the round remaining here. As Wildcard will slowly progress towards site. All 10 members still in the server. Who's going to falter first? Who's going to give that first pick away? If it's Okami, it could well snowball into a loss. As Wildcard will now start to hit the floor. Pat, also finding intel below, will be able to clear that and help in the information gathering. But Cutie gets the first pick. That's critical. That's Emo Rin taken off the board. 55 seconds left.
And another C4, Keenan ready. Misses though. Pat managed to dodge that one. Now we look at Ethan looking to be that pincer movement to flush in from another side while Diesel mounts his push from Laundry. Wildcard fighting from behind. Numbers advantage. They have the momentum. They've won 6 out of the last 7 rounds. But Akami, they're undefeated on this bomb site. Joker taking the aggressive position. He's likely to take the fight here against Geo. 20 seconds left.
Joker must win this gunfight with the shotgun out. He does. It's now a 3-on-5 in favor of the defense. Ethan's going to get aggressive up the back stairs as Pat finds one. Surely they can't win this round, but Diesel gets in towards site.
No
What
way.
can he do with that? Pat finds one. He finds 2. It's a 2-on-2. Diesel attempting the plan. Ethan in position to cover as they try and retake the site. The bomb goes down. Diesel gets taken out immediately. And Dev, we will be going to the 15th and final round.
I can barely hold my breath right now, guys. I have no idea what it would be like to be in the comms for either of these teams. Akami looked like they were going to lose that round. They looked like that was the end of it for them. But once again, the defense prevails and Akami push us all the way to round number 15, and that does give the advantage over to Wildcard now. Aviator Games Room is locked. The only other bomb site that was won, the only bomb site that was won at all from Akami on their attack was Kitchen Dining, and that's exactly where Wildcard is going to take us. This is a huge gamble for Wildcard.
Wow. That is a massive pick by the defense. As you mentioned, it's the only site Okami actually managed to win in regulation on their attack. They might be licking their lips a little bit once they discover where that objective is. give them some much needed confidence to convert this round. Okami, it's die this round. They're out. Wildcard will be the victors. It all comes down to this.
It'll also come down to Jack Daddy with the IQ. With Pulse Band, an operator that has been so influential for Wildcards, particularly their defenses of this very bomb site, Dining Kitchen. Wildcard are leaning mostly on Pat here for the information gathering. No proximity alarms either on Emo-Rin, instead opting for that bulletproof camera. So Pat, these Valkyrie cameras are going to be pivotal, and they enabled one, if not two C4s last rounds. Wildcard defending this successfully. And Okami going to be looking at Jack Dad to clear out that info gathering. Lots of utility, though, that Okami are going to have to deal with here. Particularly those Vulcan shields from Ethan, who's consistently... He's actually going to roam top south side. This is the way that Okami decided to push last round, and it indeed is how they're going to roam again. Joker's drone taken out early. Ethan getting so aggressive. Is he going to keep playing for this? Dancing with fire right now. He may lose this gunfight. C4 goes out, but it doesn't land. It gets shot out of the air, and he loses the gunfight. He'd be style here on match points. He gets lit so low, but he takes down that X Factor, that champion player for Wildcard.
That is an absolutely enormous pick for Okami. Ippy Styles arguably had one of his quietest maps of the entire season, but not after that pick. That's massive. Oh, that wide swing from Geo. If he had a pre-fire that, he probably would have netted the kill. Emo alongside to assist. Pat actually rotating up as well. So again, we are going to see Wildcard adapt on the fly. That's some aggression at the top of red, but that gets shut down by Jack Dad. It's a 3-on-5, and we could well see Okami get only their second attack win here on Villa.
The logic bomb rings out, and Diesel just double checking the bomb site. Bit starved for info here, it seems, as Wildcard. And I think that all the cams have been hacked for Okami. The Dokkaebi enabled those cams to get hacked, and now Wildcard have to get aggressive. Emo finds one. That's Jack Dad, the lit up player from the earlier engagement. Emo finds another one, going huge. He has been keeping Wildcard alive this whole series. And now the numbers are even, 3 versus 3. But Ippy Style so low on HP. Mango's trying to get ready for this execute through Laundry. Lots of time left for Okami, but they can't let it slip now.
This round, this map, this tournament going down to the wire. Mango's. He's in Laundry. He has the diffuser. He's flashing over the wall, trying to disrupt anyone holding that position. Diesel and Emo-Rin both have an angle. Who's there to support Mango's? That's the question. We see Geo above. He could find himself in an engagement. The ping going out on that attacker, though. It's a very uncomfortable position that Okami find themselves in as they try to convert this round. Mango's unaware that there are two players holding this position. Ippy Style so low on HP as he makes his way down red. Geo continues to roam above as Diesel finds another. It's Cutie and Mango's. The weight of the championship on their shoulders. Mango's progresses in towards B. Can Emo-Rin win this gunfight? He will! It's a 3-on-1. They came into this season to prove a point. They made roster changes. It didn't quite work out, but Wildcard are now your champions of Six Masters 2020, and they are the champions of Oceania without dropping a single map in the entire finals bracket. What a performance. Congratulations.
An insane season for Wildcard. Congratulations. Jack Daddy wishes his best to his opponents. Wildcard came in with so much uncertainty this season after their worst ever performance in the Pro League. They were made fun of at Invitationals, and they came back. They made roster changes, and they made it work. Only dropping one map through the entire tournament, going flawless through the finals. Okami made them work for it there on Villa, but Wildcard, a well-deserved championship. Another notch in their belt.
Oh, I am shaking. That was probably the most intense map I think I have ever casted in ANZ. That was nuts. Such a great performance by both teams. Okami, congratulations on taking it up to them on Villa. You were so beaten down from Cafe, but you came back, fought really, really, really hard. It came down to literally the final seconds of the 15th round. I need a breath after that, Dev. That was incredible.
Man, I mean, just the trek that these teams have made to finally finish the Six Masters run here for Wildcard. It has been a long and tumultuous process. We've talked about it, the worst season ever of Pro League. They went from the Kings to embarrassing themselves. Like, season 10 was so good. First time they ever qualified for a global event. Within one round of taking down Na'Vi, the eventual champions. Season 11, they got 4th in ANZ. The worst season they've ever had. And they come back, and it is confirmed. No one can hold a candle to Wildcard here in Oceania.
That's right. They are your champions of Oceania. What a fantastic performance. The entire season, near flawless. They dropped a single map to Alpha on Clubhouse, which funnily enough for them was a map that we could have seen in this series. We saw them perform so well on it throughout the finals as well, but they didn't need it. They win the 2 maps, plus that map advantage gives them the 3-0 win, Dev. Dominant in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, you say 3-0. That first map was a map advantage, so really it was a 2-0 here, but I think we need to credit Akami to push them so hard, especially on Villa. After Akami failed to beat Wildcard on Villa just yesterday, they turn around and push them and come within a few kills of taking the map away from them. That is something worth commending.
Well, we do have Centers from Okami on the line. Let's say g'day to the runners-up.
Hello there, guys. How are you doing?
I'm going well. Centers, how are you, man? Congratulations on 2nd place. Unfortunately, not quite having enough to take it over the line, but it was a good performance on Villa nonetheless.
Yeah, to be honest, we know how good Wildcard is. They're currently by far the best team in Oceania, and we're literally seconds away from winning against them. And we still have that those major spot playoffs in August. So I feel relatively confident that if we put a little more time, a little bit more effort in, that we can beat them.
Yeah, we definitely saw some good adaptations from you guys, some nice counterbands coming into it. Now, I'm interested in hearing your take on the operator ban phase with Nomad and Pulse gone. We saw a really defender-sided map, which is not necessarily common at all for Villa. So I'm interested in hearing your take. How did the bans actually affect the game, and what made you guys so confident on your defenses and struggle so much on your attacks?
I mean, the Nomad made the attacks a lot harder, especially leaving the flanks open, then having to commit at least 1, maybe 2 people on Villa, more or less 2 people for the flank watch to not get taken out from behind. We saw Jaden go for those flanks. He got them off, and as well as the guys from Wildcard did as well. It's just the thing that happened on both sides, and we both teams really weren't ready for the flanks, I guess. But yeah, the Pulse ban is just one of the main operators that is used commonly by Wildcard, and we just wanted to take that out, take out that C4 as well, and that information they had on it. And yeah, I mean, I think the bans were all right. As I said, in the end, it just came down to seconds, and it's something we're going to work on.
So I want to know, Centis, you guys had your next map pick. It was Theme Park. If you guys had won Villa, which you were so close to, we would have had to Theme Park, where you guys already 7-1 Knights today. If we'd gone to Theme Park, do you reckon you guys would have taken the series?
I think if we would have won this map, this could have been a potential reverse sweep. But it didn't come to that. It didn't happen. So obviously it's just could have been, would have been, whatever. In the end, we still have the major playoffs in August. That's where we will take it. And that's where we'll finally be able to beat them and not lose 2-0.
Well, there you go. As you mentioned, you do have the Oceania mini major coming up. What are the next sort of few weeks looking for you guys? Are you going to be taking a break? Are you going to be working hard? Maybe outline to us what you and the team are going to be working on over that duration.
Communications are still a huge issue, especially in that last round. It just came down to people talking too much or giving either too much unnecessary information or talking over each other. That is still a point that we have to get done, especially when it gets more heated, it gets more cluttered. And that's one of the points we've been working on, and we've gotten way better. But We still have to work on that a little bit. And then just our counter analysis and counter strats, getting those done a little better and putting even more time into that than we did right now, so that our players can go even more confident into those rounds and potentially even take the rounds that we didn't win.
Awesome. Well, Sentis, again, congratulations on finishing second. We always appreciate your insight. Hopefully we get to talk soon. See you, mate.
See you, mate. Bye.
Look, not too upset with the result. Of course, it's going to hurt deep down, but I think looking ahead, there's definitely potential for Okami to try and take that next step and knock Wildcard off that top spot on the podium.
Yes, but it's so tough. And look, they've demonstrated they've got the stones to give them a fight. We don't know about really being a serious challenge because Okami didn't manage to get a map there. But it sounds like Sentis, he's the manager / coach. Like he maybe wouldn't be feeling as much emotion as the players who were in the server just then. But I think that gives him a bit of perspective as well. And he's saying, look, we already know some of the things that were going wrong. We know what we got to do to fix them. And that's their focus now, heading into the mini major to hopefully take that first spot. But for Wildcard here, this is I think finally a opportunity for them to just be really, really happy with themselves, because it's been such a struggle. And they seem to have finally broken that curse.
Well, they managed to end the fairy tale run with a 3-0 victory. Wildcard are victorious. We have Silex, their coach, on the line. Congratulations on a fantastic season, a fantastic finals bracket as well. Give us your first initial thoughts.
Oh man, it's been an unbelievable season. Oh, sorry. Hi guys.
Hi.
Unbelievable season, dropping one map only. Couldn't be more proud of the boys. It's been a good run.
So Silex, I know it's been a tough slog over the last, about a year really. You guys went into Season 10. It was a pretty good season. Then you came out with APAC Finals, did really well there. And then you went to the Global Pro League Finals in Tokoname. You guys almost beat Na'Vi. And I know from speaking to you and the boys in the past, there's been maybe a bit of, I don't know, like, did we really do as well as we thought we did in Tokoname? Because then you guys struggled in Season 11, you guys struggled at 6 Invitational, and a lot of people in the global stage didn't think much of Wildcard. But now that you've dominated ANZ, do you guys think that you've got what it takes to bring it to the top dogs in APAC and in the world, and once again become a global team?
So Season 10 was fantastic for us. As you said, we did slip in Season 11. But now, with our new roster, I think we can go pretty far in APAC. Would be nice to test ourselves against the global stage, but current climate, it's a bit difficult. But yeah, really confident that we could do well globally still, despite past performances. But yeah, I've got full confidence in the boys.
I was also just wondering, what is it with the team dynamic here? Because you guys bring on Gio and Pat, who I think have had a phenomenal season both. Gio got an ace in one of the first rounds you guys played. And then you come in, Ethan's been the season MVP for obvious reasons. But today, when it mattered, Imorin stood up, and he's been a player with you on the team for season after season. What's the team dynamic? You're not just looking for one player to step up. Sometimes you'll wake up on game day and one of your players will really, really step it up. So what is it like in the team? Is it about chemistry? Is it about different people having different good days? Or what is it that makes your team so good?
Well, chemistry is by far the biggest factor when it comes to team dynamics. People need to get along. People need to work well together. Communications need to be on point. Today, Emo went off. He had been going under a bit of a slump lately, but it's really nice to see him really pop off today, especially on Cafe. I think he dropped 16 or something. Props to him, and he got quite a few on Villa as well. Ethan, he's a massive star. He's just going to pop off every single match, really. Introducing Pat and Gio into the mix, they provided some well-needed balance to the whole dynamic of the team, I think. Previously, there was a lot of emphasis on Ethan and Diesel providing calls and coordinating attacks and everything. And now there's just a little less pressure on them, and we can share the load a bit more.
Awesome. Well, it was pretty clear throughout the entire season in the polls that you and the boys had incredible support, not only within ANZ, but internationally as well. What would you like to say to all the wildcard fans cheering at the moment?
Of course, thank you for all the wildcard fans out there supporting us all the way through thick and thin from the very start, whether you're new or whatever. Massive props to you guys, so thank you.
Awesome, Silex. Again, massive props on an incredible season. Congratulations and all the best in the future.
Thanks, boys. See ya.
Yeah.
I guess now
Feels
Silex
good.
can. Yeah, it does feel good. I guess now Silex can start, practicing that guitar that was in the background. 6 Masters tick. Go and practice some guitar and chill out. Have a bit of a relaxing, I guess, next week or so.
Maybe we'll be able to play some more ranked with him, who knows. But let's have a look at the bracket and see how the last 3 days all panned out. Day number 1, we saw an incredible series between Okami and Sinister. Unfortunately, Sinister dropping down to that lower bracket. We also saw Wildcard take on Pittsburgh, and I mean, look at the run. Wildcard just continued that form throughout.
I think a lot of people were expecting to see Wildcard come out on top in this season, and look, they really didn't slow down, not for 1 second. Okami, though, had a huge performance. The only maps they've dropped here in the playoff bracket were to Wildcard. I mean, overall, I'm impressed by Pittsburgh Knights as well. They did fall 0-2 to Wildcard, but came back and earned that 3rd place over Sinister. Perhaps Sinister is the team we're looking at, thinking maybe they could have done better here, but there is still opportunities in the future with the Oceanic Nationals, and of course for these top 3 teams, Wildcard, Okami, and Knights, heading into that mini major. So overall, a fantastic season, culminating in a fantastic finals bracket.
It really was one of, if not the most competitive seasons we have seen in 6 Masters. Throughout the season, we saw teams trading each other's map picks. We saw unexpected results in the finals bracket, and it really culminated into an incredible, fun series to watch. Wildcard, though, head and shoulders above the rest, really, and that dominance, it's going to be intriguing to see if that continues heading into that mini major.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wildcard definitely going to be the favorites going into that, but the gauntlet is there, and there is an opportunity for these other teams to get in on it as well. Wildcard made it to 6 Invitational 2020. They've got their eyes set on getting some points for 6 Invitational 2021, but that's the next step for now. They'll relish in their 6 Masters 2020 championship.
Well, that's it here for us here in 6 Masters 2020. On behalf of myself and Dev, the entire talent team, and the team back at ESL in Sydney, we'd like to thank you guys for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the show. Until next time, stay safe and good night.
Dagger's barbecue.